disciples and his family members in the day of
أجمعين.
judgment, ladies and
أصحاب
gentlemen,
السعادة
your excellencies,
السيدات
and
والسادة
ladies
السلام
and
عليكم
gentlemen,
ورحمة
God's blessing
الله
be upon
وبركاته.
all of you. Good morning.
أهلا ومرحبا
And welcome
بكم من
again
جديد في
to the
منتدى
second day
مستقبل العقار
of the future
في
of real
نسخته
estate
الثانية للعام
forum
2023.
and its
بالأمس
second
شهدنا معا
edition in
افتتاح
2023.
المنتدى
Yesterday
وانطلاق
we
جدول أعماله
have been
وجلساته
attending of course
بحضور
the first
كبير
opening
من أصحاب
ceremony
السمو الأمراء
which brought
والمعالي
together a
الوزراء
number of
وعدد من
senior
المسؤولين
officials and a number of ministers locally, regionally, and internationally from different related areas, real estate areas. I mean, yes, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the future of the real estate forum and is based on the idea of discussing the future of real estate practically and strategically, so as to enrich, of course, most of the topics of discussions as well as to benefit from the best practices in the field of real estate. And now, of course, the forum, for example, moves from one place to another, one talk to another, talking about regulations. In the real estate's future cities and the urban development, smart cities and sustainable cities, and of course the attractiveness of real estate investments. And in addition to raising the level of quality and safety as well in the technologies of construction and life quality and the development of real estate as well. These are the topics that have been actually, staffed so as to be incorporated in the program of the Real Estate Future Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start, for the safety procedures, now it's very important to tell you, to draw attention that we have 3 exits, emergency exits in this ballroom. We have the first one in the front on the right and on the left, and 2 exits as well at the back area of the main hall in case there is any emergency. In the name of Allah, we start the second day. To start with the second day program, the agenda as well of the future of real estate for the forum of real estate future. And in this presentation, first presentation is going to be presented by Mansour Ahmed, the CEO of the Medical Care and Education and the PP partnership of Colaris and MENA. السيدات والسادة أرجوكم تلتحقوا بالسيد منصور أحمد. About the importance of social infrastructure in quality life. اسمي منصور أحمد، السلام عليكم، وأنا مدير التنفيذي في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا فيما يتعلق بإعادة التطبيق والتعليم. واليوم سوف أتكلم عن كيف أن التنمية البنية الأساسية الاجتماعية لديها تأثير كبير جدا على جودة الحياة. هل يمكنكم وضع العرض الآن؟
Okay. Excuse me, can I have a...
هل يمكنكم أن تعطوني مؤشر؟ هيك المؤشر.
Hello. I'm sorry about that. I don't have the
للأسف
control.
عن هذا التأخير.
There's no control. Sorry about that. So as I said, I'll be presenting today a presentation on impact of social infrastructure and how it will improve the how it improves the quality of I'll do that. And how it's going to improve the quality of life. And we will be, because the reason for this presentation is that as Saudi, they are doing a lot of new community development, and one of the key factor to make a community successful is having a provision of the social infrastructure. So I think one of the things which I wanted to highlight is that normally return on investment, when we do a feasibility study or anything, return on investment, normally people calculate the return on investment on the value of the property. But the value of the property, it depends upon the people who lives there, not just the property. So the property value goes up and down depending upon who is living there and how happy they are. And quality of life transforms developments to a destinations. They basically transform the development into destinations, and that is the topic of my presentation today. Before I go to basically into a detail into my presentation, I just want to spend 1 minute on Colliers. Colliers in an international company. We have 63 countries. We have offices, countries, 480 cities, over 17,000 employees, and our 2022 revenue was $4.5 billion US. In Middle East, we have 5 offices in Riyadh, Jeddah, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Cairo. We have over 100 people working, and from these 5 offices, we have done projects in almost 28 countries. And normally, Collier is known as a real estate company, but I wanted to highlight that we have a very dedicated real estate department, health and education, PPP, infrastructure and privatization, transportation, especially I'll talk about that. Metro is coming in all the metro and train is coming in Saudi in all the cities. Leisure and entertainments, sports with lot of focus on that's relating to quality of life also. Retail and F&B. We are doing lot of work relating to equestrian clubs, polo clubs, and other and public spaces. And one of our key projects is we've been working with Expo 2020 for last 7 years and the legacy also. These are our services. I'll not go into detail. This presentation will be available for you. And just to highlight that we are not just a real estate, and more than 50% of our revenue is coming from strategy and management consultancy. Now coming to the presentation, social infrastructure. So what are the basically worldwide cities or happiness index? What is the happiness index and how the happiness index is basically improve the quality of life? We have the similar type of work for city of Abu Dhabi. And so the first thing is the macro level. Macro level is that what are the factors at macro level which are basically natural environment, economies, and other factors which are making a country happy. So these are the factors which makes a country happy. And before we go into the community, the second is at a micro level. What are the health, education, entertainment, and other thing is available for city level. And you start with how to make a country happy, and then you focus on how to make a city happy. And the last thing is when you go to a specific project and you look at how all these things will basically going to make the overall the country, city, and a particular community happy, and that's how the project will be successful. So you look at, there are different factors which we basically quality of life. There are factors which are focused on the people, and there are factors which are focused on places. So as I said that, we need to focus both on the people as well as on the places. So there are different factors to make a community successful. Like there's a lot of big communities are coming. Roshan is doing some major communities across the country. So these are basic, and other developers, whether the public developers or the private developers, they are doing it. And so we have to look not just the people, places, but we also need to look at the people, how to make people happy, and that will make a community successful, or a city successful, or a country successful. So as I said, that first you need to look at what makes people happy, what you will offer in different community level, at a city level, and a country level, which will make the people happy. And when the people are happy, and then the community will be successful. And the second thing, places, or you talk about community, you need to look at what a place can offer people who will be living there to make them happy. Because if the people are happy, then the communities are successful. So we looked at the community development. Community development is not just making lot of roads, villas, apartments, and some parks. You need to look at lot of things which is within the community and within your house also, or outside your house also. So you need to look at the successful communities, and I'll come to our empirical evidence on that. They basically have, on one hand, they have retail, F&B, they have parks, they have open spaces, they have walkability and other, they have health, wellness, and education. Whereas in those same community, if you talk about the housing, which can be villas, apartment, townhouses, they need indoor green spaces. They need a lot of new trends which are coming up is that they need outside made room, storage, driver rooms, and other stuff. And also there is a lot of emphasis after in post-COVID environment on the balconies and terrace, then people can sit with the family and enjoy the weather. So these are a lot of small macro and micro level things which need to be focused to make a community successful. And these are some of them. I'll come to that. We have successfully applied in different communities across the region for last 15 to 18 years. What are the opportunity and challenges? We have lot of, after COVID, there is lot of, there was working from home, which is still in some companies and other people are still working 1 or 2 days home, or they can work from anywhere. They don't need to come to office. They don't need to work from home. They can sit in a coffee shop, or they can sit in a park and work there also. So these are the 7 factors which we have observed. This is based on a survey which was conducted during COVID and after COVID, that what are the success, what are the factor which people are living to make a community successful. So if they are choosing a house where they want to live, what are the factors they are focusing on to make that choice. So these are different factors. We looked at it, and on the basis of that, we have looked at it that there's a lot of F&B, roads. There should not be any congestion. There should be schools. There should be clinics. There should be gymnasium. The parking in the houses, the backyard garden, all these factors. This is actually based on a big survey which we conducted, and these are the factors which came out, which improve the quality of the life in any community and make the community successful. Also, if you look at, there is a lot of changes in what is multi-family living. Few of the things which was now one of the important thing is, unlike where houses used to be very close and very small windows and not many sunlight is coming in the houses, one of the major change which we have observed in last 3-4 years is that there is all the design which you are making for, whether it's a villa, townhouses, or apartment, there should be a sunlight and fresh air is coming, because there is 6 months of the year the weather is so good that you don't need ACs and others. So that's actually, you should have basically working from home, working from anywhere. You have flexibility. Flexibility means that there is you can change the setting of living room to a children play area and vice versa. These are the things which is becoming all over the world and in the Middle East, the new trend which are making a community successful. So I think when you talk about the quality of life, these are basically the 10 factors which we have looked at basically to make a community successful, which include provision of the community offering, which is like the government hospital, the schools and government offices, presence of lot of real retail and F&B. And we are not talking about shopping mall. This is the community retail and community F&B. Inclusion of leisure and entertainment within the community. Safety, whether it's a gated community or non-gated community, and how the walkway and other look like. Parking spaces. People need more than 1 or 2 cars. They should have more parking spaces available. Green areas, very important, and I'll come to that in more detail. Then you have the accessibility, which is the things are definitely improving in cities like Riyadh, but people would like to reach from home to office or office to home and different places within 20 minutes. This will take some time, but that is one of the key success factor to make a community successful. One more thing is, which is very important, is how the management service of facility management is being provided. Because you hand over property, but if that property is not maintained properly, you will lose the value of that property. The price premium, this is very important, that I talk about lot of factors which were basically international benchmarks. Some of the top cities in the world, we benchmark the top 10 cities in the world, where there is a happiness index now, which shows that which city is most happy. We have a couple of cities in Norway, Singapore, and some other cities in the world which are happy, and we looked at those. We look at the Middle East, and we wanted to show you something, because Saudi and especially Riyadh, there are a lot of new communities are coming up, and people want to know that if we spend money to provide all these facilities, which cost money to the developer, which cost money to the government, what is the benefit? The benefit is, basically, if you see, we have done a survey in Dubai and in Cairo, two of the cities where there's a lot of communities, there are hundreds of communities are available, and we have done a survey and looking at the factors which directly impact the prices and the factor which is indirectly impact the prices. And what we have seen is that if you provide this community factor, these numbers are based on an actual survey which is Collier has done. In Cairo, you will get your pricing of a house increase from 25 to 45% if you are providing these facilities. And in Dubai, you are getting 15 to almost 35% premium. So when developer asks us that if we spend so much money providing all these facilities, what would be the benefit? The benefit will be translated into real basically, and it will not be something which you will spend and you're not going to get benefit out of it. And we have gone into more detail. The presentation is available and I'll be available. Retail and F&B increases the price of a community by 15 to 20%. Parks and other green spaces from 4% to 33%. Education, good schools, 10% to 15%. And transportation, especially the metro, which is coming in Riyadh and major city, having a metro 5 to 10 minutes walking distance, your prices will increase by 10 to 15%. So all these factors are not, let's put it, a waste of money. These factors will improve the quality of the community and improve the pricing of residential and other real estate which is being offered in those communities. Also, I think one of the key things, last two slides, is in Riyadh, one of the key thing is provision of the schools. There's a lot of demand for international school. All the schools which are mentioned there, most of them we are working with them, and you will need around a minimum 32 to 100 new schools in next 10 years in Riyadh. Same is the case of healthcare. And this is the last slide, that when you talk about basically quality of life, you do spend money by providing green spaces, retail, F&B, schools, clinics and other, but that is improved the occupancy, absorption in your communities, and that result in a increase sale pricing and increase rental. And based on our the survey which we have conducted, on average your pricing increased by anything between 15% to 40%. So if you are selling a townhouse for $1 million, you'll be able to sell the same townhouse around 1.15 million to 1.4 million real, and that's a great increase in return on investment. Thank you very much, and I'll be more than happy to give any answers if there is a requirement, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Mansour, for your presentation. Now, please, back to stage for your award from the forum. Mr. Mansour, back to stage, middle stage, please. أدعو سعادة الأستاذ أيمن بن محمد صالح وكيل وزارة الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان لتمكين المستفيدين والدعم السكني لتكريم السيد منصور أحمد على مشاركته بهذا العرض التقديمي في المنتدى.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mansour. I invite the session moderator for the second session as well, in addition to the participants in this session as well, to come to the stage to start the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going actually to get together with the second session about for example, the role of the financial institutions in supporting the real estate sector, participated by Mansour bin Mahdi, Mr. for example, Fabrice Husseini, and Amrun Musa, and Mr. Robert Petres, and Mr. Waleed. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Talat Hafiz. Mr. Talat, please. And now we've got the floor. The floor is open for you to start and kick off this important session. And now that we have invited the panelists and the speakers of that session, it's going to talk about the role of the financial institutions in supporting the housing and real estate sector. Can I speak some English upon all of you, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's not good evening. And سوف أقوم بإدارة تلك الجلسة باللغة الإنجليزية وبذلك إذا أراد أحد أن يقوم بالحديث.
The panel discussion, or the title of the panel, is the role of the financial institution in supporting the real estate development. As you all know, that the real estate, or the financing of the real estate, until recently, financial institutions, let's be very clear, they were a bit hesitant to dive in and to finance the real estate. And that's very much understood, being an ex-banker, because we did not have, at that time, enough ecosystem. We did not have mortgage. We didn't have a lot of things that really scared financial institution, or made them shy, in fact, to dive in and to finance the real estate. Things had changed much today, and Mr. Mansour, he will tell us more, as the overall portfolio of 17 financial institutions has grown from 287 in 2017 to 674 billion in Q3 of last year. So you can see how much is the growth. I don't want to take so much time from the participant. Please join me to welcome the participant, Mr. Mansour bin Mahdi, who is the CEO of the Real Estate Development Fund. Mansour, حياك الله.
Good morning, Talat, and good morning to the audience as well. You just mentioned about the growth that was made. Let me just start by saying real estate.
By the way, I stole the number. I stole the number from you.
Real Estate Development Fund is considered to be the main arm of the mortgage financing market in Saudi Arabia.
Excellent.
And it is also the main vehicle for the housing program to achieve its own target to reach 70% by the end of year 2030.
Yeah.
As we are all aware, is that housing program is one of the pillars of the Vision Saudi
Indeed.
2030.
We'll talk more
2030.
about it once
Yes,
I just...
absolutely. Real Estate Development Fund had a partnership with around 17 financial institutions.
Okay.
This partnership had contributed to the growth of the financing market value, which you have just mentioned. It used to be in 2017 around 287 billion Saudi riyal, and we have reached around 674 billion riyal by the end of Q3 2022. This shows or represents the success of the housing program to facilitate the citizen journey towards getting a mortgage or to be financed, and we can continue.
We'll talk more. I just want to welcome the other participant. We have also Mr. Fabrice Sassouni, who's the Saudi Real Estate Refinance Company, SRC. Sir,
Yes.
good to have you today.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here, and good morning, everyone.
Are you enjoying the Riyadh weather nowadays? It's
I am.
No one can complain, eh? Also, we have Ms. Ambreen Musa. She is the founder and the CEO of the Capital Market Platform. Hi.
Hi,
Welcome to Riyadh.
thank you.
I believe you arrived yesterday, right?
I did arrive yesterday and it's just a little bit more chilly than I thought it would be.
Well, good to see you. Also, we have Mr. Robin Batris, the partner on corporate finance advisory at Deloitte. Sir, good to have you, sir.
Thank you very much for having us here. We really look forward to a good panel. It's my pleasure to be
Thanks a
on the
lot.
panel.
Good to have you. And I have Mr. Walid Al-Dabib, who is the Chief Retail Banking Officer at Riyadh Bank.
أهلا وسهلا صباح الخير welcome.
If you remember, you hosted me in your bank for about 7 years when I used to be Secretary General of the Media and Banking Awareness Committee.
Yeah.
So good to have you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Mr. Mansour, again, back to the role of the Real Estate Development Fund. It has played a major role, in fact, since, what is it, 25 years, 30 years plus, since the establishment of the...
Since 1974,
So what is the change in the role in supporting the real estate today? Please.
If we want to go back to the early years, okay, we used to provide direct loan.
Could you just...
Yeah. We used to go with the model of providing citizen with the direct lending from RADF to the citizen himself. The new model has gone totally different by just getting the private sector part of the model through the financial institutions. So the loans has been extended by banks and it has been subsidized by Real Estate Development Fund.
Okay.
And this is what I have just mentioned about the partnership that we did with 17 financial institutions who has helped us.
17 including banks.
Exactly, including banks and mortgage finance companies as well. So in order for us to mature the mortgage financing market and to ensure the sustainability of the subsidy program, Real Estate Development Fund had signed up into around 150 partnership strategic agreement with the private and public sector to come up with a lot or a variety of innovative financing and housing solutions to ease the citizen journey and to reduce the cost of home ownership and to provide families with the financing and housing solutions to opt for.
Well, that's a good role I believe that you have played. Mr. Fabrice, I think you are one of the key success factors, to be honest, for the real estate market development and the financing by offloading what commercial or institution, if you will, banks and others. Tell us that successful story. How did it begin? And then you also have a large portfolio, as a matter of fact. 20 billion, 30 billion. Tell us the story, please.
I will try to make it short. Your question comes at a point where we are about to celebrate the 5-year of SRC, which actually was created at the end of 2017, but really started operating at the beginning of 2018. What is the rationale or the gist of what SRC is doing? If you want to compare it, SRC was created by the Saudi government in order to emulate what Fannie, Freddie, Ginnie Mae were doing in the US, or Chagamas is doing in Malaysia, or CMHC is doing in Canada. It's actually providing support to the housing program and policy by interacting with the banks and the mortgage finance company as a provider of liquidity. So to a certain extent, we are an intermediary between the primary mortgage market, which is animated by the banks and the mortgage finance company. But at the same time, we are channeling and providing them with the means, the resources that will allow them to keep originating mortgages. How do we do that? We do that by raising funding on capital markets, so by issuing sukuks as a corporate, and we do it with the support of our stakeholders, not only our shareholder, but also MOF. And very soon we expect to extend our footprint in capital market by issuing in the international market, attracting foreign investors to the kingdom. Over these 5 years, there are a couple of milestones we have accomplished. As you kindly reminded, we have injected around 25 to 30 billion liquidity to the market. We have refinanced around 55 to 60,000 mortgages, so which means that we've helped a lot of Saudis to access home ownership. We tried as well to create in the kingdom a benchmark, a reference for the mortgage rate, which is the long-term fixed rate curve that is used as a reference by most of the banks and by our friends at REDF. And the purpose of this benchmark curve is to make sure that the Saudis can access mortgages at a fixed rate, which would protect them against what is currently happening and that we are all seeing, which is the huge increase of the interest rates. We have expanded the product cohort over these years. We have, beyond the long-term fixed rate, we have extended our repurchase to a 30-year fixed rate. So there are a lot of different elements. One thing to conclude, what we've done over these past 5 years, we are not the only reason of the success of the housing program. We are just one among an ecosystem which includes REDF, NHC, the leadership of His Excellency. We have just participated to this successful story, being an enabler, with one key element we always kept in mind is my customers are the banks and the mortgage finance company, but whatever we do, we try to do it with in mind the benefit, the rationale for the Saudi citizens, how what we do with the banks can help more Saudi citizens access to home ownership, and that's really the bearing we are keeping and we have kept along these past 5 years, and that we expect to keep going forward.
Honestly speaking, it's an excellent achievement in almost newly established 3-4 years back. 4 years with an initial capital of 5 billion and almost now 4 or 5 times. It's a great job. Ms. Moussa, being in the capital market and you have that nice platform, how important do you believe the availability of a solid real estate financing sources, and how much do you believe that the capital market should play a major role in financing real estate? Please.
So thank you for the question. Just to correct one thing, I run Souk al-Mal, which is in Arabic capital market, but actually it's a company that compares different mortgage rates and mortgage options on the markets. So we do it in the UAE, in Bahrain, and in Saudi Arabia.
I'm sure it also can help.
Yeah. The company was acquired by Shua Capital last year, in April last year, and we've launched a new venture that I'll talk a bit later on. But coming back to your question on financing, I think there's two areas or two parts of the equation here. You've got the financing for the developers for the building of the housing supply. So you've got the supply and the demand side. And I think a lot of this surrounds around what the governments and the different institutions, the financial institutions around bring to the table, right? On the supply side, you need to make sure there's enough liquidity to actually build up those housing supply, the developments that's happening. And a lot of it could be coming from the government or public funds or other side from the international markets. Now then there is a whole structure around how do you build attraction into the country from international markets to bring in the funds to build the supply of the housing market. On the other side, you've got the demand of the housing market. Now, there's a few things that would affect this, right? One is the rates. And I think I'm really glad to hear about the fixed rate because I can tell you I've got a mortgage and I'm suffering right now in the last few months. So having a fixed rate is now too late for me. I wish I'd taken it prior to COVID. So I think having a decent rate to allow people to really build up the adventure into the housing market is one. Two is the loan to value ratio, right? A lot of different countries have different aspects of it. I know Saudi Arabia changed it from 70 to 85% not long ago, a couple of years ago. And that allows people with a smaller amount of deposit to go out and venture again in the housing market. The third thing is demographics. I mean, 75% of this country is under 25. And I think looking at this whole demographic things is about, okay, well, then you'll have more and more people going out looking for bigger houses because they're building families versus having a demographics where most people are degrading in a smaller place because kids are out of the house and it's more of an aging population. So having a solid financial sector to promote the real estate growth is absolutely key, both from a supply side, but also from a demand side.
Okay.
However, there is one
Excuse me,
sector.
how it is important for the demand side?
But the demand side is where you build the availability of liquidity for Saudis to go out there and purchase a property, right? So if you've got a loan to value ratio, which means if the house is $1 million, you have to put a deposit of 50%. That's a lot of money to put down for someone. If that goes up to 85%, you only need to put down 15%. So that makes buying a house a lot easier, liquidity more accessible, and therefore the demand for the housing market increases. But the demand, it's great to have a demand, but if the supply is not there because there's no financing of those real estate developments, that's another issue. So it has to come hand in hand, the supply and the demand side, I believe. There is one part of the equation that I don't hear at all, and I don't hear about it spoken about, is the education piece. You can have liquidity, you can have a very solid financial market that's supporting the housing industry, but if people don't understand what their options are in funding the purchase, then you do have a problem, right?
I agree.
If they don't understand what a loan-to-value ratio is, they don't understand potentially alternative ways to fund. Financial institution is not the only way to fund a real estate, either investment or a purchase of a residential property. So if people don't understand how it works, what are they signing on that contract? What are they taking on for the next X many years of their lives in terms of repayment? And how, if they want to purchase and get the property under their name earlier than what they would have, is it possible or not, and what are the implications of this? And the reason I say this is because we recently, last week actually, we launched the first financial education platform in the UAE and hopefully going to Saudi in July. But the reason we built this is we realize how many people, as much as the financial institutions and the government are pushing through financial stability, financial awareness is hugely lacking. And out of, we call it Yabi by Souq Al Maal, and out of this program, it's been given to employees of corporates because then the distribution is quick and fast. There's a whole section on owning a property. Everything from the regulations to how do you differentiate between a variable rate and a fixed rate, and what does it mean to you? So I think the education piece is another extremely important factor to bring into building a sustainable real estate market.
Excellent. I believe you raised very important points as the awareness. One who wants to buy a residence or a house, he has to understand alternative finance available, compare. As a matter of fact, I've been asked before the interest rate been rising. Somebody comes to me and said, Talat, should I buy a house? I said, go ahead. As long as you have the money, you have the good house, neighborhood, just jump into it because you don't know what our variables could really change. And look at the interest rate now.
Yeah, but
It's really hiking.
But I think one of the areas that's important as well when somebody is looking, and that's why the education comes in, is, we always tell people who are taking the program is make sure that if you're going to do this, if you ever lose your job, you have 2 years
Exactly.
of spare savings somewhere. You can cover still the mortgage until the time that you
100%
find a job again.
أخ وليد, again, مرحبا. I know banks and I'm ex-banker for 32 years, so I know all the secrets, good secrets. Banks were shying off really way back and going into real estate financing. And I don't blame them because of a lot of things. We said we did not have enough laws that supporting the expansion. However, let me cite an example. 2017, the portfolio of banks were 211 billion Saudi riyal. That portfolio has grown Q3 of last year to 664 billion Saudi riyal. So it's almost 2.5 times. Why then and why today banks are really, I wouldn't say aggressive, but they are, enjoying, if you will, financing instead. Please.
Yeah, banking are in the lending business, and this is part
لو
of.
تقرب المايك شوية. لو سمحت.
Sorry. Banking is in the lending business, and this is part of our DNA.
Yeah.
If we have a glance on the business a decade ago, we barely see the mortgage as part of this portfolio. Since 2017, what happened from the RADF, Ministry of Housing at that time, and all of the initiative to achieve Vision 2030 in residential of the Saudi citizen helps a lot the bank to get into this business with all the regulation putting there, SAMA, the Saudi Central Bank that they put as a monitoring and support of RADF to enable banks, encourage the bank to get into this business more and compete on that. And today you see many financial institutions going to this business. It helps the bank, of course, to increase their portfolio size and income, which is their business, and it helps also the Vision 2030 of the kingdom.
So things are more encouraging now to.
It is always encouraging to have a positive vision to achieve in the coming years, inshallah.
Okay.
And it will be like this always, inshallah.
Excellent. Mr. Robin Deloitte. By the way, my daughter works in a competitor, ENY.
That's okay.
Well, Mr. Robin, how important you believe that the availability of solid real estate financing market in order to support the real estate market?
I think it's fundamental, right? That's quite clear. Let me break it down into three areas.
Please.
Right? I guess the first is really we need to understand the basic real estate fundamentals. It's already been mentioned, the importance of supply and demand, making sure that we don't get into imbalance. We understand absorption. The overall ambition of the kingdom right now and the amount of supply that will come on needs to be carefully managed. If not, we're going to have volatility, and that's going to create some risks. So I guess we would always say you need to have a very solid bankable feasibility, right, as kind of a starting point before you get into your financing conversation. I think the second thing we need to look at, and again it's been touched on, is the ecosystem in the whole, right? The actual ecosystem capacity right now is, I think, very busy, right? And this isn't a capability, it's a capacity point. I think if we look at the giga projects, we look at the build out of Riyadh, the build out of all of the cities, I don't think the banking community, the financing community currently has the capacity to be able to absorb what is required. So we need to, it also comes back to the point of education. We need to educate people and bankers. We need to educate the system as to how to move through that process in a very slick way. Right? And that ecosystem is not just the bankers. We need good valuers, and I know there's a lot of good real estate valuers in this room. Again, building capacity. We also need a fundamental legal basis as well. And that rule of law needs to be understood so that the bankers, when they're lending, understand that they can enforce, that they can basically at least create action. Then I think the third thing, again, is liquidity. The kingdom right now, numbers I've been told, has about $150 billion a year of banking capacity that it can deploy. That's nowhere close to enough. Right? If the vision is going to be met and the amount of lending that is required, you're going to have to tap into foreign direct investment. We're going to have to talk to capital markets. We are going to have to start to talk about different products to really be able to get the level of financing into the kingdom to finance what is a massive ambition and a very bold one.
Well, I understand and really enjoyed what you have said about the ecosystem definition. It is not only financing, but it's financing the legal system, and also what you have said, the awareness of the individuals. So that's a great definition. Back to Mr. Mansour. Mr. Mansour, what are the most important enablers provided by the Real Estate Development Fund for the real estate financing market to increase the home ownership of Saudi citizens, please?
Yeah, there are lots of, or a variety of enablers and programs, Talhat, and I will just go back to what my colleague Waleed just mentioned, that the jump from 2017 to 2022. We will just make it like a story, okay? When RADF partnered with the financial institutions have come up with those programs and enablers. I will start with the most important one, which is called the subsidy program. And for those who do not know what's a subsidy program, it's a mortgage loan of 500,000 riyal, and it is interest coverage can reach up to 100%. Second program.
But that I believe it's to
up to 500,000 riyal.
Yeah.
Up to 500,000.
No, what is the bracket that 500 is fully?
Yeah, if your salary is below 14,000 or below, you will be covered 100% from an interest coverage point of view. The second program, we call it the housing bundle program, or Baqat. Okay, and this is upfront, instant, 100,000 riyal Saudi riyal paid upfront to the customer, non-refundable, based on his needs. Third program, we call it the guarantee program. This program takes care of making the citizen bankable to the financial institutions.
Okay.
The fourth one is called affordable mortgage, in Arabic, Al-Rahn Al-Muyassar.
Okay.
And the main purpose and the objective of this program is to make sure that we help him in the down payment. It becomes like 50% of the down payment, that my colleague has just mentioned. It becomes like around 5% on the citizen. The fifth enabler, which I consider the most important one, is the way we orchestrated the whole ecosystem, okay, by building a platform called Real Estate Advisory. In Arabic, is called Al-Mustashar Al-Aqari. It takes care of the whole journey of the citizen from the inception to the conclusion.
Even the awareness that Ms. Musa mentioned?
Exactly. This platform is orchestrating the whole stakeholders within one platform, within one business rule, and to the stage of the citizen signing his contract. I will just shed some light on some numbers. This platform managed to produce around 1,200,000 housing and financing recommendation since inception.
Wow,
Yes.
that's a lot.
Yes, and RADF has signed around 130 strategic partnership agreement with public and private sector and government sector as well. And since inception, we have transacted around 10 million transactions being executed as a result of 43 electronic services. With this, we managed to succeed in enabling around 684,000 families signing their contract until the end of 2022.
I think the real estate fund, it's a story to be told.
Yes.
If you go back 40 years, and what is today?
Yes.
It's
I
a
can
story
give-
to be told.
I can give you some quick numbers. Okay, in 40 years we have served around 800,000 families, while until the end of 22 we served 684,000.
And I remember
families
the
in
wait
different
it was like 15 years
Yes.
to get that far.
Yes,
Well,
exactly.
that's a good achievement anyway. Back to Mr. Fabrice. Mr. Fabrice, I have spotted one of your interview. I hope I'm right. You were saying the finance market or debt market, whatever, for the real estate in the kingdom need to be expanded. Is not enough, 30 billion to 20 billion. It's more than that. When linking this to the vision 2030, reaching 70% of the Saudi citizen house ownership. So what exactly do you mean? Do we need alternative finance? Do we need what? Please.
I think that the story over the past, and I'm not talking about SRC, but in general, the story of the housing program is a very successful one. We were talking about the continuum, the management of supply and demand has been well done because everything has been built as a continuum starting from the supply side, in the middle with the intervention of REDF, and at the end of the process, the setup of SRC allowing banks to access liquidity to keep on originating mortgages. And you saw the numbers, they are staggering. Now I think that we are facing three main challenges. One of them was mentioned, it's education. We need to create more awareness among Saudi citizens so that they know what they can ask, what they can do, what are their options when they go to the bank to ask for a mortgage. There are different products on offer, there are different options. It's important that they know it. Mortgages is one of the very few products which, for most of us, will be the main investment we will do in our life. It's not like buying a car or a PC or an iPhone. It's much more important in your life, and it has far-reaching consequences. It's worth being aware of what the options are, what you can do when you can refinance. So education is one. The second one, I think, is liquidity, and that's what I meant. When you look at the numbers we need to achieve in terms of mortgages originated in order to reach the 70% home ownership, whether it's because if we were purely relying on the domestic market, we wouldn't really achieve the other elements of the Vision 2030, which is opening the market, the Saudi market, to foreign investment, or it's because there are real limitations as to what we can do in terms of refinancing and raising funding in the domestic market. We will have to go abroad. We will have to attract foreign investors in different shape and form. And that's really something we are working flat with our stakeholders, Ministry of Finance, SAMA, CMA, under the leadership of His Excellency, to really make sure that sooner than later we can reach and start creating a footprint in the international market. The third element, which is a bit of a question mark, is that when you look at the market and you compare ourselves to other G20 countries, and no offense meant to my friends bankers, it's a market which is heavily concentrated. In terms of origination, in terms of choice, in terms of possibility for customers, it's great because we have champions in the kingdom in terms of size and efficiency of the banks. But at the same time, you have a limited choice. When you look at the US market, when you look at other developed markets, I have very few examples in mind when you have where you have such a concentration within limited hands. When you look at the last numbers released by SAMA, we see the drop in the mortgage origination in November, relatively significant. A bit too early to say if it's a blip, if it's a trend, if it's a trend to stay because it's fueled by the rates level, if it's something linked to the demand going down, or if it's the banks being a bit more shy about the origination, too early to say. But fact is that with only a limited number of players in the market, there are question marks about how you can keep the market dynamic going on, how you can optimize the choice for the customers going forward, how you can make sure that you have different products and different channels of liquidity at the front-end level, so facing customers coming in. So there are 2 or 3 challenges.
Excellent.
One of them is the liquidity you were mentioning, but it's just one of them.
Excellent. Do you believe that we need more than one SRC in the kingdom? I'm not just
Okay,
thinking for
you will say that I'm biased because as the CEO of the company, I'll say, of course not.
I understand.
But no, the reality is that the question is a question of timing. When you look at our peers, apart from the US, you have only one entity. Yes. When you look at Malaysia, Japan, Korea, you look at Canada, countries where, and I look at Pakistan, you look at Nigeria, Kenya, and so on. So there are many different countries. You have one specific institution which plays a role of vector of public policy for housing and providing the refinancing. It's difficult to create a competition for an entity which has to be supported by the government in order to attract the best possible funding conditions and so on. Now, if you look on the other hand, the US example, depending upon how big the market becomes, perhaps 15, 20 years down the road, there would be a rationale to have 2 companies with possibly different focuses. But today, no, it would be a waste of resources and for a very limited benefit. What we need to do and to achieve as SRC is make sure that we expand our footprint in capital market and that we attract as much liquidity as possible so that my friend from Riyadh Bank and other banks, they need money to keep originating mortgages in any circumstances. We are there to say, okay, we can refinance you.
I agree with you, and if we go back to yesterday, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Kuwais, and when he mentioned that the capital market is also playing a major role, so we need alternative source of finance. Back to Mr. Walid. Mr. Walid, growing from 211 billion in 2017 to 664 in Q3 of last year. Does it, to be honest, does it create any risk to the banks? And also would like to link your answer to a CSR, so to SRC, who they started unloading your portfolio, bank's portfolio. What sort of risk and how would you mitigate such risk, please?
Okay. Any banking system is built on lending, and with any lending there is associated risk. With any lending, there is associated risk, and this is within the international parameters, and Saudi Central Bank ensured that it is within the accepted parameters for the Saudi Central Bank by periodical monitoring the performance of the portfolio, mortgage portfolio. So all of it is ensuring the portfolio, quality that is accepted by the Saudi Central Bank. With SRC, we are working closely. I think we have 2 deals with them just to offload our portfolio to help us finance more and have more risk acceptance within the parameters to be compliant with SAMA.
Excellent. Back to you, Mr. Robin. What are, from your thoughts, with regard to alternative real estate financing that is much linked to the capital market in a way and to fintech companies? Should fintech companies today play a major role in the real estate financing? What do you think?
All right, so I guess there's 2 sides to this, right? One is, I guess, if I think about it from the customer standpoint, obviously we need to think about what are the payment plans that we're starting to see that are being introduced, I guess, in Dubai and other markets. So that's around affordability and making sure that the demand is, or the supply is absorbed. I guess from, the lending side, there needs to be obviously more, I talked about it, there needs to be a lot more liquidity that comes into the market. And the only way that we can get that liquidity is through introducing a greater variety of tools and instruments. mortgage-backed securities, use of more REIT structures. If we can get more liquidity, we will attract more foreign direct investment. The CMA and Tadawul, I know, are up for this. They would love a lot more listed instruments. So I think there's a huge opportunity there for basically innovation and evolution of the capital market. When it comes to the fintech market, it's still relatively nascent. There are some regulatory challenges. We're not going to get Bitcoin buying real estate anytime soon. But I do think it's a hot market to watch. I think, again, anything that will allow increased liquidity that can be brought into this market is a good thing and should be applauded and encouraged.
Okay, excellent. In fact, we're running out of time, but I will give a minute or so to each panelist to, it's free to say whatever in mind, but I would like to start with Mr. Mansour. If you like to talk about what is the impact of the Real Estate Development Fund on the real estate development sector in a minute or so, please.
Okay, sure. The impact of RDF on developers, basically, okay. Developers are so important and critical party in the ecosystem. In RADF, we have just launched a product called Tatweer. This product takes care of enabling those developers to get an access to finance from the financial institutes.
Oh, okay.
And the main goals and objectives from RADF point of view is to encourage the banks to deal with those developers and just make sure that their journey in getting the finance is getting smooth. Also to increase the supply side that will meet the continuous demand that we are managing. Also to create balanced environment in the housing development in the Saudi Arabia. Also, I want to increase the competition between those enabled developers to create a healthy, competitive edge that will give us in return a value on my RADF demand mandate.
Excellent.
So supply and demand is two faces of the same coin, but we started taking care of supply just to help us on the demand side as well.
Excellent. Ms. Musa, awareness, if you don't mind.
So awareness has always been a big part. I've been in this for 20 years or so, building financial education program around the world, and I think this region absolutely needs it, definitely. I wanted to touch a little bit on the liquidity side of things and alternative funding. What's really interesting to me is we've talked a lot about how there is not enough of it, right? But if we start by saying in the right ecosystem, real estate financing is a very profitable business. And when there is a profitable business to be made, there is liquidity. It's about finding it. So here we've got a sector where financial institutions are the majority or the major part of the liquidity provided to the market. But there is a way to open that up. I think there is a lot of the private sector out here who's also got the funding to be able to provide that liquidity. Having said that, though, the regulations potentially don't allow it, but not just here, but a lot of places around the world. You can't just have a patch of money and say, I'm going to start lending it out. And I think that's where we need to think about is not just foreign investment, current push the liquidities through the financial system, but let's think a little bit broader outside the financial system.
Okay.
Right. Now, yesterday I met someone who's interesting. He has a business as lending as a service. So he's built the whole technology around how you be able to lend to whoever needs money, but then there's always a regulatory licensing behind it, which is important because the regulations keep the sanity of the financial ecosystem. So I think there is more to just bringing international money in or pushing public funds into it, but think about regulations to open up the liquidity that's on the market through the private sector in itself. So from a fintech perspective, I think it's really young, but it's growing heavily, and then I would differentiate between fintech companies used for real estate investment as an individual investment. Now you've got companies who now take properties and break it down into pieces, and you can buy pieces of that property and get a return on investment on that sort. So if I don't have $1 million to buy a property, I have 200,000, I can still buy a piece of ownership. So these are coming up, but again, regulations.
Didn't you think the REIT is doing almost the same?
So I'm not super familiar with the local market. I'm more
As an
internationally
investment?
from the global markets, and
That's
that's
a good,
happening quite heavily.
that's a good suggestion.
And the fintech companies on the liquidity side is the lending as a service that I
Okay.
see could potentially
Excellent.
grow quite heavily.
Mr. Fabris, how would you see the markets heading? And do we need international investors in that regard? In a minute or so, please.
Yeah. To come back on that point of the liquidity, I think there are, to piggyback on what you were saying, there is potential domestically. There are potentials that we can unlock. So it's not only relying on the international investors for the sake of it, but when you think about it, for example, there are a lot of care taken care at the moment. A lot of concerns taken care at the moment by the FSDP. We have to work on developing saving products for Saudis that could be channeled to real estate. So there are elements of private funding not coming necessarily only from the banks, but that could be redirected or created and directed towards the real estate in the kingdom by creating saving product. You are talking about the rates. At the moment, rates are mostly allowing investment in physical assets. There is a point where we could expect, we could hope for a regulation change that would allow perhaps at one point rates to onboard real estate debt that would broaden the scope of refinancing and liquidity that could be brought from the domestic market and the resources we have in the kingdom before relying on the foreign investors. The only thing, and the reason why we mention and we are keen to attract foreign investors is because I think that there is a story to tell about the kingdom. The kingdom is opening. We want to attract foreign investors as well for the Giga project. Mortgages is one of the simple products. You can start creating awareness with foreign investors and putting the brand and the name and the colors of KSA on the international market even more beyond what has already been done successfully by MOF and NDMC. The second point, going forward, I am a strong believer, but that's only me, in the technology. And I think and hope that fintech and technology progresses will help at one point to unlock the market, create new players that could, why not, at one point originate loans, originate credit for borrowers. We know it has already started in the payment sector. Why not opening it? It has been done in different countries. So I'm a strong believer in the unlocking of the potentials of the market going forward.
Excellent. Walid, in less than a minute, please. Where do you see the Saudi banks are heading? Are we reaching a 1 billion portfolio soon? And talk about Riyadh Bank. Let's do some marketing for Riyadh Bank. But in less than a minute, please.
Actually, Riyadh Bank is concentrating on supporting the mortgage business because it is the future of the Vision 2030, and it is part of it. Today, with the higher interest rate, it impacts the growth or the demand on this. But however, as per the economists and forecast, this will get better. And we see that the inflation rate here in the kingdom is in the
Thank you. Mr. Robin, in less than half minute.
I'm going to give a positive outlook here. I think if you look at the international markets, there's recession, there's negative growth. We sit in the middle of basically an opportunity now. We've got a massive vision that wants to be achieved, and I think the world is looking. It's the time to actually get foreign direct investment.
You all have been great panelists. I appreciate your thoughts and your ideas, and also the audience. To conclude and to recap, the real estate market and the financial institution doing a good job, as a matter of fact, creating in the real estate from a very traditional real estate market in 5 years or less, to a very advanced real estate market, and also the ecosystem that has been created in the real estate market that encourage banks, financial institutions, capital market also to dive in and to increase their appetite, if you will, to an extra finance. Thanks again. Thanks for you all, and hope to see you again. شكرا.
Thank you.
Thank you for your moderating the panel discussion. شكرا جزيلا أستاذ طلعت وللسادة المتحدثين. Please stay on stage.
Speaker, for example, please, could you stay for a minute, actually, to be honored? I invite His Excellency, the Deputy Minister for the Rural and Urban Affairs in Housing Ministry, Ayman bin Mohammed Salah, for example, to honor the session with moderation in addition to the panelists and the speakers. And, of course, Talat Hafiz was the session moderator, as we know. Then Mansour bin Mahdi, for example, the CEO of the, of course, of the Development Fund, Real Estate Development Fund. Sir Amber Musa.
Mr. Fabris Susini.
Fabris Susini.
Mr. Robin Patras.
Mr. Robin Patras.
والأستاذ وليد الضبيب.
And Mr. Walid Al-Dhubaib.
Thanks all speakers. شكرا جزيلا لجميع المتحدثين في هذه الجلسة. إلى الجلسة الحوارية التالية ومحورها حول الإسكان ضمن رؤية المملكة 2030. أدعو مدير الحوار في هذه الجلسة والمشارك فيها بالصعود إلى منصة المنتدى. يشارك في هذه الجلسة كمتحدث رئيسي المهندس نوفل السلامة، الرئيس التنفيذي لبرنامج الإسكان، أحد برامج رؤية المملكة 2030. ويدير الحوار في هذه الجلسة الأستاذ أحمد العلكمي. قبل أن تبدأ هذه الجلسة نفيدكم بوجود أجهزة للترجمة الفورية.
Before we start this session, I would like to highlight that there is a devices for translation and interpretation directly. You can order it from the registration corner or from the corner in the front of the hall. Mr. Ahmed Al-Hakami, you have the mic. The front is yours. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in this session, in this conversation that we will start. And we'd like to welcome my guest, Mr. Naufal As-Salama, the Executive Manager of ISKAN Project. When we start about the real estate sector, we have to mention the project that ISKAN Project and what has provided during the previous and recent period. And this is under the Vision 2030, and it was and considered as the core of all the projects of the real estate sector, and it plays an important role in order to develop all the rules in the same sector, and adds a lot of efforts in the real sector. And I would like now to welcome my guest, and let's start our conversation. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this conversation. And I hope that will give you and provide all the listeners a good and richness information. ISKAN project basically is one of the projects that is target the acted and it's associated directly with the real estate sector, and it's focused on the future of the real estate sector, and that will affect all the citizens of Saudi Arabia. So, Mr. Ahmed, please, as you mentioned in this program, what's the most component and the most important component in the project, Iskan project? Well, initially, I would like to give you a brief information about Iskan projects, since a lot of people, they have a misunderstood about the vision about the Iskan project and the Vision 2030. However, Iskan projects, we have to, if we can make it separated, what's the access of this Iskan, and to find there is a lot of beneficiaries, and from starting from level 1, 2, and 3 until we're gonna reach a higher and higher levels of the beneficiaries. For example, the Iskan project contains a lot of other projects, such as a nation transformation. So Iskan is took one of the most and the higher levels of the Vision 2030, and that will open a lot of opportunities in order to own houses or any property. So Iskan programs will focus and must be always monitor the market and the Saudi market, and it also enhance all the units and the property units that will take and that will help all the Saudi families to own a property. So from this point, we can understand how we can measure if we are going to we did a KPIs or not, or about our objective. Furthermore, we have recognized a new themes for the Iskan project. The first phase was in 2018 until 2020, and that we target the re-enhance and rehabilitate the whole mechanism of the Iskan projects, since the Iskan project considered as plays a main role in the economy, and also that will help us in order to invent and create a new opportunities for all the citizens, for all the developers. That will it caused me to think about all the projects, and also to that today I'm so proud that I'm standing in this stage after 4 to 5 years, and that represents all their outcome into the market, and how they collaborate together with this sector. So indeed, all these units and all these unities, I must mention examples, and I have to introduce some of them for the audience. As you're gonna see, the Iskan University, as he was talking about, the realtors and the ministers and all the partners of the real estate sectors. So the real estate and the Iskan projects has been give effect a lot of sectors and a lot in different angles, that there is a lot of governmental issues that has been issued and worked. And I would like to say about the Ministry of the Rural and the Housing Minister, that he give us a big support since the Iskan project has been work and in raising the mechanism of the market, and as well as they supporting from different angle. We will not stop here. Actually, we will continue, since the holistic component and the holistic workshop is as our core and our objectives, since all the ministries are working together. Addition to that, the infrastructure of the work that will manage the real estate sector missions, and that will utilize all the procedures for the citizens in order to start on a property. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, actually, there was you divided the programs into different phases. There's the, as you mentioned, the first phase. It was from 19 to 2019 until 2020. So let's start with talking about the first phase. You have to mention the main components. Well, in the first phase, it was the beginning stage. We still creating and establish the basics and the main foundation of the projects, and it was some difficulties in the terms of to provide and to provide solutions for the property and for owning houses. So this harmony today we have seen it as one of the this harmony between all the sectors. We have seen it obvious, and that will help all the sectors and all the peoples to not wait, and that will give also a short amount of time in order to facilitate all the procedures. And we have achieved 60% in 2020, and we started in 47 until we reach higher numbers in 2020. So all these achievements have been done from our efforts, as well as today and in the current time. All of these efforts has been created something multi tasks since we started and we launched our project. We make and activate our role. So today we are keen in order all these efforts and all these achievements will be an obstacle in order to stop here. It's not our role to stop here. We have to continue and in order and to facilitate the procedures for all the citizens. This is our mission, and that will help them in order to get also a clear vision about their rights and the rapid about to take the procedures clearly and properly. Well, wonderful. Let us talk about the real estate sector, about legislations, interim legislation, or any policies. Let's talk about any programs since we have the legislation and what's in the real estate sector. Well, actually, let us clarify today some of the edges of the different angles of the misunderstood points. When you start in the real estate sector, it's considered that we have to work about sustainability of this sector. So today, SCAN programs, I could not force a new legislation in these projects. However, the legislation that we have to follow, it must be a contribution and change every time. Since the SCAN, we have to create a unit, and one unit that will help all of this kind of the challenges that we're facing, and also as well as will help in order to manage the scan manage. And so today we are keen that SCAN projects could be activated and full of managing system, and that will provide the best results for all the citizens clearly and properly. Take advantage and the benefits here. This will affect all the citizens, and that will our main component and important role. And this is considered as one of our mineral of the country. So thanking God that in Saudi Arabia we have a lot of areas and empty areas, so that we will achieve our role, our objectives due to these all factors that we have. So especially in the real estate sectors, always that considered they not got so actually the real estate, they are considered as one of the main assets of the human, that all humans they will take advantage and to understand in any different thought. Well, the main idea here is to take everything and all the right of the citizens and of the clients to be clear. That will help them in order to deal and exchange the products easily. So today, that will affect and will provide the results and to provide the best prices, that is average prices, in order to that will help and utilize the citizens to take the decision of the purchasing. that will also affect that all the citizen will think about the purchasing. However, there will not be change in different areas. So today, this is what our main objectives in this project, and we have to enable all these devices that we talk and all this notion that I mentioned, and also to make it activate in the market. Definitely I will work indeed in order to activate all this, and that will launch in the soon within 2 weeks or 3, and that was expected in order to start with the next phase, that which is related about the letters, and that we will start monitoring over all the projects. So this is one of the most axes that I hope daily to achieve. Wonderful. So engineer the project target is a percentage of the citizens of Saudi Arabia. Last phase, you are reach 60%, and the things you are reach a higher number. However, if we talk about the chances and the challenges that allows you to reach higher and higher, or for the higher percentage, what do you think about this? Well, actually, we have several challenges we are facing in this moment. However, one of the main challenge, and which is the essential challenge, which is the transformation of the procedures and of the methodology of the work, for example, and also for the finding solutions. So this, when we work upon all of these projects and all the procedure, we can concentrate about to hide. That will help us in order to avoid any kind of affecting any kind of obstacles. So in the next chapter, we keen a lot in order to provide the best and the best products for all the clients, and also with a very high amount of clarity, and that will help them in order to give the benefits as much as we can without any kind of pressure. So then we will all of these details will help us in order to get out into the higher stage, which is the third stage, and that will help us in order to mechanism and also to create the methodology of the work and the process. Today, that will allow us in order to reach higher numbers. So and also to avoid any kind of limitation of all the journeys, since that we have in 2030 the vision, we have a lot of restriction and we have to follow it. So that will be as always, and without any going back. So all of these holistic components with all the projects of under the Vision 2030, these all the objectives that we are keen in order to achieve soon under the vision, and this is what we are also always seek to follow. Well, amazing. To conclude, Engineer Ahmed, I have just 1 minute. What's the challenges in terms of citizenship, and what's that challenges that are related to these citizens? Well, the biggest challenge that the citizen could be faced due after 15 years or 10 years, in order to have to obtain the funding and the best funding. So this will actually today all this formula has been changed, and we are working hardly in order to change everything without any going. That will help us in order to avoid any kind of delay, without any waiting, and that will help in order to swift the time, to save some times, and will help all the developers if they have any chance, how the government also will preserve all kind of the files. We will not reach the ultimate stage, however, hopefully sooner, and however we are working hard in order to move from stage into another stage, and hopefully next phase will be better, and that will open a lot of of new opportunities in the real estate sector. So we will provide new opportunities, providing solutions, providing the best and the ultimate satisfaction products for all the citizens. Wonderful, wonderful. So I hope that the project it contains a lot of details that's in the second stage regarding what's happening. Well, but we have a short time, so thank you very much for your richness information and welcome, and I hope that I give you good information, and I hope that all of this information will affect all the sector as well. And I'm so appreciated and to be here in this moment and to talk with all of these experts and the elite people who's talking about their achievements and what they have done and what are going to achieve and to continue achieving in order to support all the sectors as well. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your listening. Your highly attention, much appreciated. Thank you. And thank you for Mr. Nofel. And now we will move to the owner section, the speakers. I would like to call the Minister of the Housing and the in order to municipalities in order to honor Mr. Nofel. Thank you very much, Engineer Nofel. And now we'd like to also honor Ahmed Al-Alkami, the chairman of the last session. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome again in our agenda of the Real Estate Future Forum. We will move to our next conversation in terms of the auction and the platform in the real estate sector. We would like to welcome Mr. Adiad and Mr. Polivert Molgan, the chairman of this session, Mr. Mohammed Al-Bishi. I would like to call them to start our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite that there is a devices for the interpretation and translation directly. If you want any translation device, you could go to the corner or you can register it from the registration reception. Mr. Muhammad, you have the mic now. Please go ahead. In the name of God, the greatest and the most merciful. Thank you. This forum which taken a new version and it's considered an outstanding version and unremarkable. I would like to thank all the organizers and I will glance the I hope to be here and also I feel the gratitude and I would like to highlight on 2 points before I will represent my speakers. Since the real estate sector in Saudi Arabia and especially what my speakers will talk about and will start to be their conversation about, all the real sectors has been was not taking a good consideration. It's not been we were following on all the traditional way and methods in order and the procedure. I think everyone that there was the cabinet is still existing in the schema, and it's however with a big support from the government of Saudi Arabia and with a high amount of enhancing and developing the infrastructure of the real estate sectors, that will help in order to witness a rapid transformation of the real sector in Saudi Arabia, and as well as all the efforts that will from the stakeholders and from that helps all to that digitalization also governments. All of these components and all of these pillars has been helps in order to jump to do all of this jump in order to get higher and higher and will reach a successful point. Initially, I would like to welcome my guest, and I will start with Mr. Hussein Al Harbi, which is the manager executive in Al Tasfiya on Environment, and Ustaz Mr. Al Khalif, who's and Mr. Sulaiman Al Fawzan, the chairman management of the Kanfa Al Aqariya company. And I will وأريد أيضا أن أرحب بأستاذ أوليفر مارجت، وهو الرئيس والشريك للقطاع العقاري أيضا من ديلويت. إذا سمحت لي سوف أقوم بإدارة حوار بعربية لأن
I will just run in English with you, sir. طيب حنبدأ من الأستاذ حسين الحربي. احنا نعرف إنفاذ يعني واحدة من أهم الوجهات في عملية تأطير أو عملية
observation that in terms of the delay and in cancellation, especially in selling the deeds and assets. Could you please give us brief information about this in the name of God? Hello everyone. Initially, I would like to thank you about this opportunity and for this representation, and I would like to thank all the organizers of this forum about all this effort. Well, initially about Enfal Center, which is one of the objectives of the center under the 2020 before the 20 and this under the Vision 2020 before we reach 2020, and then we so has been established under the Ministry of Justice, especially the amnesty, and the outcome of that, which is the club of the Anfal Center, with the wide vision about the center, which is we have to make sure about the auction and all that dealing with the justice and the court, and that will support also the private sector as well as all the sifling, which is that's basically about our center, and that will help in the private sectors and the government and the public sectors, and in terms of the real estate sector. Well, Mr. Khaled, we know about we have talked about the platforms of the real estate. It's something new, and it's in Saudi Arabia. So are you one of the most big and would you please provide a definition about your institution and about your center in that sector? In the name of God, the greatest and most merciful, thank you very much for your invitation. Well, as we are a platform for the real estate sector, we provide the best and the ultimate products for all our clients and sectors that will help in order to follow the education also from and the electronic revolutionary, and also we will use new methods and equipment to help us in order to achieve our achievements. And in terms of technical part and aspect, aspects that will help us in order the real estate sector. So you have to imagine someone like me who has been paying all their efforts 20 years and they have a 20 years experience in the real estate. So the revisionary in the real estate sector, it was remarkable and unforgettable overall the levels. And for example, the 4Bs, it's the same. So today, the facilitating all the procedures has been achieved. And for example, if we want to market for someone or a property, we will not get higher and higher. So today you cannot imagine that some of the real estate we will get calls from outside the kingdom, from regional countries, so that we face and we witness a very big transformation. So that all the centers, for example, they have a problem in that phase. For example, sometimes we use others than well. So today we have over 30 methods and equipments from the social media and YouTubers, influencers. All of these factors will affect a target of people. And that segment target of people upon a certain level. For example, also the magazine and journalist in the past was target the businessmen and others. Today we will face that we are in the electronic world and in the electronic era. So today we have the social media that will target the children and the women and in the houses, and that also we have to acknowledge this new transformation. We have to obtain and to create a new device and new programs in order to target our clients. So this is, yes, the solutions of all the difficulties. But please, if you allow me, I would like to start with Mr. أريد أن أبدأ الآن مع أستاذ.
It's working in our market from long time also with many partners. I would like to have a evaluation from your opinion regarding to our platforms here. And is the data here, and we know data is the king for any new business model now, is the data here, even the government providing good data for your work and other partners?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I think it's a really interesting evolution. So I've personally been working on projects in Saudi in the real estate sector since 2008. And I've seen a massive dynamic shift in terms of the availability of data points. So the work that we do in the real estate space is very much dependent on supply, demand, the uses, information in terms of population data, trends, habits. When we advise on real estate is fundamentally an asset that people either like or dislike, as well as being an investment asset class. So having good data available is very critical for us to give good advice. In terms of the data platforms, there was a big challenge in terms of, when I look back to the work we were doing back in 2008, 9, 10, in terms of the availability of quality underlying census data, in terms of the price points, it was very limited where you could actually go online and find listings of real estate prices. Now there are databases that are available in the marketplace, but I think most excitingly is the dawn of big data and the ability to interrogate information such as our mobile phones all produce a lot of data points that are actually now available on an anonymized basis, I'd like to add. And there is so much data out there that actually I think the challenge is now, it's not about availability of quality information, it's the availability to actually interrogate and find relevant information. And that's what we're working with a lot of our partners to actually build platforms. We are partnering with the likes of Google and others to actually build platforms that actually help us interrogate this big data to actually give intelligence to our clients and better advice on the projects that we work on.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're gonna go back to how much the quality of the data help kind of this industry. بس بنتقل للأستاذ سليمان.
I would like to move to Mr. Suleiman. One of the company, as you are agent of the Salm in the Al Qasim region, in 2017 they decided to transfer into a platform in the real estate sector and for the occupation as well as. So, Mr. Suleiman, what's the cause of this step? Well, in 2017, we have witnessed a lot of development of the in the technology and the developing of the development of the legislation also help us in order to focus and to concentrate that will to work in different area of the kingdom as well as the auction and the gaps of the auctions that will help us in order we are since considered as a public sector and also that help us in order to work and to collaborate with the private sector. All legislation has been developed and today we have achieved and we have the ability to work in different region of the kingdom and to deal with the auction within a different area. It has a beginning and end that is different from the direct sale and direct procedure of selling. Well, for sure that the raising of the prices, it affects the market. But I would like to give and to provide all the of the audience. So since we know the real estate sector is one of the main, one of the important sectors in the economy, in Saudi economy. However, it's not the direct impact. So I would like to ask you how many operation you have done since you have established. One of the most important indicators in our center and one of the important targets of our sector is the private sector. So private sector will all considered and they have about the beneficiaries of in the private sectors and this helps all the centers in order to raise the impact since we have also a mechanism and also provider on our center and that will help on in the terms of the occupation and in different area that will provide the centers from also the guard and the board. So all of these considered one of the. So today we are also adding a new service which is for the occupation and for the platform and the electronic online or offline and another also services that related to other parties and companies that will raise all the quality of the business. Today also the center has been created a new service. So we have achieved 700 occupation in from the last September until 2022. So we have exceed a lot of online occupation, and that will from all the beneficiaries and the selling and the buyer. So. Could you please provide me with some of since the online auction is the most they have a clarity than anything else. Well, indeed, all the beneficiaries that will get and they will start the center and of course the electronic they will not exceed 10%. However, today we made a big transformation in terms of the in terms of the electronic auction. So since we have some exceptionals for the offline, for example, if we have auction in a region in the faraway region, so we have transformed it in order to put it as an online and to be based about the electronic auction. Well, actually, this is, and also we pay enough for about the quality that will raise our quality in order to be satisfied for all the clients and all the reason. So the targets will not be directly. However, they will be maximized with the different parties, and also you have. So this is we give the option for all the clients. Wonderful. I will get back to Mr. Khalid. I know that automation in the auction and the platform So my question, how the AI and the artificial intelligence helps to utilize and facilitate this technology since in the real estate sectors? Is there any comparison between? Well, regarding occasion or any technical, well, it is provide and it has been provided for a certain segment target. However, well, in reality, the same target will play an important. However, they not able in order to deal with the same technical and technology. So they must be tradition. They need to be tradition until they will have the opportunity in order to transfer completely. So no doubt today all this transformation of technology has give a big impact and positive impact on all the governments and the clarity of the buying system and purchasing. So the technology has helped us a lot in terms of in order to select our target segments, and now we will not no need in order to minimize our target. However, we need to maximize, and that will give us an outstanding opportunity. And that's considered. There is also another online and offline procedure that will provide a bigger target segments for those who will not for those. Do you mean a bigger target segment of the investor or from the competitors? Well, actually, I mean from the investor. Let us talk frankly. There's a lot of units that did not have been launched in the market. A lot of procedures has been cancelled. I don't know. It's not going to affect in the market, and that will develop the target segment. However, there's a small areas they will not go buy it. That need. So today, well, a lot of also beside that, a lot of auction that have been done in a different area, and the buyer was hesitate in order to buy and to purchase this and so clearly we could see a multiple families that they get benefits from the auction. So we worked also B2B with a different kind of companies, and we hope that all the to maximize our partnership with other country with other companies. Today we're gonna see the class and the middle class and the people. They will take advantage of all the acquisition of all our services. So I'm so happy with this experience. Thank you. إذا أستاذ أوليفر، إذا نريد أن نقارن من على المركز التعاون الخليجي وإذا هذه المنطقة، ما هي البيانات التي تتيح في سوق العمل والتي تقوم بتطوير إذا المنظومة وسوق العمل؟ أعتقد إذا نقوم بنظر على ما يحصل في الولايات المتحدة في إذا بريطانيا وبريطانيا، إذا من ما يحصل إذا منذ عدة سنوات، إذا الآن في السعودية هناك كان تغير فظيع بما يتعلق إذا أيضا أن نشر البيانات والمعلومات، وما إذا المعلومات الآن بدأت الآن متاحة بسهولة، وإذا أن ومتاحة وقابلية أن تنتقل وجانبا وعلاوة على ذلك وأيضا هناك الجودة عالية جدا. وفيما يتعلق عملية النطاق، إذا فيما يتعلق في كل في مركز التعاون الخليجي ما نعمله هو التحولات في هذه العمليات. وأيضا فهناك الكثير من البيانات الكبيرة، وأعتقد أننا هناك نرى الكثير من التحولات التي تحصل، وهذا ما يسمح لنا على وجه الأفضل أن تحول البيانات، والذي يزود البيانات بشكل أفضل، والذي ما سوف يزود إذن كل المؤسسات بالبيانات التي المتاحة لديهم، والتي سوف إذا هل لديك جهاز لبناء أيضا قواعد جديدة أو لبناء إذا منصات جديدة أيضا؟ أعتقد أن هناك الآن موجود إذا إن تحت العمل وتحت التفكير، لأن هناك إن كان لدينا إذا فقط إذا الأساسية والبنية الأساسية، لذلك يجب أن نعمل عليها وأن يكون وأن نستخدم الكثير من المعايير التي نستخدمها الآن، ونحن فقط إذا نحن عضو بكل هذه في المدفع. مؤخرا عملنا مع عدة جهات، وأيضا بعدها قمنا بوضع المواصفات والمعايير، وهذا سوف يتم والتواصل على عملية علاقة فيما بيننا عمل، وبعد ذلك ممكن الوصول على سبيل في خلال كل العالم، وسوف إذا أيضا نأتي به إلى السعودية. شكرا لك. Mr. Sulaiman, indeed, all of these that we're talking about the positive points, especially in concentrating about selecting platforms and the selling and buying mechanism and procedures. However, we would like to highlight about the new companies and the fresh companies. There must need to a bigger effort in order to pay more efforts in the market, in the Saudi market and the real estate market. Well, actually, today our objective in the real estate sector will help, and also they'll help the public sector and the private sector as well. And today we have from the Anfad company, the private sector face some will face that they are considered as the target segment. The real estate sectors they select their segments and their target segments, and that will needs and required a big effort in order to achieve this stage. No doubt the private sector is considered as a development sector. However, as we are as a company, we need to select and to determine one segment that will help us in order to maximize our work and to avoid any kind of dilation. That will help. And then sometimes regarding the prices, all the beneficiaries, they expect to get a lower price, and in vice versa, the seller will expect to sell with a high price. So this is, I think, my formula. We need to provide solutions for a certain segment and target segments, since we will know that the auction will provide the clarity and will avoid any wasting time. I will move to another. So from your point of view, since you are dealing with the platforms and online auction, and you are developing to take all of the legislation and all of the confirmation, I think you have your path and you are getting higher and higher. So my question is, what's your evaluation upon all your partnership? Well, in order to guarantee that the job has been done and our work has been done quietly and properly, we need two governments. We made a governance between our all procedures and our departments, starting from the confirmation that we have, and a part of the governments that we provided also the service providers and work with the exchanges in order to the lessons, also to provide the real estate lessons, and so start with ourselves, and then we moved in order to the services and the service provider. So we manage all the procedures together. So all of these details and what we have done, that we take advantage in ourselves, and that will to provide and to return all the rights to their ownership. Addition to that, support. So I think. So do you think that you are not working with a 2.5 for the seller? for the buyers, or yes, I think we have to put the competitors. We have the competition here is very high. So we have, however, when investing in the private sector, in the company, in the private sectors, if we want to compare it to 2021 and the 22, there was a low raising of the numbers in the private sector. So the initially, and it has 20.2.5 that will reach, and this is one of the mechanism in the private sectors in order to support all the platforms. And today start with our factors that we are discussing. The center has 17 parts. Besides that, we have a lack of accreditation, and that we don't have a requirement of the real estate sector and others. So our target segment, in order to, we have 20 platforms and we have to raise our efforts bigger and bigger. Wonderful. So, Mr. Khaled, what do you think? What's more important? Either the information that based on real estate sector, or a ground, or a landscape, or your equipment, or your procedures that will develop your, or the legislation and the laws and from the government? I think the whole what you mentioned is very important. Since 3 years ago, there was a legislation that related for the real estate sectors that have never done before. So tracking all this legislation, it needs, and sometimes it costs a lot, since we have to hire a specialist in order to follow up all the legislation. On the other hand, the information that we have is considered one of the main components in order to avoid and to reveal the information for all the beneficiaries. However, if you avoid any kind of information, that will deal you any kind of sanction of that in the real estate sectors. So we dealing with the information as the main component of our resource. So also we have some other challenges in our transformation of the markets. As Ms. Sulaiman has mentioned, there is a misunderstanding on the auction of the online auction. So sometimes they think that when they buy from the auction, and they are buying less than the markets. And well, actually, this what we face today. We have some obstacles and difficulties in terms of that matter. We have some real estate and property that will not be allowed to sell it through auction, online auction. That will not be found any owner for this property. And we will not also implement the selling procedures, and also other auction that needs to rebuild it once and twice, and another one that will high and cost a lot of money. So actually we are in a big challenge. We need to raise the awareness of the market that the auction of the real estate sector, it could be an opportunity, and a golden opportunity, and a chance for all the citizens and for all the people as well. And so the customer today, we need so for example, today we are happy if we face a customer need, an individual customer needs just a land and a ground of area, so that will achieve a big successful, and that will achieve a lot of milestone, and that will take advantage for all the implementation sector. إذن أستاذ أوليفر، إذن بناء على الأبحاث التي قمت بها.
Updating regarding to the last research, and what kind of platform you are using to advise your client in our market?
So let me take the first part in terms of the market dynamics, and I think if we put Saudi in the context of the global marketplace, we're in a high inflation environment. Interest rates are increasing, hopefully stabilizing in the near term. Oil prices remaining robust. So when you look across all the Saudi real estate asset classes, if you talk about residential, there is excess demand across all sectors in all cities. And it's really the biggest challenge is actually delivery of quality and the ability to deliver, as we're seeing inflation in construction costs, to the right sort of standards and at a price point that will appeal to the marketplace. Again, if you take the industrial and logistics sector, there's a huge amount of growth and interest from a lot of global players, because you'll see in markets in Europe, markets in the East that are becoming saturated in those sectors with limited growth, whereas Saudi is, there is a lot of potential as growth and demand in consumer goods is increasing. That is certainly driving that demand from e-sales, for transportation of goods, investment in rail networks. That's actually improving the connectivity in the kingdom and actually making this a very, very interesting location in terms of a lot of the international players that we talk to in those sectors. Hospitality, I think you're seeing an absolute step change and fundamental step change in terms of the view from outside the kingdom. There's a lot of curiosity. There's some really clever social media campaigns going on, highlighting what's going on in Saudi to the wider audience in the world. And there's a lot of fantastic work that's been done in terms of building the projects and the infrastructure. And just looking at NEOM, looking at Al Ula, looking at Qiddiya, looking at a lot of the projects that are actually making Saudi an interesting destination for tourists in the region, but also globally, and putting a lot of focus on Saudi. So I think in terms of the market, I think there's opportunities across all sectors. But I think the second part of the question, what platforms are we using to actually work with clients? There's some interesting startups in the kingdom who are taking the Ministry of Justice data platform, but actually adding value and actually interrogating that data. We were talking about data quality before. By using AI and the big data algorithms, we can actually improve, we can remove outliers from data that are always going to appear. But there are other international platforms in terms of hospitality data, and we actually have built and working with partners to actually look at the consumer data that is now available. I mentioned previously about mobile phones producing a lot of data, credit card spending as well, producing a lot of data points. So actually the way that we're going to market is it's actually partnering with the right people. And I think, again, it goes back to the point about there is a lot of data out there, but actually using it in an intelligent way. So don't just have data, it can be garbage in and you get garbage out. We need to really have a solid use case for the data that we're looking at, ability to interrogate that data and actually come up with value-add recommendations. It's not just having data for data's sake.
Well, I'm glad to hear that from such as your company expert. أستاذ سليمان, نعرف إنه يعني التقنية
that the technology in our sector that will decrease the kind of the implement and the procurement opportunities that we need to raise and create other job opportunity will the real estate sector contributes with decreasing the job opportunities for the manpower. Well, today, the technology, especially in our technology and especially in the in the public sectors, however, it's obvious that it contributes with the raising the opportunities for all the citizen of people, and they open a new opportunities for job. For example, على سبيل المثال, for someone who a freelancer, they working from the house, and for example, they working online, even if they are a management in the management section and department, and also you could also recruit an employee from a smaller areas and outside Riyadh, for example, full time. And or also we have a part job today. We have a freelancer and we have a full-time job. So from my point of view, I could see that in the private sector is something wonderful and amazing. So that it's a spectacular job. Well, actually, and some employee and some job opportunity will cancel others. However, they will add anything to the individual. Well, I think that this is amazing news. So please, now we have 5 minutes. Could you please give me and provide me just for the 5 minutes with 1 minute? What's you expecting in 2023? In the private sector, we expect to raise the service of the, since the realtors of the marketers, or in terms of the guard and the accountant. So this is, we have invitation from my points here. I want to register in our platform and in the platform, and of course, so please enhance the outcome and the revenue, and you're gonna see a plenty and tremendous time of people and of registration. Well, actually, and looking forward that we will raising and we will provide the best products for all the clients, and I really encourage all the people in order to register in our platform, and also that will happen just for one reason, which is achieving the Vision 2030, and also to achieve other objectives from the national government's centers. So, Mr. Khalid, what do you expect? Or what's the, well, or could we, if you want to represent the private sector, do you have any competitors in the real estate sectors, or is it justice, or what's the mechanism in order to take any projects that could be satisfied for you? Well, from 2022, there is a big jump and transformation. So I could thank the people for this support. We were suffering a lot from different challenges. However, we found that there's transformation remarkable, and also I would like to give advice for the service providers, since they know that you have to build a unit, and this is not true totally. You have to provide a big effort, and it's not easy as we think. Well, actually, a lot of people, they pay and cost a lot of money in terms of the managing and selling. However, they will get filled in order to take under responsibility and to endure some challenges that they might face. So this is what I have. The auction is considered as a chain, as a holistic exchange that will provide the best solution for all the clients, and there's any kind of any changing, it's totally clear, and everything is reliable. Well, actually, this is from our honesty. So this is what my advice for all the service providers. So today I get surprised we have a 17 platform. So unfortunately, I wished that all of these platforms combined together. Well, actually, no. We need to get higher and higher platforms. Actually, we don't need to combine. Well, actually, that will affect the market. I mean, from my point of view. From my point of view. إذن أستاذ ليفر السؤال الأخير الذي شيء ربما.
Yeah, I think there's a huge opportunity in the marketplace in terms of actually how we look at projects and how we make decisions about the real estate market. And I think there's never been as much information out there than there is now to actually help us make decisions. So, we really need to be strategic in terms of how we think about the projects, but we also need to plan as well. There is so much data and information. We need to be careful in terms of really focusing in terms of that there are always challenging timeframes, and we need to get to an answer quickly, whether a project is viable or not. So I think we need to really focus in terms of, what are the key points in that, and the key decision points that are out there that we need to answer. We have a lot of interest from financial institutions looking at projects in Saudi that have never looked at projects before in the kingdom. So I think making sure that we're providing due diligence, business plans to that standard that are ready for international investment and markets is the key to unlocking a lot of the future projects that we have come in. And I think there's some massively exciting times. The kingdom is here. It's not about 2030. These projects are happening now, and I'm very excited by the time we get to 2030 in terms of what's going to be happening here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr.
Sulaiman, do you agree with Mr. Khalid that to raise the amount of the platforms and not to combine it together, especially for the market of Saudi Arabia? And when do you see the kind and the future of the auction? electronic auction after coming a few years. Well, no doubt about the versatility is required, and once we have to increase the number of the questions. So we have the average between the minimum and the maximum. So to be in the average between those. So the balance is the best, the best. But I mean balance with the quality, definitely. So when you have in the average line with high quality, that will be the best, providing the best information for all the markets. And also in the markets with the auction markets, it's considered as one of the best markets. So, and sometimes the maximum amount of the platforms, if we face a lot of platforms, sometimes if you provide a project for someone, well, actually, for example, Jones, and they will give him a keynet. So this is will provide some solution, and without, so this is will increase the amount of the quality. So we reach the end of our conversation. Thank you very much for your contribution and all your participants. And I also as well thank all the audience for their listening. And now we will move to honor our speakers. Thank you very much for your highly attention. Much appreciated. Thank you, Muhammad Al-Bishi, for managing and monitoring this conversation. I would like to call the ministry, Mr. Yusuf Al-Suhaibani, in order to honor the chairman and the speakers of the last session. Mr. Hussein Al-Harbi for the Adfal and Tasfiya Company. Mr. Khalid, the chairman of platform. Mr. Fat Sulaiman Al Fawzan. And Mr. Oliver Morgan. شريك في إذن القطاع العقاري.
ثم مدير الجلسة الأستاذ محمد البيشي.
وأيضا صاحب ومدير هذه الجلسة مستر محمد البيشي. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again, and now we will continue our sessions of this forum. I would like to call the chairman of the next session in order to come to the stage. Mr. Muhammad Al Mahmoud. And Mr. Hamad Al Mahmoud, Mr. Saeed Al Garni, Mr. Hisham Al Zaid. I would like to get on the stage in order to start our conversation.
السادة والسيدات مرحبا.
We would like to welcome you again in order to start our next session. And we will start this session entitled with the governments and the digitalization in the real estate sector. We'll start. Our guest is Mr. Dr. Saeed Al-Garni, the chairman and the consultant in the authority, in the public authority for real estate. And Mira said that the Minister and Mr. Saudi and Abdulaziz Abdul Karim from the company of Iskan. So, and the chairman of this session will be Muhammad from the Sky User Al Arabiya. Thank you very much, and today our session will be about the governments and investing in and digitalization in the real estate sector. So this session I designed it, and I decided with my colleagues that to make it as simple as possible and far away of any kind of formal. So first of all, when you're gonna hear real estate or any property, initially you will think about a land or an area and or housing for selling or house for buying. So what we are gonna see today is this the comparison and the explosion of real estate sector will not give a think before. So from this point, I would like to introduce my guests and the speakers. Dr. Saeed Al-Garni, the consultant of the executive for the with the study and as one the enter of this section. So what do you think about the governments in the real estate sector? Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed, and I would like to introduce you to let's divide the before governments. What do you mean about the real estate sector, which is a complete and a group of active, which is related to the commercial and real estate sector that related to all the property and the sector, and also to establishing the real estate, and that will give the opportunity and in order to achieve and to maximize and utilize and all the legislation that we need. And also since with that we have to take a difference in consideration all the legislation that from the minister and from the prime minister and from any kind of the government. So in a few words, this is considered as so the governments in the real sector and in multiple sectors. Let's move to Engineer Abdulaziz from the SCAN project. And so, for example, today we have a governments between sectors and different in also the property and the real estate sector. How the SCAN company works and what's your mechanism in this sector? Is that clear, my voice? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this invitation. And if I quote the quotation of the minister, well, today the amount of registered and the beneficiaries of the SCAN center more than 600 beneficiaries, and the number of visiting 6 million visitors. So today we reach this number from the needs of today and demanding of all the people. So today we need a method in order to achieve the governance between all the sector and to take advantage. So today our platforms and national platform in that related for the housing and SCAN platform, others, and another one that related to the empty area. So today we achieved in order to automate a lot of and multiple procedure and formula, special in that, and also to in order to apply all the legislation that we have to need. And above all that, we have to take and to put into consideration all the clarity in the platform. So today, Sakani platform, they have over 3,300,000 beneficiaries, and all these beneficiaries, they have the right in order to know all their needs and all their the benefits that they will take. So before 2018, the register was taken over 5 months, and today, after all the completion and collaborating with different parties, the parties will take the benefits over and over. So today, the complete in order to obtain and to link with all these parties in the real estate sector, you have to achieve we are going to achieve the Vision 2030 as well. So all the requirements of today, in order to we have to keep all these procedures. So all these legislations that have been done and conducted from the governments in Saudi Arabia will face and will take advantage for the realtors. Let's start about even if you are a realtors of beneficiaries. So Mr. Abdullah Mahmoudi, he is from the authority and the public and the national authority. How are you gonna deal with the governments in this sector? And most of the problems and the issues that comes from your sector. Well, good morning everyone, and thank you for this invitation. I thank you, Mr. Hamad. Thank you for all the guidance. Well, actually, the authority of the realtors today, we am talk about the governments of the institutional governments. This is inside the small institution or others, and also all the procedures and the matters and the task of all the realtors. So today, sometimes we talk about our journey in order to achieve the governments between, and that will be happen in order to provide different services. For example, today the provider will take benefits to take in from Iskan company. So we will make a collaboration. So the first point that will help them in order how you will get realtors, how you will face and you meet the realtors. First of all, you have to search the best realtors. That will be happening from the registering in the platform of all the projects, and then we will move that we talked about the individual and the citizens, so they don't have enough experience in terms of buildings and instructions. So our role in order to facilitate all the procedures between them and the realtors and the contracting as well. And also we help them in order to let them pay instantaneously, and we have 3 procedures actually between the realtors. Through the journey will start from we will track our clients from the beginning until the end. So before you're gonna see your aspiration and the needs and the demanding of the markets, or even it was inside the investor or outside investor. So let's Doctor, let us what's the new programs and systems that the government has been worked upon. Well, the corporation and the authority has been worked under. We developed all the regulation and the policies, and some decision has been issued in 2030 and others in 2013, and now we will develop all the system of the real estate and has been updated recently. In addition to that, we have to obtain the segment sector for 16 people individual. That all of that happened under the vision of 2030, and therefore we opened and we see a lot of new opportunities in terms of job, and what's expecting to be issued in the coming soon, which is in order to consummate with others parties, and that will and the system will be issued will not be distinguished between a citizen or any immigrants. Will take a differentiate between any kind of people. So engineer Fathallah and engineer in the Egypt businessman. So as you are investor, as you are a foreign investor, you would like to investing in the Saudi market, in the real estate market, and this will considered as the big market. What's the requirements for the investors when you come to the market in Saudi Arabia? Thank you very much for your invitation and for monitoring this session. I just would like to assure that, of course, there is something exceptional in Saudi, and how we're gonna see this revisionary in Saudi Arabia. And today, I am a foreign investor in Saudi Arabia. It's such an important for me in order to see before I start investing in any country. I have to make sure about any details. Anyone who wants to control or to be a dominant on any land, it has to be a clear and a fast as much as possible. As I have experienced 40 years, and since 80s until now, I was trying in order to control and dominate my projects, my real estate projects. Sometimes we will spend 2 to 3 years. Today, in order to be dominant upon a land, I could take it within 1 week, just 1 week. So that was the big transformation that we have seen in order to grab the attention of any investors outside the Saudi Arabia. So for today, for example, I have to do my studies, and then I will pay all of that. And when I get to do and to bid and to obtain some of the guarantee and agreements, that will take, for example, will take 6 months until or years. So all the investors, they will not have a time to wait 1 year in order to conduct all the procedures. So this is what we found in the last 40 years. The system. So as today, WAFI system, they plays an important role in that, and that will help in order to for the developers and for the realtors. So the realtors, they deal with multiple individuals from the same unit and from the unit. So we must clarify that clarity is one of the main important factors, and that will pay all the. And this is when I start. It's not individual. After that, I get into the financial market, and that will open new opportunities. That helps me in order how to manage the dividing between the property and other factors as well, and that's all all that will happen in the bourse and in the market, financial markets, that you're gonna see all mechanism and the procedures in the market. So, doctor, in taking in consideration this competition in the market, even if they are Arab or the foreign markets, even so, as Engineer Fathallah has said, we have to wrap it and maximize our speed for the lessons. Well, actually, this is considered one of the main important legislation in order to give the legislation for all the system, for all systems. Actually, we have to practice it, providing the best practices for all the system that will follow and simultaneous with all the factors and under the Vision 2030, we face and concentrate on the power of the initiative. One of the initiatives, they have their objectives for the foreign investors, and that they have a big band in order to develop, and that will encourage all the investors within all the platform and the governments. So, Mr. Abdulaziz, if you could allow me, for the authority for the real estate, it is as a legislation party in order to work in that. And you are in the national company considered as a right hand and the mechanism right hand. for them? Well, the mechanism of the data, how we could do, what's the main requirement, tasks that within the governments and within the investing and in the digitalization sector. Well, if I want to take about what's the investing today, it's the data. It must be in under a good and consideration, and the real estate it plays a lot of importance. So a lot of today developers they need a good amount of data in order to continue. One of the services that today we will provide it for all the developers, that we provide them with a study. We have a supply side since they have the ability in order to start the projects that will give them a clue or information is the project will take advantage for all the different segments. And another that we could use the data in the aspiration of all the beneficiaries today. For example, the journey today is very long, starting from the renting area, and then we move to the next step. So today it's not just we will be owning a house or any accommodation. So today we are close for all the beneficiaries, and we concentrate and recognize what's the best services for all the beneficiaries. Based on all these details, we will conduct the studies that what's the size of all the projects that we require, that we are expecting in some regions, especially in Saudi Arabia, and as well as we have to make a questionnaire and surveys for the from the surveys centers that will give us a good knowledge about what's the in the real estate sector needs. And today, what's one of the beneficiaries of the real estate that will enable them in order to access the private sector with a competitor prices and within platforms or anything. So this is one of the examples that I thought, well, Mr. Ahmed, from the real estate sector, and this is the governments that you are working on. In the future, in the near future, we could say, for example, you have experience and you practice some so the governments in the future from the developing your stage, what do you see? Let me expand my information a lot. Well, when we launched up these services, we have now a clue how you're gonna expand our knowledge, and now we discovered how we will discover and digitalize all the sources and all the development, since we have a real geographical area that will give us allow us in order to get bigger and bigger. So today we are talking 170 realtors, 1,000 realtors, and all the clients, they are citizens, so around the area. So that's why we have to collaborate together. So today all the services are digitalized and it is based online on the platform. So all the beneficiaries, they have the benefits. They will have the opportunity to take the benefits. And so today we have also we conducting a study in order to transformation the real estate in order to under the real leadership, under a governmental leadership and that will help them reach the success that we are looking for. And also we are looking forward in order to prepare the infrastructures in order to adopt all the industry transformation and giving some incentive for all the parties as well. So today our services, all the procedures of the governments has been start working. I will not. So this is something has been forced upon on. But however, we are taking successfully. We are jumped over all these procedures successfully, and we achieved all of these items. So the governments, it will have be for all the real estate sectors, and that will impact the quality of the sector as well. Who's the main beneficiaries? Is it a normal individual who wants to own an accommodation or a house, or the realtors or the investors or developers as well? Well, all of them is our target segments. The governments that they are dealing with the investor and they're dealing and also the citizens as you have. So what I mentioned last, the whole journey is based from the citizens and for those who are working with the private sector and the public sector as well. So for example, if I am individual, I could deal with you directly. Yes. Okay, Mohandes Fathallah in the real estate sector in Saudi Arabia. So today, people they will see that it is really it contains a high amount of revenue. As you are a foreign investor and you want to invest the best opportunity, you are looking for a clear and reliable invest opportunity. So all of these details has been existing in Saudi Arabia. However, the investing a rapid and directly investing so as you are a foreign investing, do you see that in Saudi Arabia will ensure with the development of Saudi Arabia? They are considered one of the most population in the GCC countries, and as well as the market is considered. We have a lot of opportunities in the future, and we, for example, under the 2030. But I want to highlight as from the investor point of view and perspective, this investigation and this industry has been developed from a realtors into another realtors. The realtors in basically they have a lot of responsibility, storaging, governing, and so the developers they don't have the something purchasing system. They just focus and concentrate on the strategic and the future strategies that will be matching the needs of the client, that will help us in order to market in the best rapidly. And beside that, as we are in the realtors, they will lose the vision of the future. So they do not have any clue about tomorrow. So I would like to advise, if you are realtors in Saudi Arabia or the developers that has been achieved 40 years, you have to focus. You have to maximize your work. And this point actually considered as obstacles, since the realtors, they do not have to see the future. They don't have any clue of the future, and they have some storage. So I just want to concentrate on a new product that it's under a need of all the for example, location, standards, areas. So this is a very important, because since we have experienced the same situation through the 40 years in Egypt, and also in Egypt we have a lot of the details related to the real estate development, and that's all the sector that helps all the developers within the, for example, how in the Egypt and within 15 days they will achieve your goals. So Mr. Engineer Abdulaziz, so our colleagues has been spoken about a big gaps. This is in the Egypt market, and this is the relationship between the realtors. So today we could say any developers considered as investors. So from these gaps, is going to be bigger and bigger? Is it going to expand, for example, with a 1 day and a half? Well, as you mentioned today, the data that we have, and also the size of the target segments and the clients. Today we are enable of all the sectors, and we have to link all the developers. And today the investors, they have to have a visibility study, and that will help. This all data will bridge the gaps, and also will increase. And that maybe it's not happening in other countries. However, today even in a platform, second platform, we have a lot of amount of data. So that data from the central from the national center for information. So it's a reliable and clear data from our platform. So, Doctor, the impact and the economical impact on the governments upon all different systems and different. So this is considered as one of the challenges that they see, and how we will develop the realtors into another realtors, and for example, they will get into another communication. So what's the economical impact that build upon, that has been the authority build upon this impact? For example, if I want to exaggerate to enhance all the impact without any, so the governments is the main pillars of all the economical. So let me get deeper about the. Also, I will mention some numbers. For example, if we talk about the action of registration the real estate, you will go to the fund of the real national fund, and then will help you in order to give and to register all of the services in the real estate, and that especially for the. So you could see the higher number of the economy and increasing number of the economy that will affect all the companies and all the other parties in order to take advantage and benefits. When we talk about the system of distribution and system, and that has been updated during the last few years, that 40 million of the apartments, that this was the price of the apartments, even if there's no system accept and allows to sell individual apartments, and even we have a zero. So I think if there was someone who wants to get deeper about numbers, he could visit the platform in our private. So we have around all the areas. We have 55 areas in around Saudi Arabia. So Nafad, if we have a lot of numbers, so that comes after we issued 46 areas. So we have a 5 contract. So the system has been issued with a very clear way, and this we today we are talking about marketing, occupation, and medical, and anything, clinics, and communication. So each one in each sector, we have the economical sector, and we have individual who is a specialist in that, and that will be in alignment with the vision of 2030, especially for the real estate sector, until we then will raise and will be able in order to fresh and to launch this period. I think that this will be as a development that will launch all the system, and also that will affect the revenue, the local revenue and the domestic revenue. So 14 million, for example, if we took the revenue, it will be 40,000. This is the average upon one apartment. Well, actually, it's very high number, and that will affect a lot of causes and also negative points. Well, actually, this is from raising and this is from the basics infrastructure of the apartment, and that will take also others procedures. Well, if you allow me, Mr. Muhammad, if I want to highlight one point, one of things from the digitalization that we made a big achievement. So today will take the project 47 hours. Today we made automating for all the units differently, and in the units, and so the architecture and the engineering center, they have the allow in order to do with the AutoCAD, and all the procedure and the processing will be clearly and properly. So this is I have been said that will achieve all of our objectives. Thank you. I will get back Engineer Abdulaziz about that. So please allow me. Well, the combination and communication with the private sector, and it depends on the authority, and the cooperation has been not reached until we will take the lessons. So here we will see a holistic and a complete. So if I took my lessons and I prepared myself and I finished, we have just one problem with the realtors. With a realtor, so this is considered as my nightmares. Actually, we don't have in different area in the realtors. I don't have any clue in order to deal with that realtor. So as you are in the National Saudi Authority, and please let me use this term, which is the urban. Most of those, they do not any clue, and they don't have any clue about the realtor. So how I'm gonna use some people? They do not have any acknowledge how they deal with the realtors. Is there any procedures in order to organize the relationship between the beneficiaries and the realtors? Well, before I will answer your question, I just would like to highlight something regarding the developers. So the realtor is sometimes it means some risk, which is bigger than any other investors, since they have the whole criteria and the whole procedures. So they have the fund also amount, and within the activation of the government and also the risk management inside them, so they will have be described. So it will be the same traditional way. So so they have to have amount of money, and that will. So this is as why mentally. So they have to activate the risk management, and they will discover what Mr. Fathallah has been mentioned in order to preserve the missions of the realtors, and they will give up upon all their missions. And I think this is a process they must going through. So I think it's very difficult in order to let all the realtors focus on their work without any guiding of the monitoring. So if we focus on the monitoring and the government and the governments inside our institution, so that will affect all the development of the real estate sector. So you mean to continue as a realtor? So what you see the best is to continue as a realtor? No, I mean to divide the two practices. I mean to separate two cases. However, with that and also to separate the management departments. We have two managements, and not under one manager, and not under one management. So so we have also the realtor sector and the application sector. So I will get to you. So the citizens and individual. So I will answer my question now. As we mentioned about one of the project management or the supervisor upon all the projects, so that will utilize the discussion between the realtors and the clients. That will also facilitate all the procedures between and the relationship between the realtor and the client. And also we need also to achieve to take all the rights of different parties, as well as to put to guarantee the rights of the owner and also the realtor, if it's not to guarantee his side. So what's the next step, which is after finishing all the business, we have to evaluate the process. We have to evaluate all the operation that after we finishing from this with the evaluation and with the experience, that would be gives them some big effort on all the realtors, and that will enhance their services. For example, today we have realtors that they not have to go to the location or something. However, if we have some pressure and some inflammation and high quality, so they have to go to take some skills and workshops that will boost their levels of skills up. So, and then after that, I will provide the best services. One of the platform that as I mentioned previously, without you are going to looking for a realtor, you will work with the realtor directly. And also we provide something related about how you will take the data and how you monitor all the projects together. And also we have the contract, the model contract. When you have any problem, you will get to the Ministry of the Justice, and that will be affected. That will be collaborated together with the ministry, and that will not taking a short time. Will finally, as I mentioned, so the whole process, we have a service, a special service. If there is any problem has been found, where I have to go, I have to go to the communication and consultation agent, and also they will provide with a consultation and consultant agent. For example, in the building, this is as a consultant services. Today we have over 400 consultants. They will able to provide the consultation that related. They are experts or a company or so. Also, since we have a lot of experience in the sector, and they will not get benefits from as a maximum as we can. So what I mean here, we have to take the benefits maximum and to higher our level of that after. So this is eventually utilize, even if you want to deal with the realtors directly, you have to take it. So your engineer, you mentioned and you mean, for example, if I get with a realtor, is there something related for them? How? Since you are talking about some services, do you have any contract has been signed? Well, we have 1,000 and more contract has been signed. Well, actually, today is the first time I heard this news. Well, actually, yeah, honestly, this is my first time I hear this news, actually, and I don't have any clues. And I would like to give a visit for the authority and national authority in order to get deeper with this information and in order to guarantee all the rights. And well, actually, you will. I assure you, even if you can't ask anyone. Can you anyone from the audience have been heard this news from the National Authority of the Real Estate? Well, if you allows me, I will ask anyone from the audience know the authority, the National Authority for the Realtors, or who do not knows the authority, our authority. Well, if you can allow, this is a new authority, and a lot of people, they do not know about this in it. So, yeah, this is what I mean. Well, we have to follow until we're gonna reach higher and higher from the beneficiaries and the funding. So are you convinced that there's gaps and there's an obstacles? Yes, we are. However, we are during the coming years, gradually we will reach these gaps, and we will bridge over the gaps that we have here. And we have over than 13 realtors in the platforms. Today we have over than 5 realtors, and we have over than 500 realtors, and they will provide as services. Well, actually, this services actually is going to be a bridging very big gaps in the market, and that will provide the best solutions for all the community as well. Well, it's not something we intelligent solution. However, we have conducted a lot of surveys with the realtors, with the developers, with over 50 parties and in public, and then we acknowledge about all the services and the requirements that they need. And this is, well, actually, thank you very much. Well, engineer, go ahead. I just would like to imagine with me. For example, we have 500 lands, and each owner, he will build. The owner will be with his design, and so what's the outcome and the final outcome? What's the ship? And this will taken under one developer. The developer has been worked with architecture and a good architecture under one accreditation and under one design. So the value that will be different. So my advice is to you that users or any investor that they do not have, or any if a lawyer or accountant, I advise you to go to the developers and deal and a contract and sign a contract in order to buy and purchase a development house. It's not and also I don't recommend to go to the realtors and to start from the beginning. This is a very important notion, and this is what we experience in Egypt, that sometimes the citizens, they come, they build their house, and also in the other hands they build the compound, and so it's this, the compound has been it cost double or triple the same house in the other roads, which is not related. Well, actually, it's existing in. It has been the same situation. It's existing in Saudi Arabia and in the market in Saudi Arabia. However, there's a lot of and percentage, bigger percentage that they want to many and dominant. So since Abdulaziz, you have the companies and and also from the realtors, could you please give us a brief about your gate? So today is the beneficiaries and the users is not just the citizens, as I mentioned in the beginning of the session. We have to focus on the also the develop all the segments, since we have today from the real estate sector and the housing sector as well, and also to give good solutions about. We have a partnership gate that are take care about and deal with the clients, and it name Sakani. And also, it's very important to one of our services today. If I want to speak about the realtors, one of the demanding about realtors, if they need to deal with any realtors, they have to be under a pressure. And we talked with our colleagues. We have a list of realtors. They have the opportunity in order to display their schema, and they will take triple 3 prices from a second platform, and after that they have the ability in order to sign their. So as well as the gate is also control all the schema and the engineering schema in the market, since we have to provide all the designing and the architecture designing within under the elite architecture and within and the massive. So also we have the gate of the partnership. Above all of that, our vision in order to be compound and to control all of the kinds and all the interested people in order to take the accessibility in our platform. Well, I have a question, if you allow me, Engineer Abdulaziz or Dr. Abdulaziz. So now we listen to a lot of information about platforms and gates and also from others platforms. So today in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are a high amount of development in terms of governments. Why we don't have a unified platform? If I want something from the real estate sectors, I will enter this platform. For example, Abshir. If I want any services from Abshir related to me, I will get into Abshir. Why, if we want to apply the same situation on the real estate sector? What do you think? Well, from methodology and theoretical, nothing is going to be an obstacle to achieve this step. However, it's not going to be also contradict any kind of the legislation and the policies. However, if you enter the Abshir, you will enter and you will gonna see a lot of gates inside Abshir, and each of them, they are related to things. So however, if we separate what I mean is, my notion is to put a platform and separate in order to provide the beneficiaries and the target segment that will be more benefits and we are thinking, well, actually, all the whole notion and idea is under processing, and our main objective in order to facilitate the whole procedures for the citizens and for people. As Doctor has mentioned today, the idea is basically under consideration, and finally we are looking for the demanding of our clients. And although we started in order to accredit and verify all the support also of all the housing, as you are mentioning, if you enter in the one gate, and you will need others, and today as to a second platform, so you have to be aware and to get a browser about and to browse the contract before you start about the rental browse and the rental contract. So eventually, for example, someone, if you face any problem, that will help you in order to take and to transfer, as if you want to stay in the same situation or you want to save some amount of money, that this is one of the objectives that we give the services for all the people.
So, of course, really, either through supporting, for example, the foreign investor, or said, of course, you can actually look at the buzz of Andes and looking for the best place where we can dwell, or just live. For example, today, for example, if you have desire, for example, to own a house, and if you want that the flat is under the ownership, for example, union or not, or registered or not, one of the services, of course, that Chile provided the real estate market. And secondly, platform, for example, providing the information about, for example, the union of ownership of owners. So, for example, for the time being, yes, for the time being, but actually in the future, we're going to have one platform, unified platform for, I think that Chile, we need to unify, of course, platforms in the real estate, electronic platforms. This is a very good proposal. We need to take into consideration today. Yesterday, we were with His Excellency, the Minister of Housing as well, Mr. Halakel, and he talked about, for example, the issue of that he talked about, for example, the unifying all platforms, and that's going to be a good proposal as well. And we maybe next year, for example, within this forum, we would have something that can be changed into a reality, not only an idea. Actually, this question, I have a question, for example, to Dr. Said, and I might have a very comprehensive question, for example, now in the General Authority of Real Estate, for example, how the system is developed right over there. Of course, it still is, I mean, the system you have is just like a new system, for example. For 46 years, for example, we did not actually develop the system. There must be a certain kind of mechanism to develop the system, as well as I mentioned before, that really, for example, based on the approval 713 resolution of the cabinet, of course, there is one mechanism, for example, to develop any system, not only the real estate system, for example, that can be just that can be actually through a proposal to initiate a new system with giving justifications, for instance, and for reasons as well. Once there is an approval, for example, based on the setting this proposal, and accordingly, for example, from the next. And for example, the Development Council, for example, can actually give the approval according to the need as well. Once there is the approval, and the authority or just like the entity can build, for example, the draft of this system as well, through taking into consideration the best practices and to benefit from the best practices and the global practices as well. At the same time, the study can point out, for example, the situation when there is a need for workshops as well, so as to listen to the decision makers as regards the challenges of the former system, so as to have a resolution, so we can to start with the initial draft that can actually submit it, for example, based on requirements, or where this draft can be actually in the platform, for example, and everybody in the kingdom, for example, can read this draft and can actually show any remark. That all of these remarks can be studied and can be taken into consideration, and then we can summarize them, and then with a final draft submitted, for example, to the cabinet, for example, the Council of Ministers, and even the authority of experts as well, or Council of Experts, where they can will do procedures and measures, for example, with the government related entities as well, studying the draft every article by article and item by item, for example, so as to avoid any conflict of interests with other related entities as well. Later on, for this draft is actually submitted to the Shura Council, for example. This is what we do. But after this, for example, the authority or just the entity entity can actually studies in activating the system as well for a certain period of time or years. And all of this is the same mechanism that can be taken into consideration after, for example, actually trying the system in a term. There is a mechanism to develop. And the governance is very important and gives us the opportunity for everybody to benefit from the best practice as well. So you receive all proposals, rights or proposal, for example, and from the people, from the developers, beneficiaries, from users. Yes, of course, all the systems available for everybody, for not only for the people working in the real estate sectors, and all views, all perspectives are taken into considerations to come up with a very good study of a proposal. For example, where it can incorporate something and change something, amend something, modify something, so the draft can be updated according to the survey. Okay, Engineer Abdulaziz, in the national real estate company as well. So you are an operator of all of these regulations and systems as well. Dr. Said, short time ago, he talked about 40 billion Saudi riyals, actually, and more 40,000 flats or residential unit, and the level of the flats as well. I'm talking about, for example, the union of owners. For example, this union, is it active? Is it, for example, continuing with all the parties between the beneficiaries and between you, for example? Yes, and the platform of the union of owners as well plays an important role in all its relationship with the dwellers in the same apartment. For instance, they can actually register the union of owners as well. They can vote, for example, to choose the head of the union, and through which they can actually finish all the transaction, the contracting as well, related the transactions with the providers of those who are the applicants of the union of owners as well. We are sorting out all the platforms as well. They need unions, and the union of owners, for example, is an enabler, for example, of those individuals, for example, where they can actually register to organize the work, they organize the relationship and the administrative type of work, for example, and the contracting process and transaction between the residents and the union of owners, so developers, and all of this can be done online without any physical activity to go to this place. Who have got the right to register in the union of owners? Is that applying to every owner of an apartment or a real estate? For example, if there is an apartment of 3 floors of a different or more, than they can actually register. And then it can be incorporated in this framework in the union of owners. And then he can register. The person can register, for example, in the union of owners, through which, for example, we know the beneficiaries as well who are dwelling in the same apartment, and we send them a message, for example, that the apartment has been actually registered as a union of owners, and we give them a certificate of the union of owners, and where, for example, mentioned in prison, it's optional. It's optional. Yes, it's not compulsory. Or let's set example. If I actually live in an apartment consists of 10 flats, and if there has been a conflict, for example, between one of the owners in this apartment, for example, do they go, for example, to the union of owners, or they must have formal registration of the union of owners? There must be a formal registration as well of the union of owners that just to go and, for example, to come to a decision as regards the conflict, or for example, the settle the conflict. So Dr. Said, for example, what about the requirements required from investors, local or foreign investor? For example, is it a problem, for example, in achieving the conformity between the requirements and the need of the market? So, for example, it is not a burden. It's not a burden. You're talking about this economic real estate activity, and that really achieves the certain goals, and taken into consideration, for example, the requirements and the best practices as well. This is in the country will help you to develop, for example, this economic activity, and even the real estate activity, as we say, for example, it doesn't have this culture dimension. We don't have very much knowledge about this. So the European experience, or the American, or the Northeastern Asian country, for example, in real estate, actually, we can depend on them. Why? Because they have very big experience in this, and why? Because of the culture, for instance. So the best practices, for example, need to be considered as well. And the Egyptian engineer talked about his experience in developing the real estate sector at a larger scale. One of the best practices that Chile can take into consideration as well, and then can be taken into consideration locally as well in studying the best international practices. Engineer Fathallah, for example, you talked short time ago and about the big desires of the foreign investors as well, so as to be here in the Saudi market, and to transfer the Egyptian experiences, for example, in a way that will comply with the need of the Saudi market of real estate as well. Why? because there is a very big urgent need so as to have, for example, the small flats as well that will be meet the requirements, the actual Egyptian experience as well that really started 40 years ago, and I mean it's very highly advanced as well. And I personally see that still we have an opportunity for the Saudi market, for example, to diversify the real estate product and benefiting from the Egyptian experience, for instance, that we have, for example, and attracting, for example, real estate investors who have been. Now we are talking about the Egyptian real estate product is the cheapest, for example, real estate product in the region and in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And for example, in Saudi Arabia, it has the market through the population, for the number of population, especially in Riyadh, for instance. We have got the vision and the plan 2030 of His Royal Highness Crown Prince, and all of these the factors of success are available here. We can see them here in the Saudi market, and much more than any other Gulf states as well. Why? Because we've got, for example, available market, and the question is how can you actually benefit from the and make the 4-year experience, for example, go fast in the direction taking into consideration the changes in Egypt, for instance, and benefit from the best practices, the Egyptian best practices. For example, how can we shorten the period of time in 40 years into 10 years as well? I come to the conclusion, Engineer Ahmed, in 1 minute, Engineer Ahmed, the digitalization and the governance of the real estate, for example, sector, to what extent it's heading for, to what, where it goes for the coming few years. What about the destination? And let me actually seize the opportunity and inviting everybody, for example, to visit the platform of the General Authority of Real Estate, for example, to know the different type of services. We talked short time ago. We're talking about, for example, from the changing the sector into an industry as well. It's going to be, for example, to achieve the governance of the real estate sector and activating all of this through the digitalization process as well. And of course, there will be digitalization of contractors at a larger scale. And God willing, in the future, for example, what we have, the assets that we have are very good. For example, what's coming in the future, for example, it's going to be much more than we expect as well. Thank you very much, for example, to Your Excellency, the Chairman of the General Authority for Real Estate, will next station. My appreciation to Engineer Fathallah is when the head of the Saudi Egyptian Committee of Real Estate as well, in addition to His Excellency, the researcher and engineer Abdulaziz Abdel Karim, General Director of the Office of Strategies of the Housing Solution sector. Thank you very much. Until we see you for some next session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Hamid Mahmoud. And we will send operation to all the speakers. Please stay, remain at the stage, for example. So I ask His Excellency, for example, Deputy Minister for the Rural and Urban Affairs and the Minister of Housing to honor the speakers. Now with the Dr. Saeed Al-Garni. Thank you very much, Engineer Said. Engineer Fathallah Fawzi, head of the Egyptian Saudi Committee for Real Estate.
أحمد العبودي الأمين العام المكلف
Secretary General of the Real Estate Authority, General Authority, Saudi Arabia.
والأستاذ عبد العزيز العبد الكريم من
And
الشركة
Mr.
الوطنية
Abdulaziz
للإسكان.
Al-Karim from the National Real Estate Company. And then the session moderator of the
الزميل حمد
our
المحمود
colleague
مدير
Hamid
قناة
Al-Mahmoud,
سكاي نيوز عربية
the
السعودية.
director of Sky News Channel, Saudi Arabia.
شكرا جزيلا سعادة الوكيل.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Your Excellency Deputy Minister.
مستمرين معكم
So we'll continue with
السادة
you,
والسيدات.
actually heading for the next session and the sessions of the Real Estate Future Forum. And I invite, for example, the participants of the next session, of course, to come to the stage. So it's the start of the session.
إلى الجلسة التالية ومحورها حول النزاعات.
About the conflicts, the real estate conflicts, in addition to the best means, the alternative means, and alternative solutions, for example, Sheikh Suleiman Al Aliyan and Dr. Amjad Maghribi and Ma'ad Shiri and Umberto Tempra and Mr. Masad Al Kharb. And the session moderator of this session, Talat Al Hafiz. Mr. Talat, of course, going to go ahead take the lead. God peace and mercy upon all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for example. I hope that you really didn't get bored of me, for example, because this is the second session for me I moderated. And this is a very important session, for example, about the real estate conflict and the alternative litigation alternatives as well. So we hope that we hope that we don't actually face any of the conflicts in this sector as well. Today we're going to talk in this session. We're going to talk about, for example, how, for example, this is a part of the infrastructure or the ecosystem of the commercial or the real estate. For example, there must be a sort of cooperation to settle disputes. For example, we're going to talk about how to settle dispute, for example, and the reconciliation center. We're going to talk about the reconciliation center and conflict reconciliation center. This is a very important topic as well, so as to develop, for example, the sector of real estate. Now, I welcome our participating guest as well, His Excellency Sheikh Suleiman bin Abdul Karim Al Aliyan, General Supervisor of the Reconciliation Center. Sheikh, welcome. And talk, please. May Allah bless you, sir. And I welcome Dr. Majid Al-Maghribi, for example, spokesperson and the advisor, for example, for developing districts in Mecca region. May Allah bless you, sir. At the same time, I welcome Mr. Muaz Al-Shiddi, for General Director of the Saudi Center for the Real Estate Arbitration Center. Ms. Roberta Tempra, and she is المسؤولة عن تسوية المنازعات في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. Do you hear me? For example, is it working? Do you hear me? Yes, do you hear me? هل وصلتي أمس أو اليوم أمس أنني يشرفنا بتكوني موجودة معنا. I finally, of course, and last not the least, for example, the General Director of the Saudi Office for Commercial Arbitration. Most welcome, sir. It's a great opportunity. Of course, I'm going to start with the first question to His Excellency Sheikh Suleiman Al Aliyan. Your Excellency, for example, what about the importance of seeking reconciliations in the field of real estate disputes as well, and who are the beneficiaries by the end of the day after, for example, seeking reconciliations among the conflicting parties? First of all, for example, it's my great honor and pleasure as well to participate with the rest of colleagues here and our colleagues here in this important forum as well. I'd like to extend appreciation to the organizers and to the audience as well. There's really attending this important session as well, which is not the first session as well. I hope that we're not going to consume more time, and we're going to enrich your experiences regards to this important topic as well, based on the fact that I'm the supervisor of the Reconciliation Center under the aspects of the Ministry of Justice as well. If you let me, for example, talk about the idea of actually establishing and founding the center as well, in addition to the responsibilities and the question that he asked, to answer the question, the center it has been actually based on the cabinet resolution, so as to establish, for example, this center, the Center for Reconciliation, in addition to the resolution of His Excellency the Minister. The resolution of the cabinet was the base to establish the center, and later on the resolution of the minister was a great enabler to all of us. For example, the center, since the issuance of the cabinet resolution and the resolution of His Excellency the Minister of Justice, for example, so we started to work, and we started, for example, to achieve more accomplishments and achievements, praise be to God, participating in the process or the mechanism of seeking reconciliations and settling disputes as well. The center has been established with one goal, with a clear vision, so as to be the best alternative for actually settling disputes in all fields. And the center as well has a great values. Is based on a number of values that really where it can do its job through integrity and honesty and high level of professionality as well. The center, for example, deals with a number of problems and all the different types of conflicts and disputes, financial, real estate, in addition to the personal affairs and and intellectual property as well. So we're going to talk about, for example, real estate sector and the related disputes as well. Actually, I come back to answer the question of the session moderator. The moderator, please don't interrupt me, sir. Mr. Talat as well. For example, how the center, for example, how does the center provide the service in a way that really will in a way that will serve for the beneficiaries. The center, for example, has a number of great highly qualified personnel and staff as well who run and who manage or run the process of the litigation of process as well among the parties, the conflict parties. Most of the conflicts that come to the center sometimes are based on legal, conflicts that have been actually filed in the court with a number of classifications, well, according to the rules of the center of the working law of the reconciliation center. Sometimes some files or some cases are referred to our center from the court. So if there is a problem, for example, if there is a litigation, real estate conflict between a person and another, and if he files a case in the court, for example, for the litigation process, some of the cases are referred directly to our center. We receive the request, for example, through the Center of Reconciliation, and we study it by the specialist, and we communicate with the two parties, the conflicting parties, for example, through a platform. It's named Toradi. It's a satisfaction platform. I hope everybody visits this platform, and this platform runs the conflict electronically and based on automation, for example, and then we send messages, for example, to the conflicting parties for a session, and it's virtual session. They don't have to be present, for example, and we try to do our best, for example, to seek reconciliations. If we could achieve reconciliation, we will come up with a document of the reconciliation that has to be, for example, implemented by the courts, executive courts, and there is no need to go back to the court once again. And this document is going to be, for example, the sealing and the sealing in the conflict, sealing document in the conflict. And this platform provides an opportunity for the beneficiary as well, so as to apply directly. For example, if any person has a conflict with his neighbor and he does not want, for example, to go to the court, for instance, or he doesn't want to get to carry things into extreme by filing a case, so he can go to the platform. He can send, for example, a request, and this request is electronically studied, and then we can hold a session between this person and his, for example, the other person, for example, and this can be done free and electronically and based on automation. I think the Two Reconciliation Centers, they solved a number of problems as well. Sometimes the problem of conflict is based on misunderstanding. I mean, it occurs due to misunderstanding, and everybody, for example, does not want to listen to the other point of view. What about the numbers of the cases that you considered, or you? And of course, I prepared the last final list as well of the numbers as regards to the numbers that we provided our services. And you might be surprised by the number because the platform, our platform of the Center of Reconciliation as well, was not actually taken into considerations by the media. Unfortunately, according to the big numbers we achieved as well, since we started the work of this center until the end of 2022, we received, we reached 160,000 documents of reconciliations, and this means that 160,000 conflicts, for example, were supposed to go to the courts, and they were just finished in our hands at our center. For example, we have 500, for example, advisors who can really put an end to these kind of conflicts as well. So a part of the conflicts that refer to our centers, we can deal with them. We have 160,000 documents of reconciliation, more than 700 advisors and specialists who work with us or who are registered, for example, from outside entities as well, such as the Real Estate Commercial American Arbitration Center. We have more than 2 million requests as well. We have more than 2 million beneficiaries who attended and showed up. We held more than 300,000 sessions as well, even in presence or virtually, virtual as well, far distance as well. And of course, it's not a matter of compliment. It's really these beautiful numbers, great efforts as well. We need to thank you for. And I think, imagine the 160,000 cases on the court. So we have 2 million, for example, in the courts as well. So this means that Chile will complicate everything. Most of these conflicts come from the misunderstanding or prompted by misunderstanding. I would like, for example, to extend my appreciation to the great efforts of the Minister of Justice as well. But actually, one final word. As a matter of fact, the center, since it was established, it receives a great support, limited support from the Minister of Justice, and His Excellency, for example, announced or declared more than one TV interview or meetings as well. That is the reconciliation sector is the most important, profitable sector in the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of Justice, for example, is playing an important role in the automation in the banks. Dr. Al-Maghrabi as well as for example, the measures and procedures that have been taken by the authority of Mecca so as to limit, for example, the conflicts, for example, that come from not only developers but from the other parties as well, or concerned parties. Thank you very much, Talat. At the beginning, for example, when we started the strategy to develop, for example, the districts in Mecca, according to the royal decree, based on the resolution that came from the cabinet, and we studied comprehensively the problems, for example, that in the development related issues, and we studied a number of issues that are related to the conflicts, the real estate conflicts, and either from the owner's side or from the developers or developing companies as an integral part of the development process. And according to this, we have been actually started a number of measures and procedures through the ministerial committee and the other sub committees, and through the Real Commission, to limit and to decrease the number of the conflicts in the future. And as you know all, that really issuance of the unified document, for example, in a specific the developed district or region, is one of the most important regular or legal measures that have been actually allowed by the Minister of Justice based on the Royal Decree, that they, for example, there must be one person, one party before the developer, and this will limit, of course, the number of conflicts that you are facing in this sector. And as regards, for example, a very important issue, and recently or before, the one who was responsible for documenting the real estate properties were the developers or the developing company. For example, by the end of the day, they might actually make a mistake as regards, for example, referring the documents. So the whole file has been referred where we can guarantee all the rights of the owners or developers, for example, or owners of real estate as well. So we do not leave this opportunity to the developers, but actually it is run by us. This limited or decreased the number of complaints and conflicts. All of these, and we have actually legal committees where these conflicts are referred to. We found out that the conflicts have been decreased and have been minimized. Why? Because we started to participate in all of this process and intervened. So what is related, for example, it's a very important issue, which is related to the real estate registration or registry, and so as to have electronic platform for all the districts in Mecca city. And God willing, of course, if we achieve success in this experience, we're going to benefit from the experience that can be setting the example for other shanty districts as well. We're not talking about two parties. We're talking about one party, the developer, and, for example, hundreds and thousands of the real estate and that have obligations and rights. So through the registry, we could document all the processes, and it's the right of any citizen, for instance, accordingly, to refer his documents, for example, to the legal committee, so as to review, or just like appraisal, or for example, and the problem can be solved, for example, spontaneously and based on automation before it goes to the court. And these are some of the things that we can do and handle, and we have achieved as well, and through which some other procedures that can be taken as regards the center or the program of the developed areas or regions as well, that we're going to talk later on. How many cases, for example, what about the number of the cases? I don't have statistics of the cases that have been referred to the court, because all of these, for example, shanty or districts, for example, they face the problems, and we came to solve the problems of Asharashif and districts, but these cases have been decreased, but because of the clear governance that dealt with the conflicts, for example, that might emerge and might actually rise either from the developers or from the owners, for example. Thank you very much for your contribution. Mr. Muaz, what about the mechanism of the arbitration centers work, the working mechanism? How we benefit from the of the arbitration center, for example, in the real sector, and to what extent this is very important to real estate sector. At the beginning, let's talk about, for example, the Saudi arbitration process and its mechanisms, and so as to have a complete picture for the audience that and the mechanism of the arbitration centers, the work of the arbitration center, the system stipulates that really the possibility to the conflicting parties can actually refer their conflicts to specialized arbitration centers, free or institutional, and composed of, for example, a panel, arbitration panel, specialized, for example, that can look at these conflicts, and the resolution are compulsory that can be implemented by the executive courts in the midst of justice. Today, we have seen a great leap and a great leap in the arbitration centers, arbitration field in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which can be a great example for most of our, centers, like the commercial arbitration centers, in addition to engineering arbitration centers, in addition to many other related arbitration centers that contribute to having very highly specialized, experts who can really settle the disputes in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia based on the arbitration process. Well, today in the Saudi Real Estate Arbitration Center, we have a list of certified and qualified arbitrators, experts in the field of real estate practitioners, and who have a great perspective and outlook as well about the nature of conflicts that might arise in the real estate sector, in addition to the regulation system as well that we see and that we have in the real estate sector. The National Center for Arbitrations will work in a different track as well, as to seek reconciliation, which we believe that it's one of the most important sources of the real estate sectors, because of the relationship of the real estate relationship. For example, it is characterized by certain kind of differences and conflicts between the developers or the owners, and that's the reason why we try, for example, to seek reconciliations among all the conflicting parties, so as to guarantee the continuation of the good relationship between all the concerned parts. And these things are very important. That's the reason why we have a great high level of experts who can really have fast resolutions, can actually issue fast resolution instead of spending years or taking years and months as well. We can it saves as well time and privacy, where, for example, the arbitration process is characterized by privacy, and it cannot be actually announced in public. And the arbitration process, for example, is completely has stopped privacy. Reconciliation as a term is a good, satisfactory word. This is a beautiful word, reconciliation, and we have seen actually many relationships have been extended based on reconciliation. For example, that can extend for on the long run for 10 or more than 10 years as well. Now, هل تستمعين إلي؟ هل كل شيء على ما يرام؟
Is it working?
Yes,
Okay.
it's working.
Okay, from your long standing experience, what is the relationship between the real estate, if you will, and the dispute, conflict, if you will, and the resolutions? Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be part of this panel. I work at UN Habitat, which is the UN agency mandated of sustainable development and housing, and I work with the headquarters, but I'm based in Cairo, where I lead and follow and develop the land and housing portfolio. So I will be providing not an experience from Saudi Arabia, of course, but a regional perspective, highlighting some of the findings of our work in this area. And we have been undertaking some regional studies. When we look at real estate, we look mostly at the two components that for us are particularly crucial, which is the land aspect and the housing, and the construction, basically the structure on top of the land, with particular attention on the land management, land administration, because it's generally more difficult to get right, and it really impacts a lot on the costing and how real estate then develops. At times, in cities, we see that this impacts for more than 70% of the cost, actually, of the real estate development. So we have done a number of regional studies last year. Some were launched, some were planning to launch them this year, and from this information, we looked at actually how disputes affect the different functions, the key function of land administrations. I think how it affects land development was addressed quite extensively in this forum. I want to say a few words about land disputes in terms of the aspects of land tenure, land use, and land valuation. With land tenure, which is basically who has the right to do what, where, and for how long, and under which circumstances, which it does include the ownership, but goes beyond, looks at also short-term rights, lease, rental, etc. And it affects individuals, families, and also groups. I think quite a lot of knowledge and experience exists, and the focus often tends to be at the individual level. So conflict between individuals, different owners, or maybe the owner and the developer. What we found is often overlooked is actually the disputes or the conflict that affect groups. For example, the tribes or pastoralist communities. These dimensions tend to be attracting less and less the attention as the communal dimension of land ownership and general governance take a second priority and this happens, is a global phenomenon, but it really affects as well the region. And if I can give an example of Libya, for example, but many countries during after independence, from especially in the 70s, 80s, abolished or diminished the customary land rights, particularly for communities or tribes living in rural areas, with exactly the idea of making a more efficient and better use of the lands. And this, while it achieved in some countries or contexts some of these objectives, actually it then impacted negatively the conflict that happened on the longer term. Even up to now, there are still many grievances at the group level that affects the development of some of the tribal areas. And I think it's an aspect that also interests some of the Gulf countries, although perhaps the livelihood of rural communities is linked to the land. Moving to land use, of course, conflicts over land use are the primary source of conflict in the region as well. And they are bound to increase from our assessments, with the increase of population growth, water and food scarcity, and also the need of transition to the green economy and taking more into account environmental aspects. Okay. This will be important. For example, if we think just of the decision taken at the COP15 last December in Montreal, parties agreed that 30% of the land and marine resources will be set aside for conservation. Okay. And that's definitely...
This is one of the examples.
This is one of the examples, meaning that this is bound to create some land use conflict between, those who want to use the land for conservation rather than development.
Very, very informative, but because of the time constraint, I just would like to ask you a quick question. From your experience, solving an issue or a dispute in a minute or less, is it easy? Is it easy process? If you have some kind of dispute between one of the stakeholders, is it easy to solve it?
Well, disputes that involve land generally are among the hardest because they involve, livelihood aspects, but also identity and power, and people really attach great importance to that. So are amongst the most difficult to address. But definitely, I think the way I hear from the previous speakers, the way Saudi Arabia is taking, it's really heading in the right direction.
Excellent. أستاذ مساعد، قد يكون مصطلح التحكيم
knowledge of the institutional arbitration is a new concept for some of the specialists, for example, in the real estate sector. For example, in a minute or less than a minute, for example, could you talk about, for example, the mechanism, the arbitration, the institution arbitration, for example, the real estate sector? So may Allah bless you, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. And first, I don't want to add more words to what has been said, for example, by my colleague Maaz, talking about the arbitration centers and how the settle disputes as well, and about the mechanism or the concept of the institutional arbitration might be very new terminology for the non-specialist people in the field of law. So undoubtedly, we have to say that conflicts, for example, one of the options to settle them is arbitration. Arbitration, for example, could be divided into two main types: free arbitration, where the conflicting parties can actually go to a neutral person and a neutral arbitrator who can really who can issue a resolution or, for example, a decision, for example, to put it into this conflict, and it has to be, for example, unchallengeable, and this is the process, for example, conflict of settling the conflicts or disputes between the parties. The idea of the institutional arbitration will provide this service through a neutral institution that has rules and procedural rules that help the parties, the conflicting parties, either the panel of arbitration or the arbitrator, for example, to settle the conflict, for example, in the easiest way and conveniently according to these rules, and according to the rules of the institutions can have the right, for example, to do certain kind of procedures according to the rules within the consensus of the parties, the conflicting parties, so as to facilitate, for example, solving the conflicts. And we might shed light on some of the main advantages of this institutional arbitration, first of which is neutrality. The neutrality, when we have neutral institution, for example, that can manage, for example, the conflict among the two parties, between the two parties, and deal with the panel of arbitration according to its regulations, without any support to any of the parties, something important for us. And of course, if you have time, I could actually cover the theme with more details as well, such as, for example, the district closure models between the conflicting parties, in addition to the arbitration process of the relationship among them. So the second thing, for example, the responsibilities or the roles played by some of the specialists in law know that during the procedural, related issues, in case there is an appointment of the arbitrator or disappointment, for example, of arbitrator, if it's based on a free arbitration, they might go to the specialized court, and the specialized court, for example, can support, for example, the parties in this procedure, so they can appoint an arbitrator. But of course, and this takes, for example, it takes long measures and procedures and take long time. But of course, when there is an institution that can play this role, undoubtedly this is very important because it can save time. It can actually put an end to the conflict as regards the appointment, for example, the appointment of or dismissal or dismissing or appointment of an arbitrator. For example, there are many problems in a free arbitration and in brief arbitration with its costs. It's provided with fees, and in most of the cases of the free arbitration, what happens between there might be this, for example, some sort of disagreement according to the causes of the arbitration process. That's why for example, as there must be a body so as to guarantee the rights of the conflicting parties as well, and for example, in addition to many other advantages as well. So it's beautiful. I conclude this with the importance of arbitration to the investor as well, and this matters us in this issue as well. Any investor wants, for example, to invest in a good environment, a new environment. He's looking for example, a common ground, a common language. He's looking for example, a common ground between him and between the investing environment as well. So when there is a common arbitration as a common language, for example, and finds it in the Kingdom, so of course this is going to be a very attractive point as well. Thank you very much. For example, and of course, when there is an successful institution like yours, for example, can actually be successful, neutrality is very important, admission is very important. For example, the calculation of financial costs is very important. Sheikh Suleiman, the Reconciliation Center has relieved, for example, the tension and stress for the courts and the conflicts. As you said before, 1,600 cases, 2 million, for example, are waiting. So this is a very important issue as well. The other issue, I ask it, for example, and I ask it, are we in the need of specialized courts, for example, in the real estate sector or cases? I might come to the second question, and then I go to answer the first question. As a matter of fact, As a matter of fact, the general on the public courts as well, according to the system of litigation process, is the specialized court, for example, is responsible for actually for the whole litigation process. For example, yes, nearly approximate when you talk about we have specialized courts in in commercial fields in addition to the penalty as well, and the big part of the real estate cases, for example, can be dealt by the public courts and can be dealt with by and praise be to Allah. In the Ministry of Justice, we have specialized committees or chambers or operation chambers or operation rooms, for example, so as to follow these cases and to make sure that they have been actually precisely finished, for example, by a following up office within the transformation program, national transformation plan. And everybody knows this, of course, you know all, that if the case entered the courts, for example, so the whole thing is finished and the case will be complicated. But now, for the time being, we are following the work of the courts. I'm a supervisor of the Reconciliation Center, so I work in both, in the Ministry of Justice and the Reconciliation Center. We follow the work of the courts as regards handling the cases. This will encourage the investors as well, the real estate developers, even in case of a conflict as well. So we do not actually encourage people to go to the courts. Of course, we want to solve or settle the dispute through the reconciliation or arbitration in the center of arbitration. But of course, no, God forbid, if, for example, the alternative, the ADR is not satisfactory, even going to the courts will be will be the best, and the service is going to be rendered in a better way. For example, if decisions are virtually communicated and based on automation and electronically delivered. So I don't know, for example, if there is something else. No, sir. Well, if you want me to answer a question, no, this actually relieves the stress and the pressure, for example, that is on the border and the shoulders of the courts as well. So, for example, instead of going frequently to the courts as well, and now, once the case gets to the court, forget about the case if it's going to be solved fast. Or, for example, in the near future, we have some of the cases, for example, that we settled them before even going to the courts. We have some of the real estate cases, and I don't want to give more details because it's a specialized matter. But these conflicts, for example, the beneficiaries cannot actually go to the courts unless he knows, for example, our role in the arbitration center or reconciliation. For example, when you are pushed to something, it's not that fruitful. It might not come up with the good results, but now today, for example, the compulsory, for example, arbitration is very important, because most of the people, when they come to reconciliation center, for example, or the arbitration, they say we want to solve a problem, we want our rights to be actually given. So, for example, you don't have to do without your rights, and you have a great KPIs. So we have, for example, KPIs in the court, and we have KPIs in the reconciliation. And I have a story I can tell, or just like it. Only in 1 minute? I'm sorry, we are running out of time, please. We are out of time. And I have a message. We have a story of success. We want to have sense of humor, actually, by telling the story. The story of success, of course, it's not, for example, the main objective is not to tell the story, but this story can be actually setting good example for developers and investors as well. And actually, we have, our platform is free, and even it's a free provided service. We have a case between a real estate company that belong under a big commercial company, because we have privacy of information. This company, for example, has a conflict with a real estate company in amount of more than 600 million riyals. And this big company, you know it. If I mention the name, but the legal advisor, you could tell me the name of the company. I don't want to say it in public. I don't know. I don't want to actually to this company, for example, they came to our center and acted, and they didn't go to the court. They came because they have a high level of awareness as well. And actually, we started as reconciliation sessions, and and we did our best, for example, so as to reach an agreement, and we solved the conflict and we settled the conflict. For example, the real estate, and the real estate has been actually sold to another company, and there was a big problem, for example, of delivery, for example. So the company said, give me my money and give me my real estate. So our reconciliation center, for example, could solve the problem, settle all the dispute among the three parties, and we let them drink coffee and tea with one another. Imagine the situation if they go to the court, for example, everything's going to be complicated, for example. So in addition to the legal costs, in addition to the loss, in addition to, for example, the lawyers' fees, and in addition to many other problems, for example, there's the loss of confidence, and yes. Dr. Amjad, please, and we're running out of time. Please, in a minute or less than a minute, could you talk about the program of the developed regions, districts in Makkah al-Mukarramah, and Makkah City as well? Please, one minute. 1 minute, please. Before we talk about this issue, because I would like, for example, to talk about success stories, even in these the organized regions as well, based on the vision of the Ministry of Justice as well, in dealing with these, shanty towns or shanty districts as well. And the Ministry of Justice, for example, is pay attention. Now, we can actually recognize the great efforts of the Ministry of Justice as well. And of course, it's not. We are so proud of the great accomplishments actually, and we don't have to be, for example, and I can give you examples in addition to the unified document. You are commercializing, you are actually promoting for the authority. And for example, the documents that we face problems with, for example, it was the source of problems between developers or the owners. The Ministry of Justice solved the problems of documents as well with the general authority of the real estate, the government real estate, and we have instructions to be followed by the Royal Authority, the Royal Commission, all the government entities, I swear. All of them, they are working according to a very complete and comprehensive ecosystem. The Ministry of Housing, it's not a matter of compliments, by the way. And to what extent we reached, in 15 years, we made a great achievement. Now, for instance, we could solve we could respond to 40,000 applications or requests as well. And I don't want to praise, for example, the Royal Commission. They are working actually with a high level of performance as well. So now we can actually, instead of talking about the ministry as a ministry, we can say it's actually an ecosystem. The unified program of actually it's a one-stop shop. So I'm not actually paying attention to the developer. I pay attention to the owner of the real estate, the citizen, all of those actual individuals in appraisal, in valuation, for example, in real estate, in conflicts that might arise. All of these things refer to the center, including even the approval of the sketches, of land sketches and the plans. And the program is one of the most important strategies that have been actually taken into consideration by the Royal Commission to regain achieving their desires or meeting the desires of the developers and meeting the expectations in developing their districts in the Makkah region, which were very actually complicated. I would like, for example, to tell you that in our program there is a program for the developed regions that really focuses on everything that's related to the development of such regions and with indicators, KPIs for all the works and things that are related to the conflicts. The program will decrease the number of conflicts that might arise between a company or the company, real estate company, and the citizens as well regarding this issue as well. Thank you very much. In less than an idea, 1 minute, for example, what is the role of the arbitration center in supporting the real estate and how this is done and about the means of support? For example, this is a very long question. Today, for example, the role of arbitration centers in the real estate sector is very important, very substantial and vital and pivotal as well. And today, for example, we discussed, for instance, along the sessions from yesterday until today about attracting foreign investments to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia so as to invest in the real estate sector as well. And one of the most remarkable obstacles, for example, if the litigation process takes big time or long time, or if there is no specialized person to deal with these conflicts as well, there is something else we can talk about in the arbitration center? The ability to choose, for example, the system of arbitration, for example. It's not compulsory to use the Saudi system of arbitration. We can use alternative, the American system of arbitration, the British, the French, and this is a great motivation to the foreign investors to attract them to invest in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the real estate sector and develop it, for example, in the presence of a very highly confidential entity that can be actually the source of reference of the confidence we're choosing the arbitration body. Choosing Saudi arbitrators or foreign arbitrators is available right now, even in the construction technology and all the in addition to choosing the systems of or implementing the American or English or British. These things, for example, are the most important incentives to develop and to enhance the real estate sector, which contribute to raising, for example, the high performance. Now, الآن أريد أن أسألك أنت تستمعين إلي? Do you hear me well?
What is the role of the real estate sector in the prevention, if you will, of dispute and conflict between any stakeholders? Please, in a minute or so, if you can.
Yes.
In brief.
Thank you. I think it's as also before in other session was noticed, the role that the real estate has in actually being an engine of development and push forward a lot of process related to development and innovation in terms of rules and regulations. And now this is not about really disputes and conflict about land or real estate, but is the role that real estate can also play in, let's say, evening the playing ground for all stakeholders and, have a role in the provision of housing for all, particularly that is a key element that can foster peace and stability in a country and in the region and in the world overall. So it's somehow linked to the social corporate responsibility of the sectors, but it also opens somehow the way for real estate players to access many other markets. I think even in the previous session it was mentioned how the Saudi real estate could benefit from this diversifying, as it happens in Egypt, in other income sectors, to middle and lower income. And I think this would be very beneficial to actually promote inclusive development and, ease somehow the social conflict that are innate when a society develops or moves to a different type of economy.
Excellent, thanks a lot. عودة للأستاذ مساعد. أستاذ الكريم، هل يتطلب
For example, if we want the ADR to seek ADR just at arbitration to reach, does it require, for example, proactive steps? For instance, does it need proactive steps? Or this is a very important question. For instance, nobody can imagine that. You can imagine, for example, the number of conflicts, for example, that the Saudi arbitration, commercial arbitration center receives on a daily basis. And so, for example, even we cannot actually solve this alone. And the problem in their choosing of one of the article of settling the dispute, which is actually incorporated in the contract in the time of implementation or an execution of the contracts. As we always say, before the implementation of the contracts, many people behave in good faith, but some items in the contracts that are sometimes it could consider looked at as a cliche or an old draft or just like, and it copy and pasted in the new contract. For example, they agree on the details and the articles and the supply and or the sum of money or just the value and the items. For example, they call them general rules. For example, such as the settlement of the conflict. It's a copy paste, for example, from a previous contract. So. But with in a value of 1 million, for example, they actually talk about the arbitration process. That is and in a very small contract we call this article or item, and the midnight clause. I mean, because after the agreement of the parties and all articles, items, the last thing, for example, they copy paste this article or item and they actually enlist it and they incorporate it as it is. For example, when you go to for litigation, they are getting surprised. They got shocked because they discovered they chose the courts, for example, as the litigation authority, for example. So the person, for example, sees himself aggrieved. And when he doesn't have any other option but to go to the arbitration, and because it doesn't have any option, so the importance of formulating or incorporating, for example, the arbitration term or article in the contracts, for example. Why? Because this will lead to ease the solving, for example, the conflict, and the importance of incorporating this item in the contract and the accuracy of formulating this item. This item is very important, and it's important to the extent that really there are many programs and workshops are organized, for example, to instruct the parties the importance of such item, because this is going to be the governing item in the future in case if there is a conflict between the two parties as well. If we did not get out of this session, with some of the recommendations such as this one, it's going to be enough. The importance of formulating, for example, the item of the conflict settlement in the contracts before execute the implementation of these contracts. This will actually limit the conflicts in the future. Your Excellency, Sheikh, for Mr. Masad, I mean, he said a very important point, which is the general rule that the contract is the undertaking of the contractors. For example, how can we explain this? And for example, if I've been actually oppressed or I've been hurt in a contract, what shall I do? For example, what is your piece of advice to the conflicting parties? Yes. As for the first question, regarding, for example, the contracts that are signed by the parties as well, we have the preventive justice. And it is one of the most important strategies and executive plans is to prepare unified contracts and focusing on the conflicts. For example, let's take an example. For example, in collaboration with the Minister of Housing, we have the unified contract with the Minister of Housing, for example, which actually constituted a big percentage of conflicts in the courts between the lesser and lessee, and that was the best solution. That was the best solution to solve this problem. So the unified contract between the two parties. And now, for example, any lesser or lessee, for example, cannot actually sign a contract but through the network under the auspices of the Ministry of Housing. Here we guarantee that the beneficiary and the contractors don't have any problems, have any grievances as well. But for example, don't you know? But of course, this means. But even if the parties, you want to say that really the contracting parties must read the contract with will to know the commitments and the responsibilities. So the unified document for as a part of solving the problem and praise be to guide this the percentage of conflicts between the lessor and lessees as well in the contract. For example, can you imagine how much is the percentage? How much you expect? 0%. This is a great accomplishment. It's not only actually recognized by the Minister of Justice. We cannot say anything for you are hosting us. You deserve every appreciation. We get back to the point. As in, I want, for example, to finish my answer. We come back to the same kind of topic as well. For both conflicting parties, or the two parties must read the items and articles of the contract. Why? Because this is preventive justice. And actually, yes, advice is never unwind. We always say this. Even they must be familiar with any kind of related legal issues as well before the conflict arises. And now we have legal advisors in the ministry. We have advisors that we can consult. Even the legal specialized advisors actually can add what is your piece of advice actually for the conflicting parties. As fast as possible, as far as possible, you don't have to go to the court. And they must try, for example, to the ADR, alternative dispute resolution, mediation, arbitration, based on the reality. For example, I'm not promoting for arbitration. For example, our platform is free, and actually, we provide free service And by the way, for example, when you have over increasing number of cases, it's great stress for us, pressure for us. But our goal is to serve and to provide services to the conflicted parties. So my piece of advice, for example, to the parties, for example, is not to go to the courts, for example, in case of conflict. You must go to the conciliation or arbitration center, and to preserve reputation. The most important is the reputation of the developer, the investors, what matters most. So reconciliation, arbitration are the most important effective means to settle a dispute, not only in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but worldwide. And this is a global trend. And all the countries of the world, for example, are, competing with one another to use such kind of process as well. So So I'm sorry. Actually, I'm sorry, sir. We're running out of time. Actually. So, I think, as we said before, I mean, now you can imagine Chile, the efforts of the Ministry of Justice now, as said by His Excellency Sheikh. But if there is a company, for example, facing a conflict or something, for instance, that they must actually understand that seeking reconciliation is what comes first, and this is based on our religious commitments as well and the prophetic tradition in setting disputes. I don't want to actually take more time. Thank you very much for all the panelists, and thank you very much, audience. Until we see each other in next session, so may Allah bless you all. Thank you very much, Mr. Talat Hafiz, for running this session as well. And we want you to remain on the stage, for example, to honor welcome His Excellency, the Deputy Minister of Housing, Mr. Fassing, and we invite him to honor the speakers. His Excellency Sheikh Suleiman Al Aliyan.
دكتور أمجد مغربي.
Dr. Amjad Maghrabi.
الأستاذ معاذ الشدي.
Mr. Maaz Al-Shari.
Miss Umberetta Tempra.
Miss Tempra.
والأستاذ مساعد الخرب.
Mr. مساعد الخرب.
ثم مدير هذه الجلسة الأستاذ طلعت بن زكي
حافظ.
شكرا لكل المتحدثين.
We thank all the speakers of the session.
النائب في البقاء على المنصة من أجل رعاية عدد من الاتفاقيات.
Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, for example, the Real Estate Future Forum has the pleasure, for example, to participate with you, to sign a number of agreements on the second day. The first agreement, the agreement of establishing a real estate fund between, for example, Asil and Suleiman Real Estate Company and Owl Capital. And this is a tripartite agreement. Tripartite agreement. This is the first tripartite agreement. We congratulate actually the three companies will on signing the agreement. And this tripartite, the next agreement for him to launch, for example, Safa partnership fund between ASIL and Safa and the financial Musharaka company. We congratulate the three companies, for example, on the launch of Safa Fund and an agreement of the launch of Al-Duraiya Fund between ASIL and RASF. It's just for real estate investment and development. And this is a tripartite agreement actually to launch Arakat Al-Duraiya Fund. The launch we congratulate the parties as well, in addition to the memorandum of understanding signing agreement as well, and the real estate service supervision as well between ASIL and Manatiq Real Estate Company. We announced, for example, the launch. We congratulate ASIL and their partners, for example, on the agreement, on the launch of this agreement. And thank you very much, Your Excellency, Deputy Minister for Rural and Urban Affairs, Ministry of Housing. Ladies and gentlemen, for example, we will complete the agenda for the second day of the Conference of Real Estate Future Forum and actually for a presentation solutions for providing services to the beneficiaries in the real estate sector. And this presentation, of course, is just done by Mr. Mohamed, the CEO and co-founder of Estelle Estates. Mr. Mohamed. Innovative solutions to provide services to the beneficiaries in the real estate sector. Innovative-based solutions, ladies and gentlemen, with the presentation under the title of Serving the Beneficiaries in the Real Estate Sector. Ladies and gentlemen, هل تستمعون إلي الجميع هنا؟
To English right now. So I just want to make sure that everything is good. All right. So thanks everybody for having me here. Before I get started, first of all, I'm going to be doing this in English. Second of all, I move quite a lot when I present, so I apologize to the cameraman if you have to follow me. But I just want to start by thanking the organizers of the event, the Riyadh Real Estate Future Forum event, for putting together such an important topic, the real estate topic, which is something that's very, very dear to all of us, especially in the region. I also want to thank the government officials for their valuable participation in contribution towards the event since yesterday. And most importantly, also partners that are here today. So, by the way, I've been traveling to Saudi Arabia for quite some time now. And one of the things that I do want to put out there, which I think is the hospitality that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been giving to me every single time I come to the country, in terms of the country, in terms of the people. It's definitely one of the most hospitable countries that you can go to. And I do want to mention that this is something that we should all be very proud of. You know, I go to a lot of events globally, and the innovation that's happening here in Saudi Arabia is something that is actually at the forefront of the world. And I do want to thank the nation, the people, the kingdom for what it's doing for us as a people, as a region, in terms of putting the innovation out there and showcasing what can be generated from this part of the world. So that's a huge thing that I'd really like to be thankful of. All right, so a little bit about me. My name is Muhannad Zikra. I am the CEO and co-founder of Stella Stays. We are reinventing the future of living globally. I'm going to talk about that in a second. I've lived in 25 different cities in the world. I'll give you a little bit of background about myself. I was actually born in Kuwait, just next door. And my relationship with real estate has actually been a bit of a love and hate relationship, right? So having lived in 25 different cities in the world, I've witnessed firsthand what it means to move around from apartment to home, to a different city, to a different country, right? So after I was born in Kuwait, at a very, very early age, I left. We moved to Iraq. After that, I went to Jordan, and then to Syria. And then finally, we settled in Canada, in Montreal, Canada. Has everyone here ever been to Montreal, Canada? Yeah? Oh, there you go. There's one person that's there. So I grew up in Montreal, Canada. I studied as a software engineer. I graduated. As soon as I joined the corporate world, I was back on the road again. So I've traveled to Africa, Asia, Europe, and one of the most important concepts for me was being able to find a place to live in, a place that made sense, a place that had a community, a place that had a sense of belonging. And it was always a challenge. You know, every time you arrive in a new country and you go into a hotel room and you stay there for more than a month, it's not exactly the home experience that you want to have, right? And it always reminded me of the days when I was young and I kept on traveling and trying to find a different place to live. So eventually, once I was done with all the traveling, I got together with some friends. We came back down to the region, and we realized there was an opportunity to actually create something that was meaningful. And before talking about that, one of the things that I do want to mention, especially on the topic of real estate and the future of real estate, especially in the region, is for us to remember the importance of these people, right? So who are these people? These are millennials. These are Gen Zs. And this is a market segment that lives completely differently than what we've seen in the last 20, 30 years. This is a group of people that want instant gratification. They want flexibility. They don't approach life in the same way that I did. I had a specific recipe. You study, you graduate, you buy a home, you get married, and you're done 90% of your life. But this generation is very different. And when we really think about it, specifically about millennials and Gen Z, not only are they very different, but they're actually very important. So they actually represent 46% of the total global population. Now, 46% of the global population, but I'm sure you know that in Saudi Arabia, 65% of the population is actually below the age of 35. Right? And when we think about this category, it's important to take a look at how they actually behave in terms of their consumption. right? Because this is one of the most important consumer groups, not only today, but also in the future. So let's think about that, and I'm going to give you some examples that we can take a look at together that's going to actually start to make us think about what kind of impact does this have on the real estate space. So first, let's think about something very simple, right? So this generation loves to order food online. But it's not only food. If we take a look at what Talabat has done in the last year and a half, is they've actually introduced Starbucks as one of the merchants on Talabat. So this literally means that as a person, you can download the Talabat app and you can have your Starbucks coffee delivered to you at home or at your office. So this is the type of instant gratification, despite the fact that there's additional fees, there's delivery fees. The fact that you can pay up to 30 riyals to get your coffee delivered to you is not an issue for this market category. So Talabat is one example. Of course, the other one that we know very well is Netflix, right? So many of you know that back in the days when you wanted to watch a movie, it was a completely different experience. You had to find a place to go watch it, whether it was with family, with friends. It was at a specific time that we had to wait for that channel to be ready. But today, that's completely different, right? On Netflix, these millennials can turn on the app, watch what they want, when they want, and wherever they want. Another example is Amazon, which launched here in the kingdom not too long ago. And obviously, Amazon is about that instant gratification as well. I don't need to go to the delivery store. If I want to order something, I love the fact that Amazon can have it delivered to me same day. And last but not least, of course, is Careem, right? So I'm going on with these examples, but the idea that I'm trying to show here, which is extremely important for us, is that these are all services that have been completely disrupted based on the fact that this new generation, this modern generation, is looking for something different, right? And Careem is the same idea. Instead of going out there and hailing a cab, I want to use my app. I want to know when the driver's coming, in what car he's coming, how much it's going to cost, and how long it's going to take me. And we literally see this across the board, right? These are all industries that are not related to real estate, for which we've seen a complete disruption. And by the way, these are all services that are not costly. I mean, the consumer spend on a service like Netflix or Talabat is not something major in terms of the income that an individual makes. So then the big question to ask is, well, what about where we spend most of our time and money, which is our home, right? The concept of finding a place to live, be it in Riyadh, be it in Jeddah, or anywhere else in the world. And if you really think about it, that disruption has not yet arrived, right? And when we talk about real estate, it's important to make the connection between the two. So before we make the connection, one of the things that's important is to actually understand what's the relationship between these millennials and Gen Zs and real estate. You know, once again, when I graduated, one of the main ticks that I had from my parents was the first thing you got to do is find a place to live, purchase a home, and you're set to go. But when we take a look at the statistics today, and this was a survey that was done globally, millennials don't think in the same way, right? Their objective when they graduate is not the same as ours. In fact, they're looking at the world in a completely different way. And one of the recent statistics actually shows that 24.7% of millennials that are currently renting are not planning to purchase a home. They actually want to keep on renting. And if you really think about it, the reason why they want to keep on renting, and especially if you look at it not only here in the region, but also globally, is that buying a home is not as cheap as it used to be before, right? And that's the number one reason that came up for millennials, is that they're just saying, I can't afford to buy a home. And the number two reason, which I think is really important as well, is they want the flexibility of being able to live where they want and when they want. Right? And it's a really important topic, and I've been listening to a lot of the sessions, and I believe there's a huge opportunity around this. But ultimately, it's going to require us to think a little bit differently. Right? In fact, when we really think about it, and we think about all the services that we have access to today, And we can be real to ourselves. And it's important that we be real to ourselves. And we ask ourselves the question, how complicated is it to find and rent a place to live? Right? Is it as easy as purchasing something off of Amazon or Talabat or watching content on Netflix? Well, I mean, ultimately you have a tenant that wants to get into a home, right? So they want to try to get into this apartment that a lot of the developers here are actually building. But think about the process. It's not a one-step process, right? When you really think about it, it's actually one of the most traditional, archaic, undigital processes that exist, right? And a lot of you know this very, very well. Come to a new country, you have marketplaces. You got Property Finder, you have Bayut. You go on there, you start searching, you don't know what's real from what's fake, from what is actually still available or not. And then you deal with real estate agents, right? All these real estate agents that are sending you messages and WhatsApp messages and let's go for a visit here and let's go check out this building until you finally find the one that you want with an individual landlord. And then you're still signing a contract, right? I mean, here what's great is you have Ijar, so we've digitized that piece. But at the end of the day, when it comes to payment, what are you doing? You're giving checks, you're doing money transfers. You can't pay by credit card, right? Well, what other service today do you actually pay for using checks or bank transfers? Once again, for one of the most important services that we have, which is our home, the place we live. All right, so you pay in checks, and then you got to set up your utilities, right? And I mean, I've lived in a lot of different cities. It doesn't get easier, right? It's that traditional, typical phone call from your mobile and home internet provider that says, you know, I'm going to come set it up. I'll be there between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Right? Same thing for your electricity. Same thing for your other utilities. And then after that, you actually have to become interior designer, right? You got to figure out the furniture, visit different furniture stores, wait for the delivery to come. I mean, at the end of the day, it's an extremely painful experience. And I can guarantee you that when we look around at the experience that millennials have with renting apartments and villas, the process is extremely, extremely painful. And it's not only for unfurnished apartments, but it's similar experience when you have a furnished apartment. So today there are marketplaces. Got Airbnb out there. You've got some local platforms as well here in Saudi Arabia. But again, one of the big challenges there is it's hard to understand where is that branded experience that I can get from a furnished apartment or from a regular apartment that I know, that I can trust, that I can move into, and that I can have the flexibility with. So this is the big challenge that exists today. And this is the huge opportunity that I've seen when I was growing up, moving across 25 different cities, and that I believe is going to be one of the biggest game changers, not only in terms of giving millennials that ability to find a place to live, but realizing the opportunity that it gives nations when you can allow people to move seamlessly, explore their opportunities, and be able to contribute in the economy without worrying about this flexibility. So the way we do it is actually extremely simple, right? So we use technology that we've built in-house, and we have a portfolio of branded residences, full residential buildings that are furnished, that guests can access in a seamless way. So what that really means is, you first find a Stella Stays home. You browse, you check out the cities that are available, you find an apartment that you like, you select the dates, you pay and confirm by credit card, not by bank transfer, and then you can check in. And the check-in process is very straightforward, right? So once again, technology exists, right? And the whole concept that we had is, how do you simplify this concept? How do you use IoT devices, smart home devices to allow the guest to verify their identity and be able to move in a seamless way? And concepts that we talk about related to that is, we want to give the opportunity for people to show up and immediately start living. And most importantly is, we want to be able to do that within 5 minutes. In the same amount of time that it takes you to order your meal on Talabat or your driver on Uber, we need to get to a point where people can move, whether it's to Riyadh, to Jeddah or anywhere else within the kingdom, find a place to live, whether it's for 1 month, 2 months or more, and be able to move in instantly. And that's what we do today at Stella Stays. So essentially, what we've done is we're combining our technology that we've developed, and then we partner with real estate developers. And this is a very unique partnership that we're doing, right? Because we're not doing this on commercial buildings, we're doing this on residential buildings, a space that hasn't been touched before. If anyone's involved in residential real estate development, you know the biggest challenge that you have once you finish your development is, what do I do with my building? And we essentially partner up with these real estate developers, we sign long-term agreements, and we ultimately create the Stella Stays experience. Think of a traditional hotel, except from a Stella Stays perspective, we apply this on residential real estate. Since inception in 2019, we're actually live in 7 countries. So we're in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Turkey, in Bahrain, Manama, in Canada, in London, and we're just about to launch in Egypt as well. And the one thing that we've noticed is that we are not just a hotel alternative. Our apartments are being used by tourists, they're being used by residents, they're being used by new residents, by corporates. 60% of our guest age is below the age of 40. And the average stay that we have, the average length of stay is 28 nights. And when you really think about it, what we've really enabled there is that ability for people to arrive in a country, find a place to live, and not worry about the design, about the utilities, about signing a 1-year contract. We're giving them the flexibility of staying for a day, for a week, for a month, or for a year. We have over 2,500 properties between what's live today, what's being signed, and what's in review, which is making us the largest residential hospitality operator in the region. And we've hosted guests for a total of 1 million nights so far. So the validation is there. And the validation not only from a guest perspective that actually enjoys that stay, but also from a developer perspective that's saying, hey, I found a way to repurpose and use my real estate in a much more efficient way. But most importantly, we've been getting feedback as well from municipalities and governments that are saying, hey, you're allowing these corporates to be able to bring in staff, hire new people, hire new residents, bring them into the country, and actually allow them to integrate in a much more efficient, flexible, and faster manner. So we've also hosted a lot of type of guests, which is really important because we're practically one of the biggest landlords in the region, and data is an extremely important aspect of this, right? A lot of our guests that are staying with us, we know why they're coming, we know who they work for. If they opt in for the information, we're actually creating a lot of values, and we're able to understand what type of guest or resident they are. So first of all, we've hosted guests from over 165 nationalities, which is very surprising, but ultimately it shows you that people are more and more willing to move around, to travel, to find a place that makes sense for them. And we're able also to see that we're catering to a different segment that's different than the hotels, right? So we have a lot of group travel, a lot of group corporate travel, a lot of group family travel, and a lot of groups traveling together as family or friends. We also have a lot of business travel, which is also extremely important, and we're actually creating a new category, which is pretty known in the industry now, called the leisure category, right? So it's the business and leisure, which is actually extremely important here in Saudi Arabia, because we don't want our guests to just come in, stay at the hotel, or stay at one of our buildings and do what's necessary from a work perspective, but we actually want to showcase what can be done in the city. What is that experience that you can curate? What is that experience that you can personalize in order to create something that actually has value? And we're doing a lot of that today. So I'm going to give you an idea of what we're calling the future of living, right? So any of you that have ever lived in a building, in a residential building, it's a very typical experience, right? You've got your typical reception, you walk in and it's all residential, and you might have a pool, and you might have a gym. But we've taken it in a different approach, and a lot of the work that we're doing with developers is not only for ready-built residential buildings, but it's also for buildings that are shell and core. And a lot of residential real estate developers don't know what to do with those buildings. And so, we're coming in with our playbook, with our data, and we're showcasing how you can actually create something that's absolutely unique within your asset. And a lot of what we're doing is creating what we're calling a community and tech-driven living concept. And what that really means is we're giving the opportunity within our buildings for people to connect, right? So we're creating spaces where people can meet. We're focusing quite a lot on co-working spaces here in our buildings in Riyadh. We have a co-working space in our building, so we're allowing people to not just live there, but to also connect with like-minded people. The other aspect is we're also introducing areas where they can unwind, they can enjoy. Obviously, living is a core component of the building, but you have other elements that are very important. So more than anything, you're creating a completely different experience. And I think that this is where, from a real estate perspective, when we compare this market to the innovation that we've seen in transportation, consumer goods, entertainment, what is that translation that we have to create from a real estate perspective when we're thinking about the urban planning, when we're thinking about these 12 new cities that we want to create? How do we create an experience that's not going to cater for us necessarily, but that's going to cater for those Gen Zs and for that future traveler and resident? So I'll show you a quick video of what this looks like. This is a project that we're doing in Cairo, in Egypt, with a developer. So that was an example. This is it's a 94-unit building that we're launching in New Cairo. And once again, you see a completely different experience. You have amenity spaces on the top, amenity spaces on the bottom. And this is a big focus for us. And a lot of these buildings that we're launching are actually huge hits. And it's actually a pivotal piece of our strategy that's also here in Saudi Arabia. So we've launched here about 9 months ago. We've got buildings that we've launched in Riyadh. We're looking at additional buildings both here and Jeddah and across the kingdom. And so far, the feedback has been very positive. And once again, it's not just about creating a living experience, but it's also about creating opportunities for people. We have about 60% of our tenants are Saudi nationals, and we have about 40% that are coming in either from the region or internationally. And what we're actually noticing is we're giving them an opportunity to find a place that they can live in comfortably. And that's a lot of the feedback that we've been getting, so that they can actually integrate and contribute to the economy in a very direct way. And that is definitely one of the big pieces that we want to focus on at Stella Stays, which is how do we give an opportunity to people to arrive and to contribute to the growth of GDP, to the growth of the economy in a way that's never been done before. And one of the key things to keep in mind is that we have a huge opportunity here. I mean, when we look at the Kingdom's vision for 2030 and the priorities that it has when it comes to housing, when it comes to tourism. We heard His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, talking about reaching 100 million tourists. One of the key things to focus on that is that these tourists are not going to be your traditional visitors. And what's extremely important is for us within the space to focus on working together, on collaborating to create something that's very unique that we can showcase not only in the country, not only in the region, but also globally, that we do have an opportunity here, that we can build something that's quite unique, quite different, and that can actually contribute to the country and become a showcase globally. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate your time.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ مهند ذكرى. أدعو الدكتور عليان الحربي مستشار معالي النائب بوزارة الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان لتكريم الأستاذ مهند ذكرى على مشاركته في المنتدى بهذا العرض. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to welcome again in the second day of the Real Estate Futures Forum. And now we will move to our next conversation about the transformation and the digitalization in the real estate sector. The speaker of this will be Mr. Musad Al-Ataibi, and for the digitalization and transformation in the smart city, and also from the Hulul and Solutions, Mr. Sulaiman, the price principal of the Microsoft, and Mr. Surendeep Gangugi, he is a partner for data analyzing, and Mr. Nawaf Zuhair Saima, the price president of Akarat company. I would like to call all the speakers to get on the stage, please. And the chairman of this speaker, Mr. Faisal Asif. Hello everyone, good evening, good afternoon. When we talk about the transformation, about the digitalization that has been happened during a big era, it's basically depending on the trust and the high amount of trust that it's between the whole kind of parties. And when you are going to highlight this process, you have to transformation and to start digitalization in different sectors. We are not talking just for the developers of the real estate sector. We contribute about the investors, the establishers, and also as well the governments. So thank you and welcome, Mr. Musad. So definitely when we talk about all this from Formella, we with a lot of basics and investors. With this, we will talk about the digitalization, digital transformation. So please let us start with the first question to my speakers today. Of course, with my right hand, which is the main mechanism about in this. We'll talk with the start. Mr. Musad, he's the agent of the Ministry of Housing and the municipalities. So please, what's your main role in this mechanism and in that digital transformation? Well, thank you very much for all the organizers and for this invitation. We definitely, in general, we will target the investors. And for example, if we have any digitals that related to digital transformation, we focus on two strategies. First one, whether the clarity of all the lessons, and also the clarity and the easy of in order to access all these platforms. For example, is there any licenses? So thus it's very easy in order to pay and to collaborate with this transformation. The second topic that we concentrate on, which is that related about the ease of doing business, or which is the easiness of participating in any kind of business. For example, strategically, any kind of strategical attacks that will affect the clients. So, for example, this is strategy that today we are concentrate in the digital transformation. We have so after that we will evaluate all the impact that we will touch from these strategies. So also we developed started from the Itmam platform, and then we provide over 20 services throughout Itmam platform, and that will help all the clients in order to take and to obtain their services without any difficulties. For example, visiting in the ministry or others. So today we're talking about the preserve of any the services. This is considered as a collector, and that supports all the developers of the real estate sector. And today we were talking about the accreditation of all the schema and others as well, and the lessons, the commercial lessons. All of these services that we could say today that we provided. If I could say numbers, today we have in a Baladi platform. It's for the public. We have provide 58 service, and as long as also the strategical consultation from the digital transformation, so that will provide access for all of the governmental platforms, decreasing the visiting and the physical visiting for the ministry. So today we could take about all of the impact of the digital transformation in the real estate sector. That's impressive. After we're gonna move to the second question, do you think that the acceptance and the acceptance from the people and from your community is very big in terms of digital transformation? Well, actually, it depends about the change adoption. If we talk about from 2017 until 2022, the community and the citizens, they are starting to develop themselves, and also as well, and that will upon for those who do not like to change. So today they will they will start to change their minds, and so I don't see that as a challenge. Therefore, this is considered as a milestone and a big also achievements for all the strategies and for all our clients. So today we are talking about 65 clients, and at the end of 2020, it was at the end of 2022. So this the change adoption that was demanding from the clients and the external clients. So today we could recognize all these changes, and within the Vision 2030, we could recognize a higher number of the change adoption in terms of our community. For example, we could say, well, a lot of something that we not see it and in the scene and the location there until 2015. Well, if you could ask me in 2015, I would say that it was a challenge, and it was a big challenging for that change adoption. However, today we don't see this as an obstacle. Definitely, we could say that all the community that they are changing. So impressive, all the fun. If we're gonna say about the housing ministry, definitely they have also this tool in order to develop. Let's talk about the ministry. So Engineer Marwan Al-Zamel for the solution company, you talked as a reality. Basically, what do you provide for clients? Well, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Definitely, the company and the national company provides several services, multiple services that will utilize and facilitate, for example, the rental procedures, providing the verification documents, and as well as the indicators in order to raise the clarity of the documents, as well as the search indicators. So, for example, we have a search engine that will utilize and facilitate the procedures. After that, we move off for the housing and looking for accommodation or for in the real estate sectors, and that will happen. There's a big and significant project has been discussed recently, and that will provide a lot of priorities in different sectors. For example, for the land and the farmers and others. After housing, on the other hand, we have another challenge, which is for example in the faraway areas. We could find a platform that is related about the organizing, and that will help to raise the life quality and the living areas, even if it was far away of the center city. All of these details and these procedures, starting from the renting and providing, all of this considered as a formula and procedure that helps in order to save some times and to raise the life quality, and that will give satisfaction impact over the clients. And wonderful. Also, we have to talk about the investing in the real estate sector. When we talk about investing in real estate sector, we have to see that there is opportunities, and it was actually for a company that they have digitalized and represent and considered as one of the representative as a digital company, which is STC. Please, my colleagues, please could you explain about the automation system in the STC? Well, definitely about the real estate companies. Well, actually it's related about Saudi, and it's representing kind of investing in different areas. Definitely I'm talking about so we have a lot and a kind of areas that will help all the clients in order to take the chance and to provide. So the main role of the company in order to enable all these kind of the areas, and also to concentrate about development and how we will get benefits of the enable for the citizens people, and how if they have any solutions and different technical solutions, and how we will also to obtain and build and in the real world something related about the digital transformation. So I'm talking about this is beside our project. With this also project, it's considered as a mixed use and based, and it's basically it has been built about providing solutions that will serve the project management and the management, also the managers as well. And the integration between all these parties within one unit and one platform, that will be definitely all of these details that will take advantages as a power, and that will raise our power in different areas. This is our main rule, actually. So wonderful. If we talk about the enabler and about the ministry, even if we talk about the private sector and the public sector, we have each number and each staff from this. We have to find a service provider and also the enablers. So here, from this point, I could ask Mr. the president of the manager of in Microsoft. I could ask him, what's your role in terms of automation, and what's the client's experience? Is it considered as a very active point in that sector? Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Real estate is considered as a self formula. So each one, he has his own procedures. For example, he wants to buy a land or an area or a farmer or wherever. So each one, if any beneficiaries, they have the options. So from my point of view and from my experience, for example, I purchased an area and a land, and I want to build a house. My mission here is to find the best designer and best interior designer that will also and that will provide me with the best area in terms of the size of the land and what. So today, you of course you will depend on some networking that you know, or your wife will search on via Instagram platform. However, we want to highlight that today there is a clever method that will lead you in order to find the best solutions for you, and this is one thing that with Microsoft that we facilitate and provide. And above all of that, the importance of collaboration together, that will give you a big information in order sometimes about delay, since the clients they don't have experience with the realtors and with the other parties. So how I will provide for someone, how I will concentrate on the real world. Well, actually, I've done a lot of studies until however, to take advantage from Microsoft and from GPT, and also, so I have recently heard in the news, I became able to not be limited in a certain time with a designer, or for example, and others they use a ready templates. So I sat down with my wife and starting to use AI until they will give you something similar to what you want and your desire. So the point of that, it's considered as a challenge actually. So when you are going to think about the artificial intelligence, it's considered as a challenge, and everything is going to be developing during the coming 10 years. So for example, if we're talking what we're talking about here this year, next year we will see the same thing differently. And in the other hand, the access to the real estate that you know, for example, if you want a ready real estate and building, and you don't want to start building or instructions. So today you have an ability and search abilities. Well, actually, we could say that it's a beginner skills search abilities. So what you need here you have to find the platform that you download or your desire and your needs. So instead of to go to a 10 companies and a 10 real estate agent, there is a Microsoft provide a virtual experience, a virtual reality experience throughout this experience and this service, that I could see the whole house or the whole property without I go there physically, and that will help me to search and to, for example, if I want to, for example, and that will help me in order to discuss with my wife, with my colleagues, with all things that I want. This will be happening when I will be sit down in my house without any physical effort. So that will help in order to raise my life and to save time, and also that I reach something similar to my desire, and that I will become satisfied. So all of this experience will be so satisfying for clients. Amazing. So since we are talking about automation in the real sector, we will talk about a lot of data that will be established. So Mr. Sandik, so I will ask him about the analyzing data. So إذا دعوني أن أقلب إلى اللغة الإنجليزية.
Hope you're good. Okay. Mr. Srideep Ganguly, partner as well, data analysis from Deloitte. If we're talking about data analysis, تحليل البيانات, data analysis, it's a core, let's say it's a core added value that will help definitely in the sustainability and the growth of any business. If we're talking about real estate and digitization of real estate, would data analysis support in that field?
Thank you. Absolutely. If you look at the entire value chain of real estate, right from investing in real estate, deciding what to build on it, how to maximize your return, all during the construction phase, and then obviously during the monetization and sales phase, every aspect, there is tons of data that's been generated. Technologies today, thanks largely to cloud vendors that we have in the region, is allowing people to really understand in-depth patterns in data. So for example, if I use artificial intelligence, I can accurately predict the next 4 years rental yield per square foot better than a human mind can. And this has been proven in many areas in many parts of the world. So if I can sit across an investor and say, you know what, I believe using data, this is the asset you need to develop, and this is the yield you're going to get in the next 5 years with almost surgical precision. Imagine what value that means to the investor. Everybody has the debate, when should I buy and when should I trigger development? If I can help solve that answer using data, and I believe data is truly the biggest asset that can help you solve it, everyone's going to use it every day in every part of real estate.
And if we're talking about data, we're talking about local harvested data to solve in the same region, or we can say that there are data, international data that helps in any region?
Absolutely. So you have a lot of open data.
Okay.
And as markets mature, you get a lot more of open data. So I predict Saudi Arabia to have a lot more of open data coming in, especially in the real estate space. The second thing is, because of using machine learning and AI, I'm able to actually find patterns in non-traditional metrics. So for example, if you're evaluating dollar per square foot, right?
Yes.
Fine, it's a traditional metric of real estate. But I can argue that I would have a better chance of getting the price of real estate right if you tell me how many Starbucks are around me. I don't really care about square footage. And there are many such studies which are well known. Some of these are specific to regions, but absolutely, you will see a massive explosion of regional data, and we are seeing that already with many of our clients. We're able to look at traffic flow. We are able to look at where should we open what kind of store in which part of the town. All of that is contextual, all of that is local, and that's already there.
That's brilliant. Now, مهندس مساعد، لو تكلمنا فعليا عن التحديات اللي تواجهها في نقدر نقول التحول الرقمي، بالذات أن المنظومة العقارية ما هي منظومة صغيرة، منظومة معقدة جدا، فبالتالي تحديات وأيضا الدور الإيجابي اللي تقوموا فيه تجاه هذه التحديات.
طيب، طبعا لعل يمكن ابرز التحديات في منظومه التطوير العقاري هو تعدد الجهات ذات الصله بالتطوير العقاري. احنا اليوم لما نتكلم عن المدينه والجهات خلينا نسميها يمكن مشغلي خدمات المدن، اليوم احنا نتكلم عن قطاع زي مثلا قطاع المقاولين والمكاتب الهندسيه، نتكلم اليوم احنا عن جهات خدميه زي مثلا شركات الاتصالات، نتكلم عن شركات زي الكهرباء، اليوتيليتي سيكتور بشكل كامل، نتكلم ايضا عن جهات خدميه في المدينه.
And we are talking about, for example, with different ministry, for example, the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of the Housing, and also others as well. So it's considered as a holistic formula. And so now we have to discover how we will collaborate together with these different parties and how we'll take advantage for all the beneficiaries, how we will combat and how we will move over all the challenges. And well, actually, we have in order to solve these challenges, we have standards that from the procedures that we provide, we have also other models for the innovation. And this is a way of doing business within all of these shaping and this shape. We have multiple procedures, and also we have innovating models that it's ready to provide it for the client directly. From this formula that we will keen that the teamwork and the framework, they have a clear vision and they have objective in front of them, and this is what provide, and this is what it's called as strategical of that digital transformation. And after that we will shape the teamwork until they will put so the whole business. This is something that we have done in the past, and for example, determining the schema. Determining the schema is one of the outstanding projects that is going to be, for example, going to face the investors and the real estate investors especially. And if I want to talk, there is a 13 investor, and now in the first quarter of 2023 we have a full digital transformation for all this platform. So this is the basic actually, and after we will adopt a new models of all the innovating countries. So today I would like to assure that the digital transformation, we have done a lot of work in digital transformation. The same accent, however, from another angle. If I want to talk about the strategical partnership in the private sector and the commercial sector as well. And this is from the challenges. For example, you've done a collaboration and partnership. Could you please give us a clue about that? of course, for the solution in a scan company and in others, we put in a middle of the company, and we have a connection between electronical linking between the Ministry of the Housing and the Rural Life, and also as well with the authority of the letters. And from on the other hand, we have from linking and the association between the private sectors and the private. So the completion of all the formula that will provide a lot of opportunities for all in order to acknowledge more and in depth about the market of Saudi Arabia, and that will help us and to provide a better solutions in order to take decisions, the best decision that we have. Wonderful. From this point, I would like to ask you, Mr. Nawaf, is the partnership will be in the private sector? Is it considered or is it to benefit your future investing? Definitely, as my brother Faisal has been spoken, all of this that has been, we have the mindset in the market, we have the open mindset in the market of Saudi Arabia and upon all the solutions and even how to apply it in the market. And since we talk about the partnership actually considered as we don't have a challenge between the partnership. For example, we have a solution and it's considered as a complete workshop and complete business between two parties, and also you have the process in the company and for example the management and data management, and we have the technology that you need and the platform must be ready, and you have to take in consideration the culture as well to be ready, and it's ready in order to adopt all this changing and all this change and transformation. And also if we talk about the planes, if we are investors or developers, they have to enhance all these skills, that they have to adapt and enhance their skills until they will be ready in different area of the world. And recently we have achieved and witnessed a lot of increasing numbers, as my colleagues has been taught about for example scan company and the way of the provide and how the users and the consumers they will give and they will take it positively, and also that will help us in order to save some times and to rapid and to done rapid was wonderful. So when I talk about digitalization, we have to infrastructure and enabling. So how did you, for example, you have investing in a cloud or DIA or you have Asia, so you have a multiple methods that will facilitate the digitalization. However, it's a big sector. Do you think that Microsoft is ready in order to enter this huge transformation? Definitely. Microsoft, as you mentioned, digital transformation. Indeed, Microsoft is ready to with all the technical methods that and the principle within using the artificial intelligence as well, with the support from the partners as well. Would you please? Would you please take some examples? I will tell you. Today, if we want to start designing, and then you will finish if you were individual or with a group of people. So today, until I wait until to finish within 1 year or 2 years, that the demand today is considered with an aspiration, expectation of the new generation. So today, we have to say that assure that we have a more technical achievements and invention that we have that will build with this using a 3D principle, using other creative notions and ideas, and that will also affect the experience of the clients and the customers, and as well as will affect the enhancing the units as individual, as well as I would like to repeat that Microsoft will provide the enabling aspect as well. Today, within the digital transformation, in terms, for example, the duty of the employee, is it necessity in order to go to your duty every day? It depends on the mesh and the task. So this is, or do you have the time to take and to end Oriol mask? So today we are thinking about this in terms of the duty of the employee and how we will use all the technical in different areas. And so I will be able to finish all my tasks within the vertical experience and to upon all the within the inside. So that will decrease all the traffic as well in the roads. Well, indeed, there is a lot of experience, and it has been used by the other countries of the world sometimes. So we could guarantee, for example, if we say about in the real estate sector, if you want to reuse a new technology, it will be like launching up a new methods, and this is will freshness. So this matter it's a magnificent actually. Let's get back to the data. The tremendous amount of data will provide a lot of guarantee of the future. One of the things that data has been done, which is will give us predictions, indicators, approximately indicators about the price of the housing and the lands, and also what we call it precise property management or precise property evaluation. This will be able to enabling within the data sense and data analyzing. I will move to my next question, to my next speaker, if we do.
The question about how precise is it to get enough data to go into precise property evaluation? Is it something to look forward to? And if it is, and definitely it is, from which perspective should we take it? From the governmental side to put proper labels on areas and cities, or from the real estate side so that people who will invest know where to invest and when? Or is it for people to know exactly what property to buy, to earn on it, or to keep its price as it is?
Awesome. So there are two questions in that, right?
Okay.
One is the precision of the forecast.
Yes.
Super precise. If you look at test markets in more developed real estate ecosystems, for example, I'll give you a study in Seattle. Yes, it's more developed, there's a lot of data. The algorithms could predict almost to a 90% accuracy multi-family dwellings across Seattle.
Oh.
Okay, over a 5-year window. Now, the reason, going back to the earlier point, it's because algorithms could dive into deep patterns that exist within data. And thanks to infrastructure, as you talked about earlier, and cloud and technology, all the data is present. We didn't know, or we didn't have a fast enough way to harness it. And now we can harness it, and we can have these outputs which are very, very precise.
Now, just okay there, data. Is there as well data that is human-driven, or a history of human-driven data? You know why I'm asking.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we are all generating data all the time, right? Like someone knows that Shri is sitting in the Four Seasons in Riyadh. What do you choose to do with that data? If you're a coffee shop, or let's put it this way, if someone knows in this room that I'm actually looking to invest in real estate, how much are they willing to pay for that data? The trick is, how can I surface that data at the right time for the right price? And your second point, government will play a big role, and thanks to 2030 initiatives and what we've heard from our friends over here just now, there's a huge push to liberalize all of that data. But a lot of data has to come fed in from private corporations and individuals as well, right? Where do people want to live? Where do millennials want to live? Where do certain segments, what do they expect from their dwelling? What do they expect from corporate workspace, especially post-pandemic? What does it mean to have an office? So many definitions that were entrenched in our minds have completely changed. And the beauty is today, I can say with a great degree of certainty that we have algorithms, we've got methodologies that can actually harness all of that to give meaningful insights. I'll give you an example, right? As we see an explosion of real estate, we're going to see a lot of issues around ownership, etc. Blockchain has changed all of that. I mean, we work with clients where the blockchain is coming in and you can have your title deed as an NFT. right? And it completely changes the concept of ownership. It completely changes the concept of information sharing.
Yes. Brilliant. Now, مهندس مساعد، إذا انتقلت الحين وتكلمت
talk about definitely, of course, I would talk about all the achievements that you have done so far. However, if I talk about the digital transformation as a component, so there is now we could see a digital transformation project, and which is considered as a huge project, and we could say that it's digitalization itself. What do you face now and in the near future in the ministry? Well, basically, let's start. Our objective and our destination that today we're talking about the cooperation with the different parties, and what's our decision today. We have a digital maturity as well as the infrastructure, and today we're talking about the holistic workshop and in domestic, in the also governmental area. So within all those challenges, it's also associated with the mechanism of the business since 2020, and also looking forward in order to give a solution for all the challenges that we have today. I could say that if I want to explain these challenges, actually the accessibility and for the data and the important data will actually today we talk about the infrastructure as well. So today we have a proper infrastructure that support all these challenges, and will gradually we will reach our goal and will achieve all these challenges. However, as you hear from people, so all the changing adoption will cost sometimes, and hopefully we will be able in order to proceed and exceed all of these challenges. Now today we're talking about the other parties and companies, public and the private sector. All of these are working as a side together. We exchange our ideas, and within all of the governmental institution as well. Mashallah. Then all of this also the working is considered as a collaborating. Well, actually today we have a talent and aspiration program without any governments. However, so sometimes we face sometimes we other people, they said you have a high amount of the optimistic and the aspiration. So what's important here, you have to have a clear vision rather than just a high aspiration, and high ambitions. So this is what we need today. We have to highlight and to give a definition of all these matters in order to collaborate, and this is under the Vision 2030. And as a completion of this work, the governments and organizing the tasks of over all the parties. And the digital transformation actually that needs a governance and high amount of governance between all the institutions and the policies that will facilitate all the kind of for example, adopting the cloud or hosting outside the kingdom and inside the kingdom. This is considered as a challenge. This was a challenge in the past, and within providing the sales provider, and with today we don't have ability in order to associate with other partnership without this basic foundation. And so all of these data, they have started to list all of this data that we need. So today is considered as a risk, and we working hard in order to exceed all of these challenges until we will move to completely digital transformation in the near future. So with the indicators, actually we reach for the 65 degrees, and that's in the first quarter of 2023, that we hopefully we will reach 95%. And within the gradually, with all the mechanism of the framework and with the governments, we will hopefully reach our number and our strategic point, in order to provide solutions and to provide a new aspirations, and and finally the take advantage will be benefits all the parties. Amazing. Now Well, now I will talk about the artificial intelligence. I would like to remind you that the artificial intelligence, it has been built out of a tremendous amount of data. That data will update solutions, or we could predict of a framework of the future. Or so sometimes we have something related about the smart house, and so far we don't have any smart housing. What we mean here is automation housing. So now we will see the national company. Did you take advantage from your tracks and your tricky question about the automation and the smart housing? So please, could you tell us more about that topic? Definitely AI solutions. It's a solution, but however, it's very hard to, and it's difficult to apply it on the real world and the real ground. We have GI solutions and GI systems. So then the artificial intelligence is in order to adopt a new land and a new training machines that will help you in order to distinguish. For example, we have the coast area in Jeddah or in Sharjah. So in order to apply different strategy that will help us in order to use different principles and different methods that will also to lead in order to extraction the mechanism, and that will take 40 days as just in order to discovering the new areas. Today within the AI and the artificial intelligence, we have a less than 1 day, 26 hours will done a full scanning for all the areas, and also the empty areas as well. So we reach 96 about the accuracy of the discovering as accurate results. And until now, after we discovered the other results from the artificial intelligence, we concentrate on the quality as well, and that all of the artificial intelligence has been utilized and facilitate the housing projects in order to evaluate. For example, in the past it was empty area, and now we have automation. So the automation, and we tracking the empty area in order to develop the results, and that will help all that tracking efforts. So all efforts for the decision makers. And we would like to invite you to visit our booth in the exhibition here, and that will give you provide you with details and more details about the artificial intelligence. Amazing. Do you think that something is a really word, or sometimes what's the feedback of the people? AI, and when we adopt and apply AI, so we found an odd results. So that's why we use the AI and the artificial in individual areas, and that's. When we see with using the satellite, you could see that a weird result. However, with the training and with raising high of skills, that will discover and you will obtain more and more development. Mr. Nawaf, if we talk about investing, of course, definitely you have a risk. So, what's kind of the risk that you have in terms of investing? How's the automation has been affected the investing methods and the investing methods? Definitely, it's considered as a challenge, as Faisal, that we reach in the real estate sector is considered as it needs a tremendous amount of money, and so you have to have a good budget between the real estate until you will start your project. So you have also to have the efficiency and the cost management, and the also as well, besides the tracking all the investors, even the employees. And indeed, when we talk about the automation of the projects, all of the solutions that will help the project management, for example, AI that will give me a prediction, all the predicts that will give us from the AI that will take advantage and benefits all the kind of the project benefits and the project management, and also for the another in the technical that will help to decrease the cost. And also for if I want to talk about the insurance, so we have also that will affect the insurer as well, and the retail also as well selling, so that will decrease all the cost even if it's activated. And so that basically today what it's considered as a fingerprint will give already in order to provide us better solutions. Of course, you provide a better solution within you are going to see what's happening in the future. Definitely we have a combination of the communication and this is upon and across different areas and different countries, and we will see a big change in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. If I talk about Saudi Arabia from the Microsoft as a marketing agency, what do you think? Is there any solutions to provide a better solutions? Well, any pillars and components, well, definitely I will say yes. The population is very high. So, for example, we have 13 globally. I'm not sure about the number approximately. So, also the age. We have a youth in the area. We have under 35 youth, and so the technical adoption in different sectors. So we have a lot of mechanism that, and all of these also. Factors that will help the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be one of the highest successful country, and that will encourage all the investors in order to start investing in the Saudi Arabia. And this is, we have seen a lot of experience under the Vision 2030 and in different parties, and for example also from the Ministry of the Housing and the Rural and the Rural. We would see a different adoption from the ministry in order to help the clients and the investors to provide the best solutions and the best experience as well. So also the prediction and the prediction all that we use under the Microsoft from Teams, this considered as one of the support services. And also we could say about the Madrasati platform, that for education platform, that also could be as a support. So all of this data, we are proud with the Microsoft that we have this ability and we provide the best services for all the citizens and Saudi citizens. Impressive. Within all of the real estate sector and developing sector, we have models and multiple scenarios. So do you think that this scenario will change something about to develop, or what's the things that is going to be developed even in, for example, we could say the research development. This is considered as a mechanism, and that has been done a lot of research. And recently, if we talk about the scenario that ممكن أن يكون دلفي، نحن نتكلم عن تطبيق كل هذه السيناريوهات ليتم تنبؤ ماذا سوف يحصل أو لتسهل أيضا العمليات السهلة. إذا ما هو الجواب الذي هل يمكنك أن تستجيب؟ إذا كنا نريد أن نتكلم عن السيناريوهات من خلال كل البيانات، هل هذا يعتمد على بشكل كبير بما يتعلق على القطاع العقاري بالضبط؟ على سبيل المثال إذا كنت أريد أن أعطيك مثالا جدا بسيطا، نعم أعطيكم، سوف قص علينا مثالا لو سمحت. الآن يمكنك أن تذهب من عدة اتجاهات، على سبيل المثال من خلال البيانات في العقارية التي لديك المال الذي تحتاجه. إذن هل يمكنك أن تعطيني ما هو الشيء الأفضل والأعلى؟ وإذا GFA على سبيل المثال ما هو الوجه الخيار الذي تعمله؟ إذا فهذا سوف على سبيل المثال لديك الكثير من الحقائق مختلفة وتبدأ على سبيل المثال إذا تريد أن تبني ذلك إذا مع كثير من البيانات، وهذا سوف يعطيك 3 إلى 4 خيارات يتيح. فعلى سبيل المثال هذا يستعمل السيناريو عن ما هي الفوائد على سبيل المثال، أو مع هذه السيناريوهات عن البصمات التي سوف تتركها. إذا فهناك من خلال كل عملية تنظيم فكان على سبيل المثال إذا كنا نريد أن إذا نرى هناك ما هي الفرصة الأفضل، كيف يمكننا أن نرى، وهذا سوف يتيح لنا فرصة كيف يمكننا أن نرسم وأن يكون لدينا بيع تجزئة جدا مفيدة إذا. وهذا نوع من على سبيل المثال الإسكان، وهذا نوع الإسكان. فحرفيا على سبيل المثال يمكن أن تسقط أن نحن نقوم عملية تغيير التغيير. هذا رأي.
Interesting example, very simple example, but in Saudi, I can't take the name of the client, but they're getting hundreds of architectural renderings, and each architectural rendering has to match the design guideline. Machines are doing it. Machines are ranking each render, saying this fits, this doesn't fit, and here is the rank. And the accuracy and precision is mind-blowing.
Wow. So, بالنسبة لكم مهندس مساعد، أختم بهذا السؤال. تبني التقنية هل هو شيء أنتم مجبرين عليه أو شيء فعلياً
that this is considered as digital transfer is considered completely something has been accepted by all of the parties from you? Well, actually, is considered as a two parties. If we want to adopt, you could find a governmental agent or parties, and also you might see and found that another governmental sector that will not adopt the process and the topic. So today, the desire of it changing is existing in Saudi Arabia, and as told before that this is existing, and since the digital transformation and a different area, so the changing desire is available here. Is it force for us, and it's something obligatory in order to change, and under a difference of the indicators that will organize difference and will make a compliance between other governmental institution, and all will be as adoption, and that will be issued in within the 11 within the government. And so that will depend on the indicators, in some certain indicators for the institution. So today it's not something obligatory. It's more than the desire and the mandate that we have today. We have a mandate in order to adopt all the fresh institution, and also to raise the talents of the people, and that to motivate all the people. So as an answer to your question, we have the desire to change, and as in the ministry, we believe in order to adopt all the new solutions, and that these considered one of the solutions about in the ministry. And today we have the enable mechanism in the ministry that will we could say as a solution and indicators that under the mandate that we have, and also we mentioned the multiple experience and the questions additional to all the initiative that we will see it in the near future, as well as the mechanism and the raising all the services. And this is all of this considered as a journey, and we have a source destination, and until that we reach our goals and our objectives with all our efforts, and that will give an impact and a satisfaction impact for all our clients. So now we will reach to the end of our conversation in the digital transformation in the real estate sector. Thank you very much for my speakers, and thank you, Engineer Mohammed Salim, in the Hulul and digital transformation sector, and thank you Osama, and thank you Mr. Nawaf Simon, the price principal for all the ministry and the marketing, and thank you
partner as well as in data analysis in Deloitte. So thank you all. شكرا لكم جميعا على الاستماع.
for your high attention, much appreciated. شكرا لكم جزيلا. شكرا لك أستاذ فيصل الزيف المميز. Thank you for this outstanding representative. And now I would like to call Dr. Ministry in order to honor the speakers of this session. So initially with Mr. Musaad Al-Utaibi. Mr. Marwan Al-Zamel. Mr. Osama Al-Sulaiman. Mr. Strideeb Kangori.
والأستاذ نواف زهيد.
Mr. Nawaf Zuhair Saima.
ثم تكريم مدير هذه الجلسة
And also
الأستاذ
as well the chairman of the previous session, which is Mr. Faisal.
شكرا دكتور عليان
Thank you,
الحربي
Dr.
مستشار
Al-Aliyan,
معالي النائب.
the consultant of the housing.
السادة والسيدات
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue in our agenda of the second day of the real estate sector forum, and now we will move to our next session about the evaluating real estate and the practices locally and globally. The chairman of this, Mr. Muad Ahmed Al Khalaf, and also engineer Ahmed Al Gardan and engineer Muhannad Sami and Mr. Stephen March, and also as well Mr. Nutrition Veld. Thank you. I would like to call the speakers to get in the stage, and the chairman of the session will be by Mr. Talat Abu Dhaki.
God's peace and mercy be upon all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Gasper. Please be patient for me, just like, and after this session, everything's going to be over. Yes. It's going to be bilingual because we have English speaking panelists. It's actually the theme of this session, of course, is real estate valuation, local international practices as well. So, as you know all,
real estate valuation plays an important part in the sector as well. So we're going to talk about, we're going to listen to professional people, professional specialists, well. I mean, so, as a matter of fact, welcome with me, His Excellency Maaz bin Ahmed Al Khalaf, the board member of the Saudi Authority for Valuers, and thank you very much for inviting me. For example, tell me, for example, how much is the land that's the land cost. Mohammed Al Harkan, for example, the CEO of planning and business development, for example, in the General Authority for Valuers and certified valuers. May Allah bless you. Engineer Muhammad Al Hassam, CEO of ISNAD for real estate valuation. So welcome to the session. أيضا ستيفن بارت والشريك ديلويت. كيف حالك؟ هل تستمع لي؟ نعم إنه يشرفنا بأن تكون موجودا معنا وفي نهاية المطاف السيد إنتاج فينتا
المدير Ernst & Young. Oh my God, we have two competitors. I'm glad that you are this far from each other.
I'm sure we'll work towards things.
Very good to have you all. I will start, if you don't mind, with the, just give me 1 second, to Mr. معاذ لإعطائنا فكرة وخلفية طويل العمر عن الهيئة السعودية للمقيمين المعتمين. تفضل.
أهلا وسهلا فيك. طبعا الهيئة السعودية للمقيمين.
The Saudi Authority for Valuers is working under the umbrella of the Ministry of Finance. Of course, before mentioning the foundation of this and the date and the history of the authority, and before the establishment and founding this authority, of course, we want to know the reason why. In addition to recognizing the goals, for example, based on the system or on 2012 as well, so as to regulate the valuation profession, not only the real estate but the real estate valuation. And machinery, in addition to companies, as we call them, as we call this in the program, evaluation as the economic establishment and valuing and the vehicles accidents. Now we're going to talk about, for example, though, the real estate valuation. Since we established the authority until today, we rehabilitated a big number of valuers who really obtained, for example, the fellowship in the real estate valuation. And actually obtaining the fellowship, it's not an easy, it's a long journey, and that the authority contended since the year 2015 or 2014, and it's still working actually and still on track of actually rehabilitating valuers within best standards, within best practices, providing them professional training in addition to supervising related issues, valuation related issues, and for example in addition to, for example, the reports that are related to the valuation process, and actually even you've got the fellowship degree. It's not an easy sort of thing, and the fellowship, of course, it's a degree, and according to the best practices, and the program, the fellowship program is accomplished in the 30. For example, it's not less than 2 years. Takes not less than 2 or 3 years as well. What are the requirements? For example, if you really want to join the program, the fellowship, the requirements or prerequisites, of course, that have been determined by the system, in addition to the regulatory regulation, and such as the bachelor, obtaining the bachelor degree, so as to obtain the fellowship degree, bachelor open, bachelor in real estate valuation. Yes, it's open, because this is a profession, for instance, or real estate valuation was not given its due care, due attention as well at universities, and it was not actually, studied or taught at the university. That's the reason why we came to establish an integrated program that really focuses on building foundations and capacity buildings until the valuers obtain high level of rehabilitation in a way that we can actually issue a report according to international standards and according to, for example, to an international standard. And do we have, for example, a major for real estate at the universities? Do we have, for example,
we have the bachelor or master degree in real estate at our universities. For example, we might call from here, from this forum, we just call upon the universities for establishing a degree or the major in real estate, and it will pay. It will be well paid. Yeah, of course, real estate is one of the largest sectors, and that's an integral part of our economy, the national economy. Of course, we hope that the Ministry of Education takes this into consideration and join us in this regard as well. Mr. Al-Harkan, for example, to what extent the local regulations are in comply with the best practices, for instance, to what extent they are coping pace with the best practices. May Allah bless you. Thank you very much for this important questions. And honestly speaking, for example, and the authority, we were very keen just to cope pace with the latest changes and transformations in the and evaluations upon the role decree. The national authority, for example, has taken into consideration all the principles of standards as well, where, for example, the valuers, accredited valuers, for example, is committed to all the standards, and in the authority, for example, in any everything must be complying with all both all the international standards as well. We have, for example, we have actually partnerships with international organizations to obtain the membership. RSS, for example, considered one of the most leading organizations in the evaluation process or evaluation domain. So if and where, for example, a colleague can actually obtain the membership, for example, where you can use the practices of the international practices applied by international organizations. For example, we take into consideration the importance of preparing our curriculum and our strategy 2020 until 2025. For example, we have taken into consideration that the international standards are the most important standards that we need to take into consideration. For instance, under the supervision of the International Organization for Evaluation, and we are actually planning, for example, to not only to benefit from the local standards, but to be a reference, to be a house of expertise as well, and to be a leading, authority in the Arab world. Not only the importance, for example, of the real estate sector, for example, with its intersections as well. Now we have 2.6 trillion, and this is not an easy figure, as mentioned by our colleague as well. And real estate sector is not a sector; it's as an industry. There is a study that this sector will exceed $4 trillion, $4 trillion, for example. It's worthy of, and it will add a great value to the non-oil sector as well. Mr. Stephen as well. الآن أتحول إليك بلغة الإنجليزية بناء على خبرتك لأي مدى, for example, and
would reflect on the value of a commercial asset, whatever.
Yeah, look, thank you very much. I think I'd like to start by saying a little bit about who requires valuations and why. And this will really play into the importance of valuations and why we need them. So if we look at who needs valuations, it's a range of people, from owners, developers, investors, financiers, and it's for a range of purposes, whether that be internal purposes, financial reporting purposes, sales and acquisitions, or indeed secured lending. So you can see really, really quickly how important a robust valuation industry is to the real estate economy. Put it another way, would anyone be happy buying a villa if they didn't understand the market value? Would it be possible for a bank to finance a real estate development if they didn't understand the residual land value, or indeed the gross development value on completion? Or would it be possible for companies to submit robust audited accounts if they didn't understand the market value of the assets on their books? So I think, once you take into account those items, it's really, really clear how a robust valuation industry is really, really good, if not essential, for a transparent, liquid real estate market here in the Kingdom. And I think, one of the other points here, and we've already mentioned it, is about standards. And I think it is only with a regulatory framework that stakeholders can begin to see consistency, objectivity, and transparency, all of which are vital to building and maintaining trust in valuations. And that is the trust of clients, governments, regulatory authorities, and indeed the public. You know, and I think that's really important. And I think, you know, it's important to note the contribution that Takeem has made over the past 6, 7, 8 years to the real estate market. I think, importantly, that kind of bifurcation of the brokerage practice away from the valuation practice has been key, but also the alignment of not only the IVS standards, but also the RICS standards. You know, so I think, you know, that's a massive change. I've been in the kingdom for about 14 years, and we see a lot of valuations on a kind of weekly basis, and the value or you know, and the transparency and the quality of those valuations have definitely increased, you know, since the establishment of the Takeem standards. So it's something that we as an international company, you know, really value.
I can't agree more with you with the evaluation process, because I'm an ex-banker, and the most difficult thing that when we used to finance a real estate project is the evaluation of that project. And before Takeem came into the picture, we used to, you know, use individuals who they have experience, but now I think things are much professional that would encourage financial institutions, whether bank or non-banks, they can, so that's very interesting to hear about the asset evaluation. المهندس المهند، كيف يساهم يطول عمر التقييم في تعزيز الثقة والشفافية في السوق العقاري من وجهة نظرك؟ الله يحفظك.
دخول المقيم العقاري بممارساته والممارسات الدولية ومزاوجتها مع الخبرة المحلية يمكن هي
with the local standards or the local practices will actually give a great value and intense value to this process as well. A couple of years ago, before updating the systems, we used, for example, to work according to the local practice only. However, this local expertise or practice, for example, lacked in many different issues in justifying in the level of the clearance and the transparency and integrity and the nature of the relationship of the valuers with the assets that he's going to evaluate. So the international standard evaluation are based on the international standard practices. The valuers, for example, stick to them to the minimum rate of the clearance of even the clarity of some proposal, of some hypothesis or considerations that has been considered by the valuer during his valuation process of the real estate before. We use, for example, we might reach a good outcome, the valuer might reach, but the mechanism was associated with a number of problems, was based on so many problems. So years ago, we reached a market, a good market as regards and the mechanism in addition to outcome as well. It's good, for example, to achieve justice and transparency between the buyer and the seller as well. And ماذا تعتقد فيما يتعلق بتأثير اتجاه السوق على العقاري في التقييم؟
In the kingdom, i.e., how are the global and regional market trends impact evaluation?
Thank you. So, you know, what we've been seeing is there's a lot of activity in the kingdom on the back of the great vision that we want to achieve in the next few years. The development activities have increased, which has also seen quite a bit of development seen not only in the key Giga projects, but across the kingdom. There is a lot of vibrancy that's been seen in the markets. And this, you know, has resulted also in terms of that expected demand to grow over a certain period of time. And the supply would follow in terms of being able to catch up to the relevant demand growth that is expected in the markets. Now, having seen that from a kingdom's perspective, you also need to bring to light what we're seeing in the global markets, where you are seeing that increase in terms of lending rates, increase in inflations, and we in the kingdom have still been able to maintain that resilience. You know, the forecast when it comes to inflation is still in the lower digits, low single digits. So you're not really looking at that amount of an influx as is being seen in global markets, which brings us to the question in terms of our investors looking at investing in the regional and the local markets, which is a bright aspect from the consideration of, again, the growth and wanting to look at investments coming into play over here. Now, having said that, you would certainly see some amount of a compression in the market when it comes to, investor returns. You, being a banker yourself, would have certain thresholds that investors are looking at when they're looking at coming into the market. And from what we've just, discussed, having that transparency in the market, let that be regulatory procedures, let that be the people who are actually doing the valuations, being able to create that level of transparency only increases the confidence of investors, let that be local investors or global investors wanting to come to our market over here and invest in the great vision and the developments that have been happening around. So, it's worthwhile seeing what would happen in terms of, the asset values because of the compression, the discounts, in terms of the discount rates or the capitalization rates that are expected to get compressed over, the short to the long period. But having said that, the amount of growth that is expected within the kingdom right now is expected to compensate this and look at it from a long-term perspective where you'll see that much amount of growth expected in the market.
Very good, excellent. عودة للأستاذ معاذ. أستاذ معاذ، سؤال: ما هو الدور الذي تقوم به وتساهم به الهيئة في دعم قطاع العقار؟ لكن قبل كده أنا بتكلم على ترانزاكشن بسيطة، أرض من سي تو سي، يعني ما هي بي تو بي ولا هي بي. يعني لو جبت مقيم هذا حيكون فيها كوست بلس. هل هناك توجه لأنه يصدر كتيب؟ يعني أتذكر في أمريكا أول سيارة اشتريتها كان في كتاب، والله نسيت اسمه، تفتحه ويعطيك السيارة وموديلها والمايلج ويعطيك سعر معين. هل توجه من الهيئة أن تساعد صغار؟
Different items. There is a question, for example, how can you support individuals, for example, to get into the market or to buy? As a matter of fact, the role of the authority is to regulate, for example, the profession of evaluation and to supervise and to control the profession. Or when we're talking about, for example, issuing a manual of prices or a guide for prices guide, for example, today we might see in some of the government entities or entities that issue such as the Ministry of Justice, for example, when they issue transaction price or the price of transactions or valuation as well, it's available for public. All of any person, for example, can look for today any real estate or any document which has been actually has been based on execution, either sales or purchase or selling. You can know everything about. So to what extent this reflects you want to say can be a guideline or something. For example, there are unified prices, as if we want to say, for example, that we don't need valuers, we don't want, for example, experts, for example, for evaluation, and the prices, generally speaking, and the nature of the value is always fluctuating, changing. So, for example, based on the international practices, if I want to buy a land, for example, in advanced land, in a civilized country or advanced land, how can I know the price, for example? Is there a guide for the prices, for example, in America, for example, in Britain, in an advanced country? Actually, according to my knowledge, the practice of valuation exists over there. And even the model that we're applying in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, praise be to God, we are considered one of the, the age of the age of the authority is very short. For example, however, we stand equal to many civilized countries in the profession of or in the field of evaluation. It's a newly emerging scale area or an area. For example, the idea of establishing the authority and the development phase, in addition to initiating or establishing the system and working on its development. For example, the main goal of all of this was to begin with what others ended, and not to start from the inventing the wheel from once again. And this is what exactly happened. We cooperated with, for example, the Royal Institute of the Surveyors and the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors in London, in England, to establish, for example, the training courses, the material, the contents, the rehabilitation programs. We cooperated with the American Society for the Accredited and Certified Valuers as well. They had long experience for establishing regulations and laws and standards and the criteria as well. God, praise be to God, we started with what ended, with others ended. We are still on track with them in developing the profession, developing the domain as well, not only on the level of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but only globally, but even, for example, such as even internationally, we have a great our prints and fingerprints over there, and even through our contribution to develop this profession in general. So, for example, do we, for example, advise the transaction C2C, one person to other, to go to a valuer instead of, for example, getting into direct negotiation? Generally speaking, for example, and I mean, based on your financial background, Mr. Talat, I would like to tell you that decision-making process, especially an investment, that must be supported by information and data, confidential and reliable data, and that can be depended on. For example, if the investor, for example, or the buyer, is fully aware of the knowledge that will enable him to make the decision. But if he's going, for example, buy a real estate or just a property based on real estate financing and funding as well. So the regulations here are compulsory, obligatory, for example. Once the buyer or the seller, for example, is sure about his investments, resolutions, or decisions, or even in form of buying, a flat or an apartment, for example. So there is no system for it that requires them to use a valuer. So, for example, is there a percentage of the valuation? For example, if I use the expertise of a valuer, is there a percentage? For example, so the price is 2.5. Is there a specific percentage? And this is taboo in religion, according to the religious commitment or laws, and that the fees of valuation related to the value. Yeah. So So, for instance, how the valuer obtain his earning or his income, for example. I mean, the fees that are paid to the valuers must not be related to the value of the real estate or the property as well. Why? Because this actually will make the valuer exceed neutrality. He will be on the side of increasing the value, and that's the commitment that, according to the charter, that the fees of valuation must not be related to the value, but there must be determination of the working hours, such as the lawyer's profession or job, or like the engineering profession. According to the exerted time, there must be a ratio on the price as well. This is based on the negotiations. For example, you can say that my working hour, I charge, for example, a certain sum of money for a working hour, and the whole work needs working for 3 working hours. So I'm going to be charged according to the number of hours. Mohandas Al-Harkan, please. How can the valuation contribute to keeping the rights and achieve justice among the beneficiaries? This is the question of an extension to what has been said before. So, for instance, when you have an expert, a licensed or certified expert who has been actually obtaining who is highly qualified and committed to local international laws and standards, actually he can ensure to all the stakeholders that they have to take the best advice according to the value, and as the evaluator, and for example, according to the benefits of valuation. It's very hard, for example, to give you the total benefits of this. So the valuation is the value, and the most important job of the valuer is to give the value with the neutrality. Because if he is in the side of any of the parties, for example, so he has to be neutral. So the valuer has to be neutral according to the laws and the commitments and regulations. In addition to this, that the report must contain the value and, for example, the data that will guarantee, for example, that's the height, for example, in addition to the dimensions, for example, and the valuer must give the beneficiaries the best use of the asset. And finally, we have the system, for example, according to Article number 10 or 21, which actually talks about the commitments of the valuers. We are always talking about technical commitments or responsibilities. They must by sticking sticking to all standards to the extent that the valuer must be actually taken into consideration all the responsibilities. He must bear all what is mentioned by the report evaluation sometimes, and even to the extent that he has to be very responsible for any punitive damage. And we're talking about a person who has been provided with technical knowledge and highly qualified, but he is very committed to everything that came into the report evaluation. So, for example, in former sessions, we dealt with this number of issues. But there must be a highly qualified person, for example, to come up with the decision, and that will be coping paste with the expectations of investments. Now, they talk about all of these issues as well. And, for example, how to settle disputes. We talk about this. But if, for example, there has been the use, or, for example, of an expert, a valuer, so he'll give the value through value. So the valuer is responsible. He has big responsibility. The system now has been actually all the rights and all the on the rights even for the beneficiaries as well, and from B2C, for example, even for individuals, and if the individual wants to benefit from the valuation, the valuer has the responsibility towards everything that's mentioned in the report, that which their professional responsibility is in the hands of the authority, in addition to the other issues as well that must be within the hands of the specialized court. عودة مرة ثانية إليك يا ستيفن.
Unprofessional evaluation of a company's asset and market value.
What are the drawbacks?
The
drawbacks of bad valuations.
Yeah.
I'd boil it down to one word really, and that's confidence. If the market isn't confident in the valuation industry, lots of things start falling apart. Whether it is, and I mentioned this earlier, whether it is robust accounting, at your group level, whether it is the ability of the finance community to lend into the market, or just very simply, whether it is able for retail investors to be able to buy and sell property effectively. So it really is a kind of, a cornerstone of the real estate market. And I think if you were to ask me, what's the future, what's got to be worked on, I think there are a couple of things that come to my mind, and one would be education, and one would be application of standards that Takeem have set out. Okay, and so if I look at the first one first, I think at a macro level, I think there's got to be a bit more education in the market as to what a valuation is. Okay, a valuation is not just about the number at the end of the report. When you look at a valuation, the valuer will set out a number of items, and they will range from clear articulation of the instructions from the instructing party, the client. There will be clear articulation of the purpose of valuation, the basis of valuation, the data valuation, the nature of the inspection that was taken out, that was undertaken to carry out the valuation, as well as the methodology and the evidence relied upon in carrying out that valuation. So quite clearly you can see that it's a much more important document than one might think at first flush. So valuations can be used for a number of purposes, and the reader has got to understand exactly how the valuer has undertaken the valuation in order to be able to rely on it in the right way. The second part of education, in my view, and we've already mentioned it, and that is about universities, and it's about more valuers coming through the system, because at the end of the day, the health of the valuation environment of tomorrow is really in the hands of the valuers of today and the graduates of today coming through the system. So we at Deloitte, we have a graduate program, and we rotate Saudi graduates through our business, and for us that is about the future, and so I think that's really important. And then as I said, the second wing of how I think the market is going to evolve going forward is, again, more education around the application of those standards. And I think the most important bit there would be adopting appropriate methodology for the appropriate and suitable assets when they are being valued. And you know, we review a lot of valuations on a kind of weekly basis, and we undertake a lot of valuations on a weekly basis. And we have seen a massive improvement in the quality thereof, but I think there is still ways to go in terms of people adopting the right methodology for the right type of asset.
That's excellent, very good. مهندس المهند كيف اليوم عندنا حقيقة النظام
how, to what extent we have achieved the high level of maturity of our valuation process that will affect the real estate market or sectors. Well, how can we have a good environment for real estate environment locally or internationally? How can we achieve, for example, high level? Now we have, for example, mortgage. We have, for example, valuation. We have brokerage. We have how, to what extent, for example, how this affect, for example, the investment environment. Generally speaking, the ecosystem, for example, providing such kind of services actually are did not reach the high level of maturity or perfection, for example. It's still the process for underway, and we need, for example, to continue. And for example, it's endless journey of development. Development is an endless journey. We need to take this into account and take into granted as well. So when we started depending on best practices before, practices that have been applied before, now the market today, the valuation market is and the great organizational skills that we're seeing day after another. For example, we can see it applying. We can see it in so different areas. However, for example, the process of valuation specifically, I mean, we can say, for instance, we can say that we were the first we came before many other entities, and we came to actually start with this issue, developing valuation process before many other entities as well. This will enhance the confidence of the Saudi or non-Saudi investor, or for example, the small angel investor, or just like the big investors as well, or just like even whatever the contracts is. So, for example, million or billion. And real estate by itself is a great investment. It provides a great investment opportunity to this large. Investment needs actually supports us to make the good decision that can be the basis of a good opinion as far as possible, that really can provide the professional mechanisms as to help better decision-making process. So to build this practice, and that will increase, for example, this transparency and integrity as well. The real estate sector is various, is fragmented as well. For example, nobody, for example, owns 10% out of the real estate in the sector, for example. So the assets, for example, according to the value of assets that can be seen in 10,000 investors who own these properties or these estates, and so based on the values, the importance of valuation, and actually to get an access to valuation. For instance, even for us, for a specialist in valuation, I mean, we might not have assets that facilitate the value, for example, especially to of individuals in a way or another. But this is a journey. We cannot say we are at the beginning, but we spend quite good time in this journey, and based on your experience, you talked about the maturity of the market. What we lack, what is missing, for example, 1,000 steps, 1,000 miles step for a start. The 1,000 miles journey starts with one step. To what extent, where is our destination, and what we lack, for example, in the market, so that we can achieve the maturity? And generally speaking, for example, we need actually, when you talk in the large scale, we talk about the different types of assets of the practices, real estate practices, and the applied of the minimum, which depends on the minimum standards of valuation, which is necessary in the documents of valuation as regards data, and the authority plays an important role as an advisory and an advisory authority, and at the same time we control as well the process as well, and at the same time the valuer has a big responsibility as regards, for example, on all the related evaluation and process related issues as well. For example, the real estate sector no longer is the same as we used to see it before. So the nature of assets have been different. Every day, for instance, we are exposed to different types of real estates and different tasks that we did not work on before. However, for instance, due to this greater progress investment in the type of the product. So, for example, the valuer must cope base with the requirements requirements of the market, and it has to precede the market by actually getting exposed to such type of new types of real estates. So how much do you agree with me? Is that a compliment? For example, the Minister of Housing. The Minister of Housing developed this market actually and moved the still water. And actually, before we did not hear about valuation, for example. You could just, but we didn't use to see, for example, the valuation before. But now it's reality. Mr. من وجهة نظرك المبنية على الخبرة والتجربة ما يجب
evaluation system. What are the components that one has to look for? Or a company, let's say a company wants to evaluate itself, what things to look for to be prepared for evaluation, a good evaluation?
So what I'll kind of touch light on is if we're looking at it, from an overall audit practice as well. So
yeah.
at EY, we do audit companies as our assurance practice. I'm a part of the strategic real estate team, which does strategy and transactions. So we work hand in hand together in terms of being able to advise companies on the best way to be able to look at their overall reporting, as well as looking at the best way to be able to get the optimal values from the assets. Let that be related to asset management, or let that be just looking at it purely from how the performance of that asset is. There are some key things to keep in mind where you first establish the type of asset. Is that an investment asset for you, or is that a development asset for you, or is that something that you're considering for your internal consumption purposes? Pretty much on what was highlighted earlier is what's the purposes of that valuation that you want to do in this case. Once that's established, you're also then looking at it from an accounting principles perspective. What do you need to do with regards to either it's a cost accounting method, or is it a market accounting method that you need to factor in terms of showing the relevant impact on your books. Now, once you're looking at that and there's a decision that's been made on that, that's a very critical point. And having done a lot of valuations in the kingdom, in the region, or doing a lot of valuation reviews, what we do see is that appropriate methodology at times is not looked at appropriately by the valuers who are doing the valuation. And time and again, we get into these conversations with companies, advising them in terms of using the appropriate quality of the valuers. And I can, confirm on what was just said as well, that from what we've seen in the past few years to what we're seeing recently, there has been that much of education in the market where you do see an appropriate valuation methodology being utilized. But on the hindsight, we also do see quite a few instances where you're still wanting to reflect a different valuation methodology, probably because of the way the valuers are getting compensated, or you're not following the right methodology of the practices. Now, we also do understand that the Red Book, which is the real estate valuation guide in terms of what should be the relevant methodologies, is also being translated now by Takeem in Arabic, which helps educate valuers in terms of what's the right way to be able to do the valuation. Now, having seen that, it's important to figure out what's the best methodology and how will you be able to get the best value in terms of the assets, not depending upon the methodology, but in terms of the use of the assets itself, right? And one thing, again, to keep in mind from a company's perspective is, irrespective of what methodology you're using, if you're using a cost accounting methodology, what you need to keep in mind is in the books, and that's required by bankers, investors, you shareholders, you need to still be able to state the market values in your disclosure notes. That's one of the most important things that you need to keep in mind. And keeping these factors in play is relevant for you to be able to again highlight that's the best value that I'll be able to get from my company in the life cycle of where I am in the development, right? So earlier we were talking about market trends. You would see examples of rates increasing in certain areas just by speculative announcements. And then you would see market downturns where the value of the assets is not intrinsic. But one key recommendation in this case would be you need to look at the overall life cycle of the asset and not look at it for that particular period itself. You may be able to go ahead and provide certain benefit in terms of numbers on your books at one given point in time. But the best way to do things is looking at what is a stabilized asset, what's the potential of that asset in terms of the long term, and being fair to your shareholders, your investors, in terms of the way you're reflecting these in your books of accounts.
Excellent. Mentioning the market value, there are always an argument between market value and fair value. So which one is which one? I don't know. What are the difference between?
I guess it's the market value is you being able to say it is an agreeable trade between a willing buyer and a willing seller.
Okay.
And that is your fair value consideration in this case. It is when we talk about relevant methodologies of you being able to say, are you looking at a cost accounting perspective? Yeah. Am I looking at a cost value, and is that my fair value or is that my market value? Yeah. Depending upon the use of the asset, that may not be the right thing to do, and using a different approach comes into play.
It is interesting sometimes when you have a deal and you start doing this, extensive analysis, it ends up the negotiation. Who is a better negotiator? He can, reach a strike price. That's good for him. Thank you, Mr. سيد معاذ. وين توجهات اليوم الهيئة؟ هيئة المقيمين العقاريين واليوم
valuers, for example, based on your experience now today, for example, when I don't understand much about real estate, for example, by myself, but what about, for example, the trends of your authority in the future, for example? So what about exploiting the metaverse technology now, and all of these kind of, to what extent today, for example, can we see the use of technology by the authority, for example? So to what extent, for example, we can develop, to what extent we can have the capacity to overcome the challenges in the future based on your experience today. One of the most remarkable challenges facing any valuers here in Saudi Arabia, as well as in any outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, data and abundance of data and actual accessibility of data and information. In the former session, we were talking about, for example, the big data and open data as well, and benefiting from and then analyzing these data as well, based on the number of resolutions and decisions. So I can say that today the valuation process is completely largely based on actually the market data. And once there is the accessibility of the market of data, for example, where are we, for example? Are we, for example, achieving 50%, 60% today? For example, based with the guide, I cannot give you percentage as regards, for example, what we reach today in the market. But for example, the government entities now we have, for example, the NDIS for real estate, NDIS in the Ministry of Justice, in addition to other NDIS as well. With great information, but the private sector is big responsible in a way that the private sector has to benefit from all this big data as well, which can be actually a great value to the valuers and decision makers as well. The general authority of valuers or valuation as well, supporting such kind of ideas as well, and actually benefit from the data of them internal data, for example, to recognize, identify the gap, and to work to the best of its ability to bridge this gap as well through providing training workshops and training and benefiting from for example, the opinions of the valuers as well, and perspectives of the valuers based on these training workshops as well. As regards the applications that we have, for instance, I can say that we have more than I can tell you that we have more than data providers that have been analyzed, for example, based on the data of the Ministry of Justice, which are very big data as well, that need to be analyzed and updated, and conclusions as well. We have more than one service provider in this regard as well. We actually provided all of this great data, big data as well, to the valuers to benefit to the to analyze the market data. For instance, when I say, for example, the data is necessary, for
example, in the process of valuation, which depends on the methodology and the market, which is based on the similar valuation or appraisal, which with the specific value, and when we use such kind of a data, for example, on the property that is under valuation, for example, this will give us the market value of the real estate, for example. But if data is not mature or reliable, so the valuation process is not going to be reliable. And so the reliability of data and information will add great benefit, for example, to the valuation process. And the reliability of evaluation, as mentioned by our colleagues, is the basics of the whole infrastructure. As a matter of fact, for example, I'm running out of time. For example, I'd give you 2 minutes to the rest of the speakers as well. I will start with Engineer Mohanad. Engineer Mohanad. And actually, today, can we say, for example, based on your experience, that we have a platform, electronic platform, so I can actually use this platform to know the prices and compare the prices. Can I? Generally speaking, can I do that? Well, yeah, and as mentioned by Mr. Maaz, today we have big data today. For example, the Minister of Justice, for example, is providing a number of huge data. I want one hub that can actually unify all the data. For example, can we work as one platform? One of the most important actually roles of the valuers in the process of valuation is actually a research investigation. This topic covers this item, and in some professions, the valuer, for instance, in some occupations, it's his role in the investigation and finding the information and the piece of information and getting access to it and analyzes it, and to, for example, look for what is possible to use, for example, out of this data is a great part of the responsibility of the valuer. So that's the reason why we always say that here comes the important role of the valuer. So you can measure this to other professions, just as doctors and professors or the clients, they have needs, they require needs, and those people, for example, who apply for or requesting the service for them, and the role of the valuer is to understand the needs of the clients and actually reflecting this on the outcomes that can provide or come up with. For example, to answer your question simply as well, for example, sometimes we can depend on similarities through the platforms that mentioned by our colleagues before in former sessions. For instance, if there are basic skills that the valuers has in the investigation process, for example, and if things are getting complicated, thereby the requirements will be complicated. So Stephen, 2 minutes in. Yeah,
whatever in mind.
In terms of the future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I think data and the prevalence of it is going to be super important. And we heard earlier my colleague Tree talking about the role of data analytics and how that can be leveraged in valuation. I think that is key in terms of how do we use the available data, whether that's micro or whether that's macro, in order to draw more accurate and more insightful conclusions on the real estate market going forward. So I think that definitely is the future. However, the valuation industry is here to stay. It's incredibly important. It's important for all international markets. Okay. And I think what Takeem have done is brilliant. And in terms of that alignment with the RICS, which is the global standard of property professionalism, is exactly what has been needed. Okay. And I think the future is really bright, not only for the industry, but also for people who want to leave university or leave school and come into the industry. So it's super exciting. And all that is grafted onto the Vision 2030 plan that is fully underway, whether that's from NEOM all the way through to the base economy. So, yeah, a lot to do, I think.
Excellent. مهندس حمد, 2 minutes, إذا سمحت. Free talk.
يمكن الجميع يتحدث عن المستقبل. أنا يمكن
But let's remember, for example, the definition of the valuation concept, and valuation is to, for example, evaluating the value of an asset, or for example, in specific period of time according to specific value, in specific, for example, time limits as well. So it's based on procedures and measures which require, for example, an expert, and this expert must be independent, for example, and biased as well, and neutral as well. And we have to deal with the licensed person and expert as well, because this license requires a number of requirements and commitments. And we all, for example, talk about this licensed person, or this or that we need to use his service. I mean, we need to use, for example, in his expertise. For example, in case of our need to evaluation, we need to deal with the licensed expert, because he understands everything about the market. He's the only person who can give you the actual value of the asset as well under the evaluation process. And we can say that Chile is committed to all the requirements, and based on the report that's going to be submitted by him, including the date rather than the value. And I think, and within the great momentum that we can see in the kingdom regards this process as well, because valuation is based on, for example, calculating the value and of the. But of course, the only thing that we take into granted, we are very, very keen that the licensed, valuer from the authority is the only reference where clients can actually request the service from. الآن المجال متاح. أنا أتفق. أنا أحاول أن أكون أكثر إجازة.
I agree with what was being said in terms of what could be something that we want to achieve in the near future, right? Adding on to that, I'd say is that the relevance of getting factual data. You know, one thing we've learned in school and college is garbage in, garbage out. And that's one of the most important things we need to keep in mind. Having been in the region for quite a while, I have seen that level of data improving exponentially in terms of, the government websites being able to provide relevant information of what is the value of units that are being sold in one particular sub-area compared to another sub-area is available right now. It's available for those who can, get into the databases. And I know for a fact that can be monetized as well in terms of, we've worked along with the government to be able to get data organized in a monetized manner as best possible. Having said that, there are private players in the market. Now, you'd see the wider region, you'll be able to see the likes of, Property Monitor, Readin, who are able to monetize this data at the click of a button and reach out to a much wider audience. And bringing that transparency in that market is something I believe is what we need to be looking as next steps. There is an excellent vision, and the economy has been made so robust in terms of the future plans. It's now being able to have the right gearing tools in place that can support that kind of a growth in place. That's all that I'd say.
Very good. حقيقة دهمني الوقت, لكن just to
نعود نلخص. Undoubtedly, for example, valuation is playing an important role in the real sector, in the real estate sector, and in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for instance, not because I'm a Saudi loving his country, for instance, but for example, 4 years ago we did not hear much. What we see, what we can see, what we see progress that has been accomplished in 5 years compared to 40 years before. For example, what has been accomplished in 5 years is equal to what has been achieved in 50, 40 years. Now we have a great mega projects of the Red Sea, for example, Al Qadiyah. So أعتقد valuation is a great area, for example, a great area, and even for instance, that even include assets valuation. I don't know how much you agree with me. For instance, universities need to think so much about incorporating valuation and the curriculum, and so as to overcome the challenge of the future, as explained, the open data as well, the big data as well, the blockchain technology, for example, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. All of these technology will help us a lot so as to enhance the valuation. For example, as I told you before, for example, there is something we cannot believe. as regards to the level of technology that has been highly advanced. So the challenge in the future, we don't know. We know nothing about what's coming, what the future will bring. But we need, for example, to be ready for the challenges as well. Challenges will create opportunities. This is what we can conclude the session. We thank you very much, Steve. We thank everybody, and we thank you all, the audience. And now let's meet together, for example, again for good.
هنا المايك. شكرا للسادة.
Thanks very much, gentlemen, and we thank the speakers actually. And please, for example, stay or remain at the stage for honoring the speakers. Now we invite His Excellency Engineer Rakan Amada, the Assistant Deputy Minister and the Minister of Housing, as well as to honor the panelists of this session.
البداية مع الأستاذ معاذ بن أحمد الخلف.
Mr. Maaz bin Ahmed Al Khalaf, first person to be honored.
ثم المهندس حمد الحقان.
Engineer Hamad Al Hamdan.
المهندس
Engineer
الحسامي.
Muhammad Al Husami.
Mr. Stephen.
Mr. Stephen from Delight.
Mr. Nish Chent.
Mr. Chent.
ثم مدير الجلسة.
And the session moderator, Mr. Talat bin Zaki Hafiz.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thanks very much.
مهندس راكان.
Engineer Rakan, the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Housing as well. Directly to a presentation, towards a presentation now. We're going to have a presentation. Engineer Muhammad Al Husami, Muhammad Al Husami. And now you're going to be with us. And now I'm waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, first and once again, of course, we come to, according to the agenda for the second day of the conference, the Real Estate Future Forum. Today, for example, we're going to get together the presentation about the future of the real estate development. Of course, Mr. Muhammad Al Husami from SNET of Real Estate Evaluation Company as well. Of course, Your Excellency Engineer Hassam Al Husami, the future of
Assalamu alaikum.
God's peace and mercy be with all of you, ladies and gentlemen.
ده هذا هو برجع طيب عذرا السلام عليكم
Guys, Mr. Bonolovi, once again, ladies and gentlemen, of course, now, within the last 5 years, past 5 years, there has been a great transformations in the real estate development in addition to real estate services related to this great market. And for example, has been changed a lot. Even this industry has completely radical change as well at large. Is this type of a change and transformation from one methodology, another methodology, from one thought to another thought, of course, completely different from another. So, for example, resulted in such a number of regulations, a number of laws, a number of initiatives that really changed the shape of development or the mechanism of the development of the real estate sector at the beginning. But still, until today, for example, we are just like passing by a number of development phases that require more efforts that concentrate on, for example, how to understand this change as well. For which and in Brave, for example, actually, what we want to ask, what about the impact of such change, for example, and the development of the real estate market in addition to the service related. At the beginning, what happened in the change, and based on, for example, in the vision as well, 2030, for example, before, for example, we used to see the development of the real estate depending on individual efforts in a way or another, resulting in, and these practices result in which in a way or another was suitable in a specific phase of resulting in a market which is not required, which is not necessary, it's not requested according to the level of assets of accessibility. For example, that's why, for example, we come up with a number of initiatives that will enhance the change, the transformation, and the trend of the market as well, based on the vision of the Kingdom 2030 and all the related programs, investment that will focus on facilitating the ecosystem of investment, for example, in real estate, in addition to mitigating the risks and building a touch base, a big, proper space for a better market as well. The results of such kind of market as well within the last 5 years, for example, is to achieve growth, for example, in the transactions and the operations related to real estate sector. A great part of these transactions, or those transactions, as a result of the funding process and the real estate funding, activities from the different institutions, either banks or the different financing institutions. This actually doubled and increased the real estate processes and implementation, estimated by 60%, for example, within the five past years. So it was an exceptional growth. It was large. So, for example, to achieve the goal, which is related, for example, related to the goal of the Vision 2030, for example, as increasing the ownership of the Saudi citizens' ownership of houses. So, the result of such programs and incentives, the emergence of a different market, but that was not existing as requested, as required, or based or within the required reliability. For example, more than 650 companies are highly qualified to sell on the map, and these are one of the most important. These are one of the most important institutions actually that can, participate or share a part of the risk. For example, to the potential or to the foreseeable, owner of the real estate. For example, in addition to other measures, for example, can be benefited by the two parties. At the same time, for example, these initiatives have been resulted in decreasing the risks, mitigating the risk as well, and to providing sources for such finance and funding as well. This has led to the entry of new investors and developers with different thought and different perspectives and mentality, and they develop, for example, the mechanisms of their business as well. Then they started to co-pace with the requirements of the new market, market requirements, resulting in such momentum and these efforts. What we can say, for example, to start to think about the value added, or to hear about the value added, the house, for example, if you look at the houses in a way or another, for example, in our houses, there is always we always hear some terminology, Saudi terminology, to describe these flats or these current, and that they don't give value added to the dweller or to the resident, for example, actually does not give the required community, for example. Why? Because this house has the minimum requirements, thereby
and the competitive incentive is lost. So, and for example, the end user of any real estate development, even in commercial projects as well, this value added, for example, start to emerge in a way or another. Excuse me. And especially the mega project, for a different mega project that really provide the requirements, for example, that not consume and the organizational regulations and the minimum, for example, per construction percentage. This allowed, for example, allowed the designer, for example, give them the floor to the designer, for example, for more creativity and for more innovations. Well, where, for example, the beneficiary or the end user can benefit from the house, either commercially or residential. And this has actually led to the increase in standards in addition to the level of competitiveness in the real estate market. This is what we monitored and when we projected, for example, as regards the commercial uses, and it's still at the beginning, for example, as regards the residential real estate or housing real estate. Generally speaking, for example, if we explain, for example, the developments, the phase of development in the market starts with incentive. The market, for example, there are no group of people, for example, who really thought about developing the market. The market is characterized by its dynamic mobility and through providing certain kind of requirements or needs and starting to increase the standards, for example, with the time, and increasing or raising the standards, for example, is controlled by the requirements of the market and its participability to raise such kind of standards, or for example, the intervention of the government in a way or another, so as to establish certain, to come up with plans, and thereby the demand will be generated and the market will grow, and we will see new products or the competitive incentives in aspects of these products that will give value added to projects. But however, this value added to the projects as well will increase and will raise, for example, the level of the standards of the market, which will actually which will raise the cost of investment as well, which is the most important thing that we need to concentrate within the coming few years in providing solutions and funding solutions to the developers. And we might say, for example, before and recently or years ago, for example, we covered the financing aspects and refunding as well, so as to for selling items. But the big challenge for the developer and the real estate developer in financing the costs, for example, we came to see, for example, better and excellent products in total, and for example, the networks that have been listed, for instance, in the capital markets, but of course the traditional funding of such type of projects requires, for example, big concentration, big care. The change of the nature of assets, real estate assets as well, and its development, for example, will lead today with the time to the emergence of challenges and the real estate services related to these assets, and managing, for example, the assets, or for example, the old-fashioned way of managing such kind of assets has been completely different. For instance, and now we have completely different system which is going to be into implementation in the near future. So the rehabilitation of individuals working in such sector has been completely different, so as to manage different types of assets as well. So the real estate valuation required a real estate assets valuation has been complicated, and in different regions in the kingdom. In Riyadh, for instance, Riyadh started to embrace mega projects, and that required, for example, a high level of valuation for different purposes, acquisitions, selling, for example, or disclosure, on the clear. All of these services have been developed. So and the difference of assets, for example, has been completely. Requires the difference of product. Requires rehabilitating a big number of the values as well as to cope pace with the development of the market as well, and to catching up with the newly emerging transformations in the market. For instance, one of the projects of Roshan Company, and Roshan Company now is playing an important role. Is the main player, for example, in developing the real estate and the housing project
projects as well, and and trying, for example, to provide new types of communities. In Jeddah or in Riyadh or in on the different cities of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We always face the problem that faces the developer, because by the end of the day, he's looking for a useful or just like a profits-based project. So the visibility does not support the completion of developments. Most of the developers, they prefer to sell the land, for example. But the difference of the type of the projects for the time being, for example, actually through the entry of very specific developers will enhance the market and will come up with a new product as well. Roshan develops a big project for a master developer and provides and has been proactive, for example, at the beginning of funding such type of projects as well. So because before the developer needs funding so as to finance, for example, the capital, so as to be able to provide specific types of projects like these with high level of quality, and that can contribute in a way or another with the big developers. For example, in a fast speaking, the type of project, for example, requires, for example, the big level of investments, either on the level of the master developers, or, for example, the sub-developers, for example, who join the investment process that requires capital, high capital, big capital. Before, for example, the developments were based on individuals, but most of, especially in residential real estate development as well, were done by the individuals. So now, for instance, we are about seeing a highly qualified developer, and even with but an investment in such regard requires, for example, funding all the different phases of the life cycle of the project. At the beginnings, for regards to the real estate services, started with the efforts of the General Authority of the Real Estate, in addition to the general and for example, implementation centers, delivery centers as well, and the Ministry of Investment. So focusing on all the real estate services as well. However, for example, this requires, as we said before, for example, in the former session, the professional role, and in actually to co-pace with the new requirements in this profession, this area as well, and to focus on all the related issues to such a field, and that's why, because we are witnessing, for example, faster growing changes and transformations, we need to cope with these changes. A summary and conclusion: the challenges of the phase, and for the time being, as we said before, for example, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for example, there is faster growing growth, and it's faster growing with the time. And the goal of last year now that was that if it is compared to 10 years, for instance, it has become the main goal. So now we need to increase our ambitions, our expectations with time. The most remarkable challenges for the time, the period, for today, especially the residential developments, and with the own state companies that open the floor and open the markets, for example, for other developers and sub-developers. However, we need, for example, and this sector must be developed with the time, and practicing of business must be starting with the private sector with its time, so as to achieve this greater growth. For example, we need certain specific related issues in the infrastructure, and the real estate developer must think about the electricity services and installations, water supplies, and all these related issues and through providing all the services and the support programs of support, mitigated the risks that are related to the real estate investment, because it's high risk type of investment as well. So all the practices and transparency mitigate the risks for the real estate developer. Thereby, for example, we can see an attractive market. And the last challenge, and the most important, is funding at the beginning of the cycle, of the investment cycle, and actually to fund the developer, the investment in lands and construction, with different specific programs from the traditional projects that we used to see before.
Thank you very much, Engineer Al-Mohanad Al-Hassam, of course, the CEO of ISNAT Company for real estate valuation, for example. Now we move to the next session directly.
جاهزين؟
Are you ready? Abu Abdallah, the second day is under your supervision, aspects and patronage. Thank you very much for the great effort. First, in the name of Allah. For example, we come to the next session, for example, about, for example, services and infrastructures in the real estate sector. Of course, participated by Dr. Hassan Al-Hasmi, the CEO of Red for Investment as well, and Engineer Wabin Al-Ghamdi, the CEO of the integration light company called Ibrahim Al-Qureshi, CEO of IQ for investment, and Engineer Abdullah Al-Maikel for the head of the land development sector and the Ministry of Housing as well. The session moderator, Mr. Zaki Hafiz, Talat bin Zaki Hafiz.
السلام عليكم مرة أخرى، وعدكم هذه آخر جلسة خلاص عشان ترتاحون شوية بس. طبعا البنية التحتية والفوقية أنا بالنسبة لي.
Of course, for me and for, of course, what's the most important thing for Julie is my house. And Engineer Mohanad, for example, the house is not only putting me, for example, in a place, and that's all, and forget about it. So the house, for example, has become a destination, has become, for example, the community. That's a part. I still remember, for instance, for example, the speech of His Royal Highness, the current Prince, for example, we talked about, for example, motion. That really, for example, that really we need to take two things, for example, either to go to a better place, or, for example, to his work, for example. And this is what's required, for example, from the developers, for example. We start from something to touch this and to see this actually. I don't only want the house, but I want the community, I want the green areas, and, for example, I want water.
يعني ما بخص أبغى البيت متعتي وجلستي في الكوميونتي اللي أنا فيها. فأعتقد أن البنية التحتية بالنسبة لنا في المملكة العربية السعودية
Saudi Arabia, we see multiple challenges, and these challenges we have seen in different as well as in different countries. So we would not talk about just about the Saudi Arabia. This is number one, and let's move number two. We have the highest numbers of the population. We have a 2.5% that, and we contain a very youth and young people under the 35 years old. That will be this, so that will play an important role also to open a marriage opportunities. I think we have faced a lot of big numbers, and today with our efforts and with our men, we are we are able in order to achieve all our challenges. And then now we will talk about the infrastructure in the real estate sectors. I would like to welcome Mr. Ibrahim Hazmi in to start our conversation. Thank you very much, Dr. Abu Nada, please, and I would like it was it's such a pleasure to be here together and to start our conversation. Mr. Wael Ali Al-Ghamdi from the Light Company, and thank you very much, and I'm happy and glad to be here with you. Mr. Ibrahim Agrishi, the general man of the Q Investing Company. Well, it's IQ company. Well, actually, so where did you invent? Where did you invent this name and the acronym of the? Well, it's acronym name, and it's so it's not changed. So it's technology now related to something ridiculous. And finally, we will talk to Mr. Abdullah, the chairman and the manager of the real estate sector. And thank you. Well, let me start with the engineer. Hassan Al-Hazmi, the importance of the infrastructure for any real estate project. Well, I thank you very much for your presentation. I like the social economic aspect. Well, actually, that the real estate, it must be associated with a social aspect, and that with a very, we are fortunate from a blessing of God that in 2022 we reach our very higher numbers, and that we in Riyadh. Well, actually, we have a 20 years. We are living in a very visionary. So we have a 20 kilometers in the architecture. So that all of these challenges will make the infrastructure of all the people. We are all these services that chase the development and the development in different areas and different angles, starting from the complete infrastructure that will move on further to the housing. So now we have a different from the social economical aspects. We could find that the housing will be built before you will raise that. That will develop the developers and all the investors. Well, even the residential people that in the same district. Well, actually, for example, each Saturday we wake up with a noise from the instruction, these noises. So that will we need to raise the higher of the life quality and the rental and to provide a good environment. For the people and for clients. I don't mean about the infrastructure, just for example, like an internet communication or watering system, which is we needed to deliver about the structure and association. I would like to read about the necessary about the netting and for also nanny and what is that for all the kind we need and we are higher for the something related about the holistic. We needed all the residents and our clients and customers that feel with a full amount of satisfaction. That no doubt that will be achieved unless we find a residential and buildings compounds that full of all the services. Since yesterday, and we are here that our ministers in the governmental association and also all of us, we are seeking in order to achieve our main goal, which is the life equality. So today, it is we have to take into consideration that satisfaction of living, satisfaction of life. This is under our main efforts, and it's not something privilege for the citizens. It's something their right, and we have to provide them as much as we can. For example, also we have to follow the flow, even if we have the canal and the citizens and all the people, they will not differentiate between the local and the two elements. So we are dealing with the secretaries and with other companies as well as Engineer Ali has been achieved schema. For example, today the CEO for any service or any provider that they give you so you will get a plan that
السيرفيس بروفايدرز
that your service providers they have a much power and they will ensure our youth and our female youth in the Saudi Arabia and as well as and I hope that we'll achieve all our objectives. So, from your experience, if I want to take a schema for as investors of our real estate investors, what the procedures? Well, let's no doubt that today to determine the networking as first that we have to open that is something cliche. You have to find the network, for example, and the net that you use. For example, if I want something related to watering, I will get to the network of the watering. So they will not distributes that deed unless, for example, for electricity or any kind of products for the citizens. It will not be complete until I complete all my whole job. And my colleagues in water company, so they provided in order to implement a paying and also fundings. If they provide you something network related to the water system, if I finished from linking and associating the whole sectors, you're gonna feel something a gaps between the procedures. There's some people they were not able in order to achieve so of course, and it's not be allowed in order to stay and dealing with the whole association. That's also collaborating. I need to take collaborating between all the parties and between our centers and also the general secretaries about also the other countries. They pay much effort in order to collaborate together, and this is the amount of in order to achieve infrastructures, the ultimate infrastructure that we need in order to achieve our goals. This is event, so they are running after that development. So they are running. We have a gallery leadership, and we have an I'm responsibility inside the area, as long as all the networking that has been issued by the secretaries. Unless you're gonna see something related about the schema. So you might be taking the certificate of the building certificate. So now let's move to our Abdullah about the infrastructure of the networking. Abdullah. Sorry, Mr. Wael. Mr. Wael, sorry. I apologize for Dr. About since I could not answer their phones. However, I will start with my conversation and my yes, I want to assert, as Dr. Talat has been issued and mentioned, today we are living in a committee in our community that the youth take dominance of and taking the larger percentage. From my point of view, today we are in the beginning of the digital transformation era, and that concentrates about the needs and the service of the citizens that will utilize and raise the life equality of any citizens in Saudi Arabia. So now without the digital services, and beside that also we have a banking and banking services, as well as the educational services, and finally medical and entertainment services. Today we're talking. So today the citizens, for instance, they purchase a house, a certain house. So now a question is what you need for the citizen in order to take all the services. For example, the communication and the connecting today. Well, let me stop you, and I want to ask you, for example, if he finished the procedures, why you blame him? Since the citizen is considered as a client, as my client, so what's his rule? What's his fault in order to not take all the services together? So today we invented a new system, a new something related to with the developers in order to develop the real estate. Since the client will receive the house, so the connection services will immediately start working in their house. So today, as we are in company, enlightening company, and that will activate and provide it for our clients directly and properly. Today, we will not be someone who does not have an active visual television. For example, today we will no one has using the internet or using a networking. So today we it's a rare to find someone who do not using internet connection. And today, for example, my son, if I don't provide him a water, he will be allowed. However, if I cut the and the internet connection, he will be mad of me and annoying. So today that we have to take that in consideration. Today, this kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they have a inflammation of several points. We're talking about a rapid challenges and rapid prosperity. We are talking about 3.5 of the population and increasing the number of population, as well as that will lead in order to grasp and invent new challenges that we have to take the solutions. Today we are sick and keen in order to provide the best services that will meet the pain point of all the citizens. So today, doctor, as you have mentioned, today we have the schema. Out the any schema, I have a limitation in order to provide. So what's the best practices in the world? What's happening in the world? Well, in the name of God, the greatest and the most merciful. Well, frankly, this topic is everyone is search and also will blame themselves and each other. However, from my point of view, it's a responsibility. It's a holistic upon all the people, and it's a combined and collective responsibility, and that will upon about the decision of purchasing some products, as well as the developers of the real estate sector. They have the right in order to purchase if they purchase something related to the landscape. So indeed, everything they have a special amount and a price from the smart cities and the brand lands and etc. So our objectives of the citizen to live in a holistic and complete environment that full of satisfaction services that will not be achieved unless if we collaborate together. And today we are witnessed, for example, in different areas of Saudi Arabia, that we found something related about the services. And and also they contains a lot of challenges, and they have a scarcity of water. For example, in the north of Riyadh, they suffer a lot from this water scarcity, and that will affect the whole buildings and the whole environment. These considered one of the situation that they have to take the first step, and in order to find the solutions for all these challenges. In the other hand, also we found there is some parties that they manage and organize the infrastructure totally. So this party, they provide you with a date within when, for example, when the whole roads will finish and the networking of the roads will finish, and also the water system. And sometimes you don't have any idea about when the school that will start. So all of these data and all of these situations that the school could face. Do you think that, so brother, I really understand it's a fragmented, some situations that are fragmented. I will not say authority or commission or any commission or any authority. So that is that going, if we talk for example, if we talk about the infrastructure, is that, for example, is the association considered as the solution between the parties? Well, definitely other parties, they have to help us. However, I'm talking in general way. Today we are utilizing the technology in a wide attitude, and the technical has been achieved in different sectors, as well as that updated the digital transformation, and that will help to increase between the schema that under the infrastructure, and in opposite to the schema and the same schema that they lack of infrastructures. So engineer, from your background, how we gonna narrow the gaps between if we have a complete schema or not incomplete schema, and all of these gaps, how we gonna achieve and bridge them, and how that will affect all the procedures, and that will also grab the attention of the foreign investors. Well, thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So your question is divided in two questions. Well, the first part of it, there's a collaboration. That's happening upon all the ministries. And 2 weeks ago, I was in meetings with about the water system. So for example, also the electricity is under a plan, and the water under a certain plan. So the system is a rapid rapidly has been updated recently. And for example, if I need during the 6 years data amber that we're talking about, that will in developing the station and the buildings and distribution stations. So each one they have a certain amount, and also as well as the water system situation that we need 2,000 kilometer square. So I'm not talking about the water. I'm talking about supply chain, complete supply chain, starting from the Sultanate and until that we finish in Dammam as well as in different area. So any kind of delay that in the contract of this kind of contract that will cause a delay for the whole schema. That's why we invented an alignment with different parties in order to collaborate together, as well as the infrastructure plays an important role in the infrastructure. So this is one of the successful products. And also the private sector and the domestic sector considered as one of the main and important sector in the country. So today we have established 7,000 kilometers by patch. And for example, the networking, it was a domestic and holistic project. We are talking about 20 million kilometer square from that domestic product producing. And also if we're talking about the tillage and the soil and architectures and engineering centers, all of these considered under the same and in the domestic area in the Saudi Arabia. So Engineer Hassan or Dr. Hassan, it seems that it's capacity issue, and I think all the holding and also it's a pressure on the connection and the connecting sectors. Do you think that we have to provide more data for? I think it seems like a capacity issue. Well, as Ibrahim, Wael, or Abdullah, each of them has been mentioned from his angle, a different angle. However, if we are talking about the sourcing for the sultanate, water sultanate, or anything others, for example, that will not affect about the electricity. They were chasing the time today and the coordination today as we started about the development and the prosperity in our net. However, our development is faster than the capacity that you mentioned, as you have also in the areas and there's that far away about the center of the city. So Mr. Abu Nada, that we achieved a different number of the retailers. It depends on the retailers. However, they face also our experience with the foreign realtors that they will come directly and they will and sign a contract with the clients and the customers. And also, for example, the chairman of the realtors, they are talking about the visa and all of the data about the realtors. So any realtors, they will face something related to these challenges. And today, building about what's happening in the real estate within 3 years ago and until now. So today we are seeing about 35 achievements and building new buildings that have been achieved. So I think today the searching has been increasing about the realtors, and also the capacity, as you mentioned, the intercapacity, as Majid Hkail has been mentioned, coming of foreign realtors could be a solutions. However, I would like to add that adopting and giving solution for the citizens, it would be higher and rapid more than adopting a new foreign realtors. Today, for example, about that the manpower. For example, the city nationalization and how we're gonna our citizenship that you're gonna see. However, the realtors or commercial that we could find on the system, it is not allowed to practice any kind of capital since we don't have the target or the green level of the green level So today, they are so close in order to provide the service providers with all levels, and they have to rapid all the procedures that happening in the sectors that will lead and that will gives the best advantage in order to face all the challenges that are today. The bank and they provide the services even inside the kingdom and also outside that will help them in order to help all the supply chains from the engineering center, from the other realtors as well as the etc. So I'm sure that all of these challenges that will bringing an active action that will facilitate the mechanism of all the sectors, and that for example we provided 1,000 units per year. Today we will reach, well actually I think today the capacity of the Saudi market double or triple the capacity in the past, and the citizens of our country, the female and the male, they have desire in order to work, and they have the ability and desire, and we have the ambitions that much that we need, and the talents people as well. So today we have a full of mechanism, full of appropriate talents people that they have a full knowledge and a full desire in order to start working. So all these challenges, we have the solutions in our bare hands, and now we have to take the first step in order to provide the solutions. Well, my brother, what's the challenging items that you think in the infrastructure? Please give me challenge and the solution. Well, apart we found the solution, and the another one is still we need the solutions. In terms of the capacity, I don't see the capacity in terms of the realtors that we have. However, we have a different kind of capacity. We have since the supply chain today in the connecting, we bring Viper and equipment, materials, and etc. So today we are facing a lot of about the supply chain and how to ensure all of these. So all of these details affects the sectors. So that coordinating with different sector and with the developers and the Ministry of Housing. So what's how did this? What's the cause of this problem? Well, actually, it seems after pandemic COVID-19, what's happening in China also that will close the board between here and China, that affects negatively all the relationship between here and China. Sometimes the USA today, they put a schema and a special schema for the 2020 coming years, and they will doing some kind of, and the second point also as well we would like to find, and that I see it's a big challenge, which is the expander which is the ability on investing, that as doctor has mentioned that development and prosperity is very fast, and we are in chasing the time. So today with the inflammation of the investigation and with the higher rating, that all of these causes a certain challenges, and we need some certain experts in order to solve all these challenges and all these obstacles that will help, that will give the solution. However, at the end we are considered as a company, one company, and we need a partnership. And eventually today we are working about the development of the rational and in the real estate sector, how you're gonna ensure all the services that will be at them in the same time. Well, I could say that this is the easiest part. Why? Since we are in the sister and in the we have to develop all the connecting services so that we solve a certain services. However, in the new life that we have to develop all our projects, so the coordinating between all the parties in the coming few years, I assure you that we can achieve it. In the other hand, we have different areas of Saudi Arabia. We have some districts that we call it al-Sabil. For example, they are old and ancient districts. How they gonna provide them with the best and the best satisfaction services? the Ministry of the Communication has been transferred 2.8 and then to 3.8 millions house. So we achieve a high important development in the coming few years. So the districts and the ancient district that they are face a high number of population. In this point we face the challenge. This point we need to support this. So I think this is the problem. Well, actually, I don't have any clue about the solution that you could help me about that. Well, since we are also talk about the invention and the old system, we have, as you know, we have moved from the old system into another. For example, in Al Malka, which is in the north of Riyadh. So we have a lot of empty areas in that district. So we have we could see a lack of connection or a tower for connecting and for networking. So this is the challenges that we are working upon. So if the citizens if a citizen want to services from the company and connecting services, he will provide some amount of money. However, we have another, on the other hand, we're gonna face another challenges, which is relating to the time. How we gonna provide the service as much and faster as we can. For example, even in the Malka, why they have to wait in order to connect to provide them with a good connection. For example, I know someone who has been waiting for 9 months. I think this challenge. I hopefully in this coming time we working upon in order to find the best solutions to solve this issue. Well, actually, my brother, the life equality under the ambitious vision, how we gonna associate the life equality with other projects? Well, allow me to say something and then I will answer your question. Well, regarding the challenges and regarding the solutions and the opportunities that in front of us, we have we have main challenges in the related to the infrastructures. One of them, which is the challenges that related to find the realtors and they will complete their missions correctly and properly. So do you think that this is a challenge, a problem or challenge? Well, actually, this is a challenge. So where did you find the opportunity? The opportunities are existing in order to ensure that realtors and that will fund I think this is a chance for all the real estate company and agents those who want. They have a lot of schema and all of them they are waiting a certain realtors in order to start developing the projects in there, and that will provide engineering and architecture projects. So today there's there's opportunity for all the realtors that are specialized in the infrastructure. And also, on the other hand, we have the most important companies that are specialized in this also sector. For your question, how we gonna associate it with a quality life? Well, actually, the quality life is important, and this is considered as one of the essentials, and this is the essence of our efforts. If we're gonna take it about the center, if we want any citizens, he wants to move to a complete and satisfied area. So today, for example, we have multiple areas they are succeeded in order to develop the infrastructure. We could take some glance and browse them. What's the procedures in order to know what's the exact way in order to achieve our goals. And maybe we could also exchange the knowledge and the experience between all of us. For example, Roshan company has been achieved in order to create and invent a new. And also Roshan, well, actually Roshan is not, we know Roshan as very much. So exactly. To conclude, I just would like to add that I could see very chance, and it's golden chance in order to just need to work together in order to combine and to make a coordination together with all the parties in this. I think definitely we are coming for a big chance and of prosperity. Well, Mrs. Muhammad, could you please provide us with a solution? Are we going to symmetrically with the infrastructure, or it's as difficult in order? So do you agree that we are to be certain and to be certain for the schema? Why Roshan has been succeeded in and others company has failed? Well, I will give you my answer. For example, there's a schema for between all the energies and also between the infrastructure and also so the practicing is the best solution. However, we don't need to know about the impossible. We have to see what's the infrastructure, and for example, that will start it until they will achieve 20%. And that will relate about the logistic in the location. So the infrastructure could be started immediately with a symmetrically with for example, the infrastructure will take 24 months, and then the real work and the infrastructure will take other from half the time. So in my point of view, I have to make a symmetrical framework between these two parties. Do you think that if the realtors and the real estate developers will be the mechanism, and they create a sector and they will create a main sector? Well, actually, I will not give you that they have the authority. However, you could give them that just the state in order to develop. Well, actually, yesterday, the General Secretary of Riyadh, they were talking about 99 projects, and also the Secretary in Jeddah, they have a higher number. So we are moving, and we need them between the developers and the investors. And well, honestly, we will see that a big challenge. We have seen a lot of challenge. However, there is a lot of initiative in front of us that will help us in order to achieve and over all these obstacles. So for example, communications company and the lighting company, and today all of these companies, they are trying to provide the best solutions. So we as providers and as developers, I have to, for example, about the human being, for example, and for the banking sector, and also we have for example and also they have studied geographic and history, and they have become the best bank in the banking sector. So I think what I want to say about the real estate sector and developing today, they have been achieving projects with 3 to 4 milliards reals, and they have some gaps of the capacity. So I'm trying to say that the citizen today, they have a bigger they have a higher awareness in order to for the supply chains, and our youth, if the Saudi citizen youth, they are ready and they have a full ambitions. So now we are coming to the end of this conversation, and I know that challenges is stay. However, you have the difficulties, and since we have the difficulties, we will invent solutions. And now we will move. Now we reach the end of this conversation of the infrastructure. For me and for others, and behalf of others, it's the life equality. If you have for example, we have a lot of noises of in each Saturday, as you have mentioned. Well, actually, what we have witnessed in the recently 5 years since the Vision 2030, it's a miracle. I swear to God that it's a miracle. What's happening in Saudi Arabia, it's a miracle. And today, with all our efforts and with our youth, we will will reach our goals and our objectives, and and I think and indeed we will assert to you that we will reach the best prosperity of Saudi Arabia. And that will lead also in the infrastructure. Thank you very much for your attention, your highly attention, much appreciated. Thank you very much for all the speakers. I would like to call Excellency Saleh Al-Turki in order to honor the speakers of the last session.
أولاً الدكتور حسن الحازمي الرئيس التنفيذي.
Hassan Al-Hazmi from a company, an investing company.
ثم المهندس وائل بن علي الغامدي.
Engineer Wa'el from Ru'ya Company.
والأستاذ إبراهيم
Mr. Ibrahim Graishi, point of view for investing.
المهندس
Mr. Abdullah Al-Maigil, the chairman of developing for the Iskan company.
مدير الجلسة
The
الأستاذ
chairman of the session, Mr. Talat.
شكرا
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Turkey, the General Secretary of Jeddah region.
السادة والسيدات.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now we will move to the last session of the second day of this forum, and will be about the innovation and the development and the raising of the unprofit. And now we will be the chairman of this, Mr. Ahmed Al-Aiki and Mr. Ahmed Al-Jma'a, the chairman, and Mr. Raja Al-Katim, in the LinkedIn of the Middle East, and Mr. Zuhair Marawi, and the chairman and businessman of the Scan National Company, and the chairman of this session, Mr. Abdul Majid Al-Anizi.
الأستاذ
Mr. Abdul Majid Al-Anizi, you have the mic. The front is yours. Hello everyone, peace be upon you. And today the human is one of the main pillars in order to reach the development. From this point, we face a lot of importance and consideration between different countries for the human beings. And today, I would like to introduce with the quotation from the crown prince of the King Salman. What's the best and what's the more component of the of the development of Saudi Arabia, he said the human beings. So it's such an important in order to impact for the investing, and of course we will have to concentrate on the investing of the human beings. And recently we have issued about the human development sector ceremony that will concentrate on in order to put the human beings under a certain consideration. And even in Davos, we have listened to different areas, and that will give the Davos is considered one of the biggest world investors that will create a lot of opportunities in terms of the employee. So today, from all of these ideas, I will start my questions to my speakers in order to facilitate, in order to get deeper in the development and the human development sectors. And so today we will start with the engineer Khalid and Saudi engineer. So what do you think, how we will what's the mechanism about investing in the Saudi citizens? So today, what did you provide in your institution, and how the previous period, how did you, and what's the mechanism of the training? Well, thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Majid, and thank you for the organizers of this forum. The Saudi institution has been established in 2017 within initiative under the Vision 2030, and it's considered one of the initiative of ISKAN initiative project that will target in development in the real estate sector and other upon the individual or the company's level. And also the Minister of the Housing have been achieved and highlight in order to achieve all the targets with the real estate institution within all the ISKAN initiative and others. Indeed, the right hand in order, the mechanism hand of during the 4 years, this is considered one of the main pillars of these, which one enabling the real estate and investing real estate sector. And also we make it the training with the whole process within ISKAN programs, and for those who are interested in order to achieve even they are, whether they are in the companies and the real estate companies or the developers. Within the previous years, we achieved a lot of targets, and it was ambitious for us. We have trained 77,000 individuals, and we have also developed 60 and 70 training process, and we have 60 also training, and also we signed more over than 500 training workshops in order to train all our employees and in the sectors, and looking forward in order for more achievements in the next phase until we will reach 2025, and hopefully we will double all this number. So actually, we will see about today, we were talking about the dimensions of the real estate sector and also extracting all the manpower of the citizens. So today, from your institution, especially, what you provide and what's the kind of the recruitment and that could grab the attentions of all the investors. Well, the institutions works under the umbrella of the real estate authority in collaboration with the Minister of the Human Resources, and that will happening within the Ministry of Human Resources, and also as well as for all the specialists and for the real estate, and as well and the evaluators, and also as well as the marketing in the real estate sector. So our vision So our target, our objective in the coming few period, that we have to concentrate on the real estate, and especially with the system, and in order to enable all the system, and that will be in 18 January, and that we give them we provide them with a good time that will they provide, and they will take the good workshop, and then also in order to complete the lessons and the procedures of all lessons. So all of these procedures that will serve the kind of the governmental procedures, starting from extracting and separate all the knowledge over all different levels, especially that the initial and one of the, for example, the beginning unit in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and in the real estate sector especially. So, Mr. Zuhair, during the recent 5 years, we could witness a big mechanism, and since the vision under the Vision 2030. So today, can we mention some numbers and how we reach during this period? We have a big momentum in such companies, and for the combination, how we will made alignment with this development, and also how we can increase all the manpower in these companies. In the name of God, the greatest and most merciful, will definitely, and what's happening here in Saudi Arabia, as Dr. Hassan has mentioned, and what's happening in Saudi Arabia, the transformation. So now I could say that the challenges that we are facing today, which is the providing the proficiency and the qualification that we could depend upon it, and also under the monitoring authority, which is related about the real estate sector, and also instructing and also the facility management, as well as all of these details. So all of these, if we work together, that you have to highlight, and as well as in addition to that, we have some certain projects from the Kingdom University, King Saud University, and others. So, however, we still need, and we need, and we are looking forward in order to increase this project and to enhance them. Impressive. So today, from the instructing, and what's the challenges in order to contribute the youth in this, and how we gonna grade their attention in order to enhance their skills in this sector? Well, in the instructing area and in instruction area, and that sector will actually we reach a higher numbers in Saudi Arabia, and it's considered as and I think it's after that we will follow it by the retail sectors. So now we will talk about the management and the engineering. So what's the mechanism here in Saudi Arabia? I think we face some issues that related in the previous phase. So the university where graduates some certain of the people, that alumni, that will not find good opportunities. So that will cause a lot of inflammation and pressure. However, if we talk about the NEOM in the north, and if we talk about different areas from the east, west, and Roshan, so all of these projects needs a high amount of qualification, and also a proficiency of people. So what's the real estate development process? It's not just, it needs a lot of designing and other skills. We need to collaborate together with the education institution in order to achieve our objective. Well, certainly, Mr. Yasser, that today what we have doing that will affect all the market in Saudi Arabia. So today we could say a rapid transformation. So that will affect all the markets in Saudi Arabia, and so how that also will affect the technical markets in Saudi Arabia. Well, thank you very much, my brother. Well, as you mentioned, that the rapid changing in Saudi Arabia, as we can see, and you can see also upon all different models in Saudi. So all of these models we tried in order to put this will happen within the measuring the performance we have, and that will affect also development in the real estate sector. Above all of that, we have a lot of innovation in the entrepreneurship, and that will affect the change and the transformation of the real sector, and that will affect also the development of the real sectors. In the forum of the real estate recently, we have witnessed a lot of discussion about the sustainability, and that a lot of discussion has been about the different areas of the Saudi. So today we could say the market of Saudi Arabia is huge, and that will affect the real estate sector in different area and in different stage within the schema. So also you utilizing the new procedure and the new methodology about the real estate sector, that will help us in order to achieve, as well as the assets management that will, and the association between the buyer and the seller, as well as the rental man. Oh, and applying the smart application, all of these details has been affected the real estate, and as well as the artificial intelligence. I think from my point of view, sometimes will affect a good challenge. Well, actually, within this challenge, how we could develop our skills in order to follow the mechanism of the market. Well, let us talk about our experience in Thika company. So always we are seek in order to grasp all the best services in order to provide the best services for our clients and customers. So, and also as well increasing the learning abilities that will lead in order to invest for the good amount, and also that will allow all the humans in order to utilize different areas of investing, as well as the breaking the ice board that will open a new opportunities for all the qualified people. Well, wonderful. I will move to Mr. Rajai. That today we are talking about a rapid transformational world. So how we could associate between the employee and the job opportunities and with this sector, since we face a lot of challenges recently. Well, about the rapid challenges and rapid changing of the world recently, we have witnessed after COVID-19 what we haven't. So as we have contribute with the different antecedents. With the first one, which is the trouble we have faced in the world, a lot of people that they lose the job, and that they tried in order to depend on others and on alternative. So after this happening, that today we have a great inflammation, which is related, if you could say, about in the USA and Europe. We could say after the government has paid and tried to help all the citizens, so some people they choose in order to stop and employee, and also we have some scarcity in terms of materials that and resources, that all of these data led in order to try all the employees in order to find alternatives. And after this phase and after the COVID-19 period, that the whole employee and the procreating opportunities has been increased. So now we reach about the global recession and what's the risk and all the fears that about in terms of the recruiting. So here we could face something related about the changing, and if sometimes some people they are depending on online working and online job. So as you can see, so we have now today don't have balance between the two kinds of job, and as you can see in front about the application, and today we have a lot of something related to the employee. As we are in our company, we have to develop with this. We have 100 participants in our company, and we have also about the lawyers and the employers, they try as much as they could to provide the best service for all the, so that will lead us in order to know more the schema of the digitalize, and also to digitalize the whole economy. So now we could find what's happening in terms of supply demand and all of, so this topic will not be applied especially for in our area, since we sometimes we could say that there's a flow of the transformation in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and since we have in the real estate and in the real estate sector and all the investors that we're having, so hopefully we could see increasing numbers of and enhancing for the investing, and that was going to see in the next coming few years. Indeed, with the changing, and that will affect the international economy as well. As you mentioned, in what's happening in the real world about the market, and let's as a start about the tourism. Let's talk about the certain word today. All the challenge and the transformation. Today we have some fears about the manpower, and that, so how the market could be within all this challenging and this transformation. Well, indeed, since we have opportunities and we feel that in the area we have something about deserting and investing. However, whenever in terms of development, so today our forum, we need to talk about development, the human resources. Today the company, they are not concentrate on just the experience and the qualification and the employee. However, they are also, they concentrate on the skills or talents of the people. So today how they, for example, the individual needs to develop themselves, they have to concentrate and to focus what's the need and the most demanding in the market, and then they have to upon, as my colleagues had mentioned, related to that technical. So every job, they have a digital component. So today you have to take in consideration that every job, they have a digital component, and that will have to take in consideration even in the real estate sector. That will take the same. So real estate sector is a traditional sector, and so the technology will be available more in the real estate sector. And today, one of the most important things that for those who are interested in the real estate, they have to work and also to qualify themselves in terms of that will exist. Since for the, I think we will face a lot of digital transformation in the real estate sector. So in the Microsoft or software, so that all of these considered as a challenges. Well, I will move to Engineer Khalid today, as the others has mentioned. So they spoke about the talented people. So today, if we're gonna take about and you're gonna see the market, so do you agree and to qualify and take in consideration the qualified human resources? Well, I agree with my colleagues that there is as a mechanism and methodology that I followed always based on the needs of or the initiative or the systematical initiative and demand, as well as increasing and enhancing about the management sectors from the management sector and from the contract, as well as the other aspects and in the other angles. So we have to concentrate not just about developing about the real estate sectors and also or different from the field. However, we have to increase our training courses in order to be certain in the attitude. As you mentioned initially about the program of the human development, this is a course that will increase the cognitive skills of the people and of the trainer. And for example, in Wastat, so we have trained over 16,000 during the past years, and so the training will be upon two parts. and it depends on the market. And so within our new system, we thought that we have made something aligned with the needs and with the demanding and with all the services that are available in the real estate sector, which is that facility management and consultation, as well as the marketing of the real estate. So all of these we have tried in order to rehabilitate and in order to provide, and those the courses that were not available, we tried as much as well to provide it and to make it available for all our customers. Besides that, we tried as much to develop our internals, especially in the training for the engineering and for the architecture, and hopefully what's happening today, in the near future will be better and better. Within all that, this is challenging and mechanism, this will align with the scan management within the next future coming years, and that until we will reach 2025. And either we have in the training in collaboration with the private sector. So hopefully, I think during this year 2023 that we will start and qualify all the working ship and the project and try it in order to provide with the private sectors, with others as well as, and to provide the best certificates. So, Mr. Zuhair, since we are talking about development, about the human resources, let us talk about the models of the scan company. How do you deal with the manpower and the human resources? How is the training courses considered as a necessity for our sectors? And or do you agree, or do you have another clue? And how we take the benefits as much as we can? So, in the real sector, let us talk in the real sector.
حقيقة يعني الوطنية للإسكان أخذت فلسفتها في الموضوع هذا إنه تجاوز بناء السكن والمساكن إلى بناء
Well, frankly, to be honest, that in the real sector that we have think, and we put it in the 3 pillars, which is the first one, and to be you have to be a competitors in the market, and second one, to create a vital environment for the working, and third one, we have to concentrate on the 2 points. And within the training courses, we have to more than components, which is one, we have a training, a public training, and that will based on the evaluating of the performance and the KPIs, and as well as all the something related to the, and also as well the English language in one of our targets. So eventually we don't take the training just for training. However, we have we need to qualify our employee, and there is a multiple training courses which is targets as a different sector and different levels, which is, and we have to know what's the expectations there, and that we have worked with Mr. Muhammad, and I think we took the second level, which is related about the future, and this also design a training course. Well, we could see that it has a special philosophy, and which is related about the engineer, and this is target all the engineers, and we in collaboration with a certain university that they have a good background about this course, and that will relate about the entrepreneur courses, that and how we will adopt all this in the real estate sector, as well as to target all the fresh graduates. Regarding the English language development countries, how they create the engineer, and how they create new challenges. And after that, the third category, what we add for the human resources. Well, actually, we started with a program, Al-Wa'ad program, and I hope that we took the 25 training from the engineer field, and hopefully in the 24 that we will take from other segments and from other fields. That will help us in order to rehabilitate the whole programs, that will also enhance and boost up all the skills of our employee. And nationalization and the sector, that will be one of our goals. Well, technical field, this is one of your opportunities, I think. So how today we will decrease the risk in order for those who want they enter the market. and especially for example, we are talking about a generation that they are and they depend on this, on technical. So in the past we have a scarcity, for example, about the resources. In the past we could predict what's the future of this guy. However, today it's something really different. Situation much different, and today is I think it's hard to predict what's the future of a child or any. So today, how we gonna increase these fears, and how we gonna also create a new talents people? Well, actually, this question has been existing since the technical revolutionary, and now in different sector. However, I think the ability how we will invest the technical that will outstand and also that concentrate the technical. So we have to focus on the talent people. Thanking that we have the programs that from the government will provide the best experience. We have training for the human resources as well. That also we are considered as a 7 over the countries in terms of the training. So if we change our culture, if we take in consideration how we're gonna take advantage for all the technical, I think we could give us solutions. Well, if we talk about the technical, so today we have to talk about the artificial intelligence. So anyone has listened and see about GPT and anything and how it's impact all the talents and also in terms of the research. So today, what's the dimension? What's the dimension of the market, and especially from the LinkedIn? Well, the artificial intelligence is considered challenging, and there is a study has been conducted recently. If the artificial intelligence is going to be an alternative for the human resources and for the humans, I think we need not that maybe the artificial intelligence will facilitate in some certain field. However, even if there is a development in terms of technical, however, the human interaction is considered as the main component of the formula. So today, if we took, for example, the central bank, so today you can buy a certain property and you can find, and also for example, the real estate, you could understand what's the desire of the clients and how it helps the experience of the market. So this is considered one of the important for the human resources and wills. So, and the skilling and negotiation system, all of this data, this is the ultimate business that related about the negotiation price will actually between the price and others. So eventually this is considered as one of the people that it's not as a mechanism, since it's not option. So today, we have talked about the talent, about the technical skills, and also behind the technical, we have negotiation skills, communication skills, also the team working. These are the main component, and we have to take it in consideration in any institution that in order to conduct as a rounded or skills in rehabilitating. So this is will be as a trend. Wonderful. So this will made as a fingerprint actually in the real estate sector. So today, what do you think that this is considered as a fingerprint in the what's the institution has been done in the real estate sector? Well, the institution has been provide a very big impact during the 4 or 5 last years. That's what we face from the different companies and from real estate secondaries. They are provided the training and the special workshop for the companies. I think there is a big contribution even with establishing the real estate within a legislation and within license also. So, and if we work this mechanism within the Pastor and for all the professionals in that sector, so within a workshop and within a special program courses that will provide, especially in the engineering field and in, for example, sustainability workshop or the marketing, real estate marketing. So we must take this workshop, and also that will provide the best information in order to associating between all the legislation and in different sector. That the impact has been affected and touched tangibly in that sector, and also we are maintains in order to also that in order to work hard, that we have conducted a survey in the last period in order to touch the impact, and the result was very successful, and even if it was in individual and individual, so we tried as much as we can in order to work in different areas. So impressive. So Mr. Al Zuhair, today with the digital transformation, can we work together in terms of the application? Will depend on the scan company. How you gonna also make the orientism? I'm gonna see in within this transformation. So So today we are going to see the differences between about the people, and this is, I think, one of the outstanding vision. So I would like to provide an honest and advice that this is a golden in order to contribute with the country, and that will help the and it's considered as a golden opportunities in order to develop the private sector, as well as it's not a complete with. For example, if I think in 2006 in Saudi Arabia, there is one of the lowest companies in Saudi Arabia. So today, the company, they are provide training opportunities for all the employee, and they are considered as a really wonderful experience and wonderful chances for all the employees. So in order, if you want to hire and enhance your skill, is something really wonderful, and they have to work on so today, since we are trying as much as we can in order to build our country and to enhance the life quality. Impressive. So I will move to Mr. Rias, especially in the last point that we have to assert and ensure the accessibility and the changing in the markets for all our citizens. So since we talk about this, so today, how do you facilitate the markets and in the real estate sector, and how we take advantage in order to get advantage from all this manpower, and that will give advantage for the real estate sector. So we have a very big target segment, and that collaboration has been achieved. So also we need the technical, since that will help in order to raise higher and higher rapidly. So this is considered one of the organization that is based on the organization, and also to provide for example, the formula, the selling and buying system, so adapting this technology rapidly, that is not just for the real estate sector, that will help a lot in order to get benefits. Well, wonderful, Mr. Rajai. For sure that today the real estate sector has faced a revisionary, and we have to take in consideration this development, that today we face a lot of changing and development stage and phase in the what do you think about that changes? Well, yesterday the minister has been mentioned about the regional, and he was determining something about the experiences that we need in Saudi Arabia that will be increased. So I think today, regarding all the region, and for example, if you look about the region, so we have to know what's the exercise, especially the increases that in Riyadh. So today you have a lot of projects that are related about the landlord. So today what we apply in Saudi Arabia, and they are really aggressive these challenges, and this is we will take the best solutions. So today we need to know what's the demanding of Saudi markets, and that will follow the Saudi markets. So today we have talking about the real estate sector that's happening in the real estate and traditional way. So this is how we take it in the international standards.
الترانسفورميشن والفيجن 2030 بموضوع الكواليتي اوف لايف، الانفستمنت رح تيجي الشركات العالميه رح تفتح مكاتبها بالمملكه، الخبرات العالميه رح تيجي تنقل على المملكه، اول كمان العنصر الشبابي اللي هو عنده يمكن كواليتي اوف لايف مختلفه عن الجيل القديم، وتطلعاتهم هو للاشخاص رح يكونوا مختلفه، وبالتالي الخبرات المطلوبه لخدمه هذه الشريحه من المجتمع تكون مختلفه.
And for example, in the light of these changes and transformation, of course, we're talking about the future of the job market, for example, in the region today. And for example, in Lincoln, for example, how to see this? How do you rate this market as well? As we said before, for example, everything is based on study, and the thing that really, and for all the studies are based on skills as well, the soft skills, and the study that which has been actually built with a strategy company, for example, what's really required for 2025 in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is soft skills, and there were 1,800,000 technical related jobs until today. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can cover this area as well. So we need, for example, to concentrate on soft skills as well. So yes, we're working on this trend as one of the most important future related issues as well. At the end of this session, of course, we'd like to send appreciation to Mr. Jasser as well. This is CEO of Ad Company, Mr. Khadim as well, who is actually responsible for the public and the government sector in Lincoln's Middle East, and Mr. as well Zahir Al-Maghrib, of course, in the head of the human resource and human capital in the National Housing Company as well. I try to extend my appreciation to all of you for, listening, for great attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Majid. And we thank the panelists as well. I invite His Excellency Assistant Deputy Minister for the Municipal and Rural Affairs Housing Ministry, so as to honor the speakers right now on the stage.
بداية مع الأستاذ أو المهندس خالد الحماري.
Engineer Khalid Al-Hammari, first of all, the first person to be honored.
ثم الأستاذ زهير
And
مغربي.
Mr. Zahir Maghrabi.
والأستاذ رجائي
And Mr. Rajai Al-Khadim.
ثم الأستاذ ياسر الجميعة.
Mr. Yasser Al-Jamia.
وأخيرا
And
مدير
of
الحوار
course
في
the
هذه
session
الجلسة،
moderator
الأستاذ
in session, of
عبد
course,
المجيد
Mr. Abdul Majid Al Anasi.
شكرا جزيلا معالي النائب. سيداتي سادتي، شكرا لكم على حضوركم وحرصكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, thank you very much for your participation in this session as well. We come to the conclusion for the second day of the program agenda. Let's get together tomorrow, for example, at 10 o'clock a.m. in the morning, so as to complete, of course, the program, the agenda of the program of the Real Estate of Future Forum. Until we see you tomorrow, for example, God's peace and mercy be upon all of you.